Crimson skies bathed the empire's palaces and domes as the sun set. Inside the grand halls of the kingdom, the man receives word, very good. The Cladinae has secured the northern border. The king, seated on his gilded throne, praises him with a measured smile. But his praise is only the prelude. His sharp gaze turns to the young commander. "Tell me, how old are you now?" The reply comes with firm respect. 24, Your Majesty." The king leans back, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. "A fine age for marriage. Then, I shall grant you a bride from my royal bloodline." The court stirs in shock. Whispers echo against the tall pillars. A princess? The hidden one? Wasn't she long thought dead? Then, as if to confirm the rumors, the grand doors creak open. A young woman steps forward, barefoot, fragile, clad in a plain white dress. Her golden hair cascades down in waves, and her piercing blue eyes flicker with fear and hesitation. Gasps fill the hall. The courtiers murmur, astonished. "It's Princess Miesa. She lives." Her steps faltered. She could barely stand under the weight of all the stairs. Her brother, seated high upon the throne, beckoned. "Miesa, come here!" She staggered forward, clutching at her chest, breath uneven. Fear overtook her body, her knees buckled, and she collapsed with a soft gasp, her golden hair spilling across the cold marble floor. The court held its breath. The princess? Is she even able to walk? Without hesitation, Aerik stepped forward, kneeling beside her. Carefully, he took her hand and pressed his lips against it, sealing his vow in front of all. "It is my honor to serve you, princess." But Miesa yanked his hand. Her heart pounded violently. Her wide blue eyes trembled, confusion and fear flashing within them. "Miesa," the king's cold voice rang out, echoing through the chamber. "That is no way to greet your husband. Come here." He drew his sister close, clutching her as though she were both a prized possession and a pawn. "The one I cherish more than anyone, yet she lacks manners. Come now, offer your apologies." The young girl's lips parted, her breath uneven. Her voice broke into fragments, barely a whisper. Aerik's gaze hardened. He said nothing, but his eyes followed every cruel gesture, quietly witnessing the merciless scene unfolding before him. The sun dipped behind the horizon as the carriage wheels rattled steadily over the dirt road. Inside sat stern faces, the Margrave and his wife, their silence sharper than any sword. It had been a long war, but the banners of triumph fluttered, and songs of victory echoed through the land. The Cladinae knights, ironclad and unyielding, had carved their legend into the battlefield, securing the empire's glory. For while the people praised Cladinae's valor, the king, seated high upon his throne, was far from pleased. Power unsettled him. The growing influence of one house made his crown feel heavier. And so, with cold calculation, he devised a binding chain disguised as a gift. A marriage. That very night, at a grand hall, voices rose in anger. Fists struck tables. "Is this all? After everything we sacrificed? A foolish princess is our prize?" But amid the outrage, one voice cut through the storm. Calm, composed, and resolute. "We cannot refuse the king's command." Aerik Cladinae, the young lord, spoke with steady eyes. "The wedding is inevitable," he continued, a shadow crossing his gaze, "even if the marriage is unwanted." Lifting his knife, he sliced through his meal with the same precision he carried on the battlefield. His conviction was clear. Personal feelings mattered little in the face of duty. At the other end of the table, his cousin Aerik finally broke the silence, his voice tense. "What about the engagement to the Crispin family?" But the answer was already known, and another voice snapped in response. "Do you even have to ask?" Aerik himself, bound by duty, wore his mask of calm. To him, the marriage was no union of love, but a battlefield of politics, one he could not refuse. The days blurred, the tension thickening, until finally, the wedding day dawned. The capital came alive, streets buzzing with gossip and curiosity. Citizens flocked to see the princess who was to wed the hero of Cladinae. Inside the grand carriage, the groom sat tall in his regal attire, his expression calm yet shadowed with thought. Draped in white and gold, he looked every bit the part of a fairy tale prince. The groom stepped forward, his boots striking the marble floor with measured grace. Then the great wooden doors creaked open. A hush fell. All eyes turned as the bride appeared at last. The princess, radiant in her flowing gown of white lace, entered the hall. She looked ethereal, like a figure sculpted of moonlight. But soon, murmurs broke the silence. "Good heavens, is she unwell? She looks as if she's drunk. She can barely walk." The sacred hall fell silent as the vows were spoken. The priest's voice echoed, steady and solemn, binding two fates together. The words rang heavy, final, like iron chains disguised as holy blessings. "You may now kiss the bride." Aerik leaned down, his gloved hand gently cupping Miesa's trembling face. Their lips met, a seal, a spectacle, a kiss that would fool the world. Applause filled the cathedral, muffling the silent despair in Miesa's eyes. Night descended. The palace shimmered under the stars. Inside, attendants bowed deeply. "You must be cautious not to hurt the princess," We will come by tomorrow morning to collect the evidence that proves you have fulfilled your marital duties, my lord. Understood, Aerik's voice cut through the chamber. The heavy doors creaked open. Step by deliberate step, he entered. Inside the chamber, Miesa lay bound and weakened, her wrists tied, her body trembling. Sedatives had been forced upon her, enough to still even a beast of burden. Aerik's sharp eyes took in every detail. The shallow breaths, the unnaturally pale skin, the cruel restraints. His jaw tightened. Even prisoners of war are treated with more dignity than this. He knew instantly, this was not the work of petty malice. Only the king himself could have sanctioned something so merciless. Stepping closer, he crouched by her side. Her body was ice cold, temperature frighteningly low. He freed her wrists, gently massaging warmth back into them. But it wasn't enough. Desperation pressed upon him. There was only one way left. Princess, he murmured, voice low, steadying himself for what must be done. I will share my warmth with you. Please don't be surprised. He slipped beneath the blanket, pulling her frail frame against his chest. Then, as if formally introducing himself for the first time, he spoke with quiet solemnity. My name is Aerik, son of the Cladinae family. I am 24 years old and have no brothers. I once had a younger sister, but I lost her in an accident when I was young. His voice grew heavier. Since then, I've been living on the war front, and yet, the princess is the one who held a wedding ceremony with me today. He looked at her, so pale, bound by cruel fate and sedatives. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Does she even understand any of this? Still, he knew one thing, she deserved to know. Winter in the border is brutal, he muttered. His hands gently reached for hers, icy to the touch. Frostbite begins at the ends of the body. It's more important than anything to get the blood flowing again. The princess stirred faintly, a soft sound escaping her lips, and her pale cheek showed a hint of returning color. Relief washed through him. Good. She's feeling better. Her complexion is returning. Yet another concern pressed on his mind. Proof of the first night was required. Without it, suspicions would rise. He stood, scanning the room for what he needed. His eyes fell on the delicate glass vessels, an idea forming. He sighed quietly, the weight of duty evident. By morning, dressed in simple garments, he stepped out, carrying the stained cloth, symbol of a consummated marriage. With a calm but commanding tone, he handed it to the waiting maids. It is proof of holy marriage, he said. The women bowed respectfully, promising to deliver it to the king. As they prepared to attend to the princess, Aerik halted them. Wait, the princess hasn't woken yet. Please do it later. The maids exchanged glances but nodded. We understand. We'll let her rest then. Inside, Aerik leaned against the door, exhaling deeply. Later, faint sounds caught his attention. He turned and found the princess sitting on the floor, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders, chewing absently on the corner of her blanket. Eric's brows furrowed. Princess, that is not for eating. But she ignored him, continuing her strange nibbling. Amused yet worried, he retrieved bread from the basket. Kneeling before her, he held it out. Seems you're hungry. Please wait a moment. How about this? The princess blinked, then reached hesitantly. As soon as the warm loaf touched her lips, she nibbled eagerly, her eyes softening as though tasting food for the first time. Aerik couldn't help but smile faintly. I'm glad you like it. Later, the palace gates creaked open to welcome them back. Word spread swiftly, Master Aerik has returned. But this time, he was not alone. By his side was the princess. At the sight, the household gathered. Nobles and servants alike exchanged glances, yet beneath the polite acceptance. The master of the house clenched his hands behind his back. Moments later, chaos unfurled. The princess, as though moved by some untamed impulse, climbed onto a great stone statue in the gardens, her attendants panicking below. Princess! That's dangerous! Please, come down! They cried, their voices sharp with fear. Margrave's jaw tightened as Aerik strode forward, lifting her down with firm, steady arms. Please give the princess to me, one of the attendants begged. You should rest, master. I'm fine, he replied firmly. His voice allowed no room for argument. The princess has become a member of our family today. Since she is under my care, take caution when tending to her. The butler bowed deeply. Understood. We will take care of her, don't worry. Evening descended, and the family gathered at the long dining table. Eric's voice broke the stillness. He addressed the attendants hovering nearby. I'll take care of her during the meal. You may go back to rest. The servants exchanged knowing glances. One of the older women spoke, but the princess has a lot of difficulties, especially when eating, my lord. Slowly, Aerik guided a dish toward her. My lady, he said softly, almost coaxing, would you like to eat this? For a moment, she simply blinked at him. Then, haltingly, she opened her mouth. But before he could sigh in relief, she spat the food back out. Shock rippled across the table. Gasps erupted, whispers buzzing like angry bees. The atmosphere shattered. Aerik immediately caught her hands, restraining her. Please calm down, my lady, he murmured. Behind her, the princess's personal maids laughed softly, a mocking glint in their eyes. Prepare to clean up the lady, Aerik commanded. The maids exchanged glances, then stepped forward with rehearsed obedience. Understood, they replied. their tone laced with quiet disdain. Long ago, in the kingdom of Esquillre, there were 3 houses that were called the 3 pillars of the kingdom. The house of Aerik, which kept the kingdom's internal affairs stable, the house of Crispin, which kept the kingdom's public order and security, and the house of Cladinae, which protected the kingdom from external threats. Each of them has a powerful influence over the kingdom's affairs and military power. The previous king of Esquillre had 3 queens from each house. The first child born from the first queen, the daughter of Duke Aerik, was Bermalik II, the tyrant king. Bermalik ignored his duties as king and oppressed the land with violence. Under the pretense of protection, he massacred the house of Aerik, his own mother's family. And, still not satisfied, he persecuted the remaining 2 houses as well. So, unable to bear his abuse any further, the 2 houses decided to unite by setting up an engagement between heirs of the house so they could launch a coup as the war ended. However, things didn't go according to plan, as the king decided to take action against this threat to his power. I heard that child was originally fine, but they say she went mad the moment she saw the people of the kingdom dying. Pitiful, isn't it? Lady Cladinae added with sympathy. Do you think we are in any position to pity her? Duke Margrave snarled, his fist crashing down on the table. This morning, some vassals said they should put Aerik in your place as the heir. Duke Margrave sneered, swirling his wine. Is Prince Hagal still hesitating? His lips curled in disdain. He is also weak-hearted, the king's cousin, a man of royal blood, the last surviving heir of the direct royal line aside from the king himself. But fate had not been kind to him. One tragic accident had left Hagal crippled, bound to a chair, unable to sire any children and even step into the light. And yet, his very existence made him a dangerous pawn on the chessboard of power. Duke Margrave's temper finally snapped. His fist slammed against the table. Nothing works. Nothing changes. His rage echoed even after he stormed out. Lady Margrave leaned forward. That kid, she said softly. Do not show her affection. There is nothing flimsier than the affection of a man, she advised. Do not cause that poor child any further pain. Aerik was shocked seeing her mother concerned, then nodded in agreement. Later that night, Aerik walked down the corridor, his steps firm and steady, but his thoughts heavy. The maids whispered from the side, their words laced with disdain. Do as I say, you mad woman, one muttered. Is she energetic because of the good food they gave? Another added. But did you see the look on their faces? They continued until Aerik entered. You did well. Now you can rest. I will take care of her, he ordered. Though he had only heard a little, it was enough for him to understand how the princess had been treated by these maids. Both maids hesitated, fearing he had overheard them, then quietly left. It seems like you are in a good mood today, my lady, Aerik said, approaching her. He sat quietly beside her. I don't know if you can understand me, he said softly, but I hope you are comfortable here. The princess slowly lifted her head, her wide blue eyes meeting his. For a fleeting moment, clarity sparked in her gaze, and Aerik felt his chest tighten. Was she beginning to understand him? The next moment, the princess suddenly spat at him. The act made everything clear. She hadn't understood a word he had said. Aerik froze, stunned for a moment, then slowly wiped his face. My lady? You should not spit on another's face, he said gently, almost as though advising a child. Then he let out a faint sigh. Rest now, he added, his tone soft but firm, before turning away and leaving for his bath. The princess said nothing, her expression unreadable. As the night deepened, they eventually lay in bed together. Outside, a thunderstorm rumbled across the darkened sky. Lightning split the clouds, followed by the heavy roar of thunder. The princess's eyes shot open wide. Fear flickered in them, though she stayed silent, lying stiffly in the sheets. She did not move, only stared at the man sleeping peacefully beside her, her gaze unblinking as the storm raged on. The following day, they sat for breakfast. Aerik, ever patient, tried to coax her. Did you sleep well last night? He asked gently. Her complexion looked pale, worse than before. You seemed fine before bed, but now... His words trailed as he studied her expression. Suddenly, she clutched at the food with her bare hands, smashing it messily across the plate. The hall fell quiet, the servants frozen at the display. Aerik, however, only sighed softly. The past few days since the princess's arrival had been nothing short of hectic. The entire atmosphere within the mansion had shifted ever since Aerik married her. It felt as though everyone had something to say, yet all held their tongues. Margrave Cladinae eventually stopped joining his family at meals, which only fueled Lady Cladinae's irritation. Even the vassals serving House Cladinae seemed at a loss, unsettled by the sudden turn of events. And yet, in the midst of it all, Aerik remained unchanged, calm, collected, and unwavering, as though none of it affected him. After finishing his training, Aerik asked, "Where is my wife?" "She is in the maids' area," the attendant replied cautiously. Aerik paused, wiping sweat from his face with a towel, his brows furrowed. Again? He made his way down the corridor. A faint light slipped through the crack. Inside, the princess was curled up on a pile of laundry, fast asleep, her golden hair spilling over the soft fabrics. The maids whispered among themselves. They admired her quietly, marveling at how even in slumber she looked fragile yet beautiful. One maid chuckled softly. She looks like a white cat. So cute. Suddenly, a knock startled them. "Oh, young master has arrived!" One maid gasped, and they quickly scrambled to their feet. Aerik stepped in, his sharp eyes scanning the room. "Are the two maids away again?" he asked. The young maid stammered nervously. "Yes, my lord, but we took good care of her." Aerik nodded curtly. "Good job." He walked to the princess and lifted her into his arms, her head lolling softly against his chest. "I will now take care of her now," he said. The princess stirred faintly as he descended the grand staircase with her in his arms. But suddenly, her body tensed. Her blue eyes widened, panic flashing within them. She let out a choked sound, thrashing violently against his hold. Aerik grunted, tightening his grip to steady her as she struggled desperately, kicking and clawing. "Please wait until I drop you off," he said firmly. "If you fall, you will get hurt." She groaned, still resisting, but eventually quieted. At last he set her down on the bed. She clutched the blanket tightly, glaring at him with frightened, trembling eyes. Aerik remained silent, watching her carefully. Days had passed since she arrived, and one thing had become painfully clear. The princess did not seem to like him at all. To her, Aerik thought bitterly, "I must be nothing more than a means of transportation. Someone to carry her around." Eric's gaze followed. There, tangled in her golden hair, was a piece of yarn. Aerik leaned forward, carefully brushing her hair aside, but she hides her face clearly startled. "I didn't mean to startle you. I'll quickly remove what's on your head," he murmured softly. "Were you very surprised?" he asked quietly, his eyes watching her closely. The princess's bright blue gaze flickered up at him, tense and guarded. "White. I once saw a cat that looked like her." The memory of the maids chatting stirred faintly in his mind as he smiled to himself at the thought. As night deepened, the princess lay in bed sleeping silently. While in another room lit only by candlelight, Aerik sat at his desk, buried in documents. There was these maids, always slipping away whenever they got the chance. Eric's instincts screamed that they were hiding something. He sighed deeply, pressing his hand against his temple. "There's too much to worry about," he muttered, thoughts drifting to the food shortage plaguing the territory's people. One particular sealed letter drawing his focus. The letter carried a report from a spy he had arranged. As instructed, they had followed Margrave's movements in secret. And just as Aerik suspected, the man was not loyal. The report detailed how he had been seen meeting someone in the suburbs the previous night. Back when his father first suggested an engagement with the House of Crispin, Aerik had been the only one to find it strange. At first glance, the proposal seemed perfectly natural, reasonable even. To everyone else, it made complete sense. But for some reason, Aerik couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. From that day onward, he began quietly keeping an eye on his father's actions. It was around that time he discovered that a barmaid had been frequenting his father's quarters. For Aerik, it was the first time he had seen his father falter from the moral standards he had always upheld. Still, he chose not to make an issue of it. The war was far more important, and his focus had to remain on that. Even so, he had investigated the woman, suspecting she might have been planted by someone with ulterior motives. Yet, he found nothing. With no proof and no leads, he turned a blind eye. But after the war ended, things escalated. His father brought the woman back to their nation, going so far as to force his right-hand man, Sir Kelvinnig, to take her as a second wife. Such devotion to a mere barmaid left Aerik no choice. He gathered evidence of his father's conduct and sent a detailed letter to Lady Cladinae. Today, her reply finally came. "Do not send me any further reports of this matter. Let others have him. In fact, I feel relieved that I no longer have to dine with him." Those were Lady Cladinae's words. Aerik sighed deeply, leaning back. He wasn't surprised by her response. In truth, his parents' marriage had always felt more like a business arrangement than anything resembling affection. Perhaps this outcome was only natural. His thoughts drifted as he tried to sort through the mess in his mind. And then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed movement. The princess had sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes like a child waking from a nap. The princess wandered barefoot through the quiet halls. She walked toward the faint glow of candlelight. She approached slowly, and he looked up, startled. "My lady," he said firmly. "Is there anything you need?" Without warning, she rushed forward, clutching at his chest as if seeking warmth and safety, and sat on his lap. Eric's eyes widened in surprise, his body stiffening at her sudden closeness. Her gaze dropped to the papers on his desk. Aerik blinked. "Are you curious about that?" he asked. "It probably isn't that interesting." She stared at the papers for a moment, then suddenly began tearing them apart. Aerik didn't stop her. He only watched quietly. His gaze lingered on the woman before him. Everything had happened so fast, their marriage, their lives bound together. And now, as he thought about it, this was the woman he would spend the rest of his life with. The day he had accepted his duty as heir, he had also stopped expecting anything from his marriage. It was never about affection or choice. It was responsibility. Miesa's eyes shifted, landing on a particular letter sealed with an emblem. Slowly, she reached out her hand to take it, Before she could touch it, Aerik's hand shot forward, catching her wrist midair. His deep voice broke the silence. "Stop." Startled, she looked up, realizing just how close he was. "You can't rip this," he said firmly, raising the letter high above her reach. She stretched out, trying to grasp it, but he held it tighter. "I won't give you this," Aerik added, his tone unwavering. "I haven't finished reading it yet." The next morning, Lady Cladinae sat with her attendant, carefully analyzing several reports spread before her. Just then, Miesa came walking towards her, making Lady Cladinae startle slightly. As usual, the princess soon lay down on the floor, falling into a peaceful sleep. "I am not sure how to address her," Lady Cladinae admitted quietly, her eyes lingering on the girl. She turned to Miesa's maid. "How is she greeted at the king's mansion?" The maid, looking slightly annoyed, replied, "Well, I'm not sure." She gave no clear answer. Lady Cladinae's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across her face. The attendant leaned in and suggested gently, "Why not call the princess by her name? She has such a beautiful name." Lady Cladinae thought for a moment, then nodded. Turning back to the girl, she called softly, "Miesa." At once the princess jolted upright, her eyes wide as she stared at Lady Cladinae. Then, almost childlike, she grinned at her. "It seems she liked it," the attendant murmured under his breath. Lady Cladinae straightened, regaining her composure. "I can take care of her until dinner. You may leave now," she instructed firmly. The maid bowed and left the room. Lady Cladinae's eyes followed her, thoughtful. Something was off. Of the two maids who had come with the princess from the king's mansion, one tended to the princess with visible laziness, while the other was often nowhere to be found. There must be something behind this blatant lack of effort, Lady Cladinae thought grimly. "I don't know what they're trying to put on us," she murmured. "Go, bring me some headache medicine. It should be in my room." Understood, Adel bowed before leaving swiftly. Moments later, when Edel brought the medicine, she noticed something unusual. Princess Miesa was resting quietly at Lady Cladinae's feet. That was odd. Lady Cladinae was never the kind of woman to let anyone lean against her legs, let alone sleep there. Lady Cladinae's hand gently stroked the princess's hair, her expression softening in a way rarely seen. "The child... You said she was 20, right? I've heard that half of the court was butchered before her eyes when she was only a child. No wonder she went mad," she murmured. Her fingers moved through Miesa's hair like a mother soothing her daughter. "Ever since, everyone has been using her for their own benefit. Such a poor child." Adil stood silently, listening to her mistress's quiet words. Lady Cladinae's eyes lingered on the girl's face. Her features are beautiful, especially the color of her eyes. Adil followed her gaze. Only then did she realize how close Lady Cladinae had grown to the princess. Come to think of it, the princess had the same eye color as Lady Cladinae's late daughter. Perhaps that was why the princess seemed to stir something in her mistress's heart. "Miesa," Lady Cladinae said softly, "let's cut your nails a little, and brush your hair too." Meanwhile, when Aerik was finally free from his training, he, as usual, asked after the princess. "She is with Lady Cladinae," the attendant replied. Without hesitation, Aerik made his way to his mother's quarters. But when he entered and saw the sight before him, he froze in shock. Lady Cladinae herself was seated with the princess's feet in her lap, preparing to cut her nails. "What are you doing?" Aerik's voice was sharp, almost disbelieving. Lady Cladinae looked up calmly. "Oh, I was just about to cut Miesa's toenails so she can walk comfortably." Aerik stared, stunned. His mother, showing affection. Lady Cladinae was a woman who could occasionally pity someone, yes, but never like this, never so tender. She had been cold and relentlessly rational even to him, her own son. Yet now, that gentle look in her eyes. It was the very same look she had once reserved for his sister, Rosier. His chest tightened. "If she is projecting Rosier onto the princess, then I cannot allow it. I will do it. Please, give me the scissors," Aerik said firmly as he stepped forward. For a moment, he wavered inside. He remembered his mother's face on the day Rosier died, an expression etched with something between anguish and obsession. Was it right to stop her now, or was he only denying her a fragile comfort? Still, he took the scissors into his own hands. As his strong hands held her delicate feet, Miesa glanced quickly at him. The touch tickled her slightly, but she didn't flinch or resist. She simply lay there in silence. Some time passed quietly, until Adil noticed a faint frown forming on the princess's face. Unsure of the cause, she thought for a moment, then quickly picked up a small sweet cookie and held it to the princess's lips. Miesa accepted it without a word, nibbling quietly. Adil exhaled in relief. "Why did you do that?" Aerik asked, his eyes narrowing toward her. "Oh, I just remembered the princess seemed to be fond of sweet things," Adil explained carefully. "I see." Aerik gave a short nod, acknowledging her answer. Lady Cladinae, watching from her seat, smiled faintly. Her voice softened with quiet joy as she murmured, "How lovely. She truly does seem to enjoy it." That night, Aerik sat with the princess, feeding her with his own hand. Patiently, he reminded her, "Chew slowly, don't swallow it all at once." He watched her carefully, almost as though teaching a child. But even as he guided her, his thoughts drifted. He couldn't understand why his mother was reminded of Rosier whenever she looked at the princess. If it was just because of her eye color, then even his cousin Aerik, who shared the same shade, should have stirred the same tenderness. Yet never once had his mother shown Aerik even a trace of that kind of affection. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. The attendant stepped inside, carrying a new dish, and placed it on the table. The moment the princess's eyes fell on it, her expression changed. She covered her ears tightly with her hands, her whole body trembling. "Miesa?" Aerik leaned closer, startled. "What's wrong?" The princess didn't answer, only pointed with a shaking hand at the dish before turning her face away. Aerik's gaze followed, and realization struck him. "Is it because of the roasted quail?" he asked gently. She gave no reply, only avoided his eyes and kept her face turned aside, refusing even to look at it. "I see." Aerik's voice dropped, calm yet firm. "Take it away," he ordered the attendant. The dish was quickly removed. Still, Aerik's eyes lingered on the princess, unsettled. It was the first time he had seen her react like this. He sat back, his thoughts heavy. Has she fallen sick before from eating quail? Or is there something else behind it? He couldn't help but wonder. The next day, Aerik was out on the training grounds while the other knights practiced. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun was already high. His thoughts, however, were far from the drills. Did Miesa eat this morning? Yesterday she hadn't looked well, and the worry gnawed at him until he could no longer ignore it. He left the field to check on her. The attendant bowed and reported, "The mistress. She fell into the stream earlier. It seems she saw some fish, tried to get a closer look, and ended up falling in." Aerik stiffened. "She fell?" "Yes, my lord. But she was with Lady Cladinae at the time, so there was no cause for alarm." Aerik exhaled slowly, relief softening the tension in his chest. The attendant continued, "There's another matter. The mistress doesn't seem to care for chapel service. At first, she followed Lady Cladinae obediently, but once they arrived, she refused to enter. In the end, Lady Cladinae left her with a servant, while she went inside to finish the prayers." Aerik listened in silence, then recalled how easily Miesa could be coaxed with sweets. From now on, he instructed, "Make sure there are always sugary treats placed on my desk." That night, he sat with Miesa again. This time she was in a far better mood, obediently eating as he fed her. Watching her, Aerik felt a quiet sense of relief. He lifted a fork with another piece of food and offered it to her. But before she could take it, the piece slipped and fell against her chest. "Don't eat that," Aerik said quickly. "I'll give you another one." He reached out, intending to set the soiled piece aside, but his hand paused mid-air. The piece had landed squarely on her chest. For a brief moment, he hesitated. Then, after a small breath, he picked it up. Miesa immediately leaned forward, opening her mouth to take the piece from his fingers. Startled, Aerik pulled his hand higher. "No," I said. But she didn't let him finish. She grabbed his hand, tugging it down toward her. Her cheeks flushed red, her expression tinged with frustration. Then, without warning, she bit his finger. Her teeth pressed hard, but the sting wasn't what made Eric's heart race. It was the heat of her mouth enveloping his skin. His breath caught, and he hurriedly pulled his hand back. The princess blinked at him, startled as well. For a moment she just stared, then her eyes flickered past him. The next instant, her face darkened with anger. With a sudden tug, she yanked at the tablecloth. Dishes and cups clattered to the floor with a loud crash. At the doorway, her maid gasped softly. What on earth is going on? She wondered. Finally, she stepped forward and gently led the princess away to prepare her bath. Aerik remained seated, silent. His eyes dropped to his hand, to the faint marks where her teeth had pressed into his skin. Later that night, while the princess slept peacefully as always, Aerik lay awake. No matter how he tried, he couldn't chase away the lingering warmth that clung to his fingertips. He pressed a hand over his eyes. She's my wife, yet she's more like a child. She doesn't even understand that I'm her husband. I can't— His breath caught. I mustn't think of her in that way. That should never have happened. Never. The next day, Lady Cladinae mentioned, we'll be hosting the poem recitation this Wednesday. Aerik frowned slightly. Is there really any need to go through with it? Of course, Lady Cladinae replied firmly. They'll be circling for juicy gossip like hyenas. That's exactly why we must use this chance to show them how well we're doing. The gathering was no small event. Once a month, noble ladies from 3 houses came together to share recitations, exchange views, and, more importantly, gather information. This time, it was House Cladinae's turn to host. But what weighed most heavily on their minds was the fact that Marchioness Crispin and her daughter would be attending. It would be the first time their families met since the engagement was cancelled. Though it hadn't been House Cladinae's fault, Aerik knew the Crispins would surely still hold a grudge. After their discussion, Lady Cladinae and Aerik took Miesa to the greenhouse. The princess rushed inside with the eagerness of a child, wandering from one corner to another, curiously examining everything with wide eyes. Lady Cladinae busied herself with inquiries, while Aerik stood back quietly, simply watching Miesa as she roamed. "Mistress, why didn't you come to our quarters today?" one of the maids asked as she approached, carrying a small bird cage. The moment Miesa turned her head, her eyes locked on the fluttering bird inside. Her mind faltered, suddenly dragging her back to that awful night, back to words her mother once whispered, words that still haunted her. The memory struck like a blade, her face drained of color. She let out a sharp scream and stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground in fear. Everyone froze, startled. "Miesa!" Aerik shouted, rushing forward. He dropped to his knees beside her. "Miesa, are you all right? What happened?" "We don't know," a maid answered quickly. "She just got startled." Before anyone could say more, Miesa suddenly clutched Aerik, burying her face against him like a frightened child. Tremors ran through her body as she held onto him desperately. Aerik wrapped his arms around her, holding her steady. "As you can see," one maid explained stiffly, "the princess does not like birds very much. Then you should have told us that in advance," Lady Cladinae snapped, her tone sharp with anger. "We look after her every day," the maid retorted carelessly. "Why are you scolding us for missing such a tiny detail?" Lady Cladinae's eyes narrowed, her temper flaring, but she bit back her words. She had been suspicious of these maids from the very start. Still trembling in Aerik's arms, Miesa wouldn't let go. Seeing her in that state, he spoke softly. "I'll take her outside to calm her down." Without waiting for approval, Aerik carried her out of the greenhouse. His thoughts churned. Could this be the reason she recoiled from roasted quail the other night? He walked until they reached the garden and stopped at a wooden swing beneath the trees. Sitting down, he kept Miesa on his lap, holding her securely. "Don't worry," Aerik murmured, his voice gentle. "If any bird comes near, I'll chase it away. You can rest." Miesa tilted her head, studying his face. His profile, calm and steadfast, carried a quiet strength. True to his word, his gaze flicked to every sound, alert to any flutter of wings. At last, reassured, she let her eyes close. Leaning against him, she drifted into sleep, comforted by the man's quiet vigilance. As they sat together, Aerik spoke with a hint of amusement. "I can see you're getting along with your wife." Aerik glanced at him, unimpressed, but Aerik continued. "There have been a lot of rumors about the two of you. Even my household has heard what people are saying." Eric's brows furrowed. "Who is it this time?" he asked, his tone edged with annoyance. He knew his uncle was trying to push Aerik as the heir. Such rumors could not be ignored. Aerik leaned back, thoughtful. "Well, there's a maid named Vina, she has red hair, and another servant, Skinny, with brown hair. That's what I've heard." Aerik exhaled slowly. He knew Aerik enjoyed his freedom and had no real desire to be heir. Their trust had been forged in battle, from saving each other's lives more than once. "Thanks, I guess I owe you one more time," Aerik said with a sigh. "No worries," Aerik replied easily, lowering himself to sit on the ground. His gaze sharpened. "But what's going on with you? Don't tell me you're actually into her, because, seeing you now, it feels like you're overdoing it," he smirked. "People are even saying your wife's feet haven't touched the ground since she arrived, because you carry her everywhere." Aerik frowned. "You know she limps. And not to mention the accidents that could happen if I don't take care." Aerik shook his head. "But I don't get it. At first I thought you were just putting on a show to fool the king, but right now there's no one watching. So why are you being so devoted to her?" His voice carried a trace of frustration. His eyes narrowed. "You're not seriously thinking of marrying her forever, are you?" Eric's gaze softened as he stroked Miesa's head where she rested. His answer was calm, steady. "It doesn't matter who I marry, as long as they are of help to the House of Cladinae. Now that the princess is part of our family, the king will at least leave us alone for a while. And as for my kindness to her, she knows nothing. She doesn't even know whose lap she's sitting in. I don't want her to be mistreated." Aerik let out a long sigh. "Well, I suppose you're right." A few days later, the poem recitation was held. Ladies of various noble connections gathered inside the greenhouse, their voices mingling as they settled into their seats. Among them were Marchioness Crispin and her daughter. Once everyone was seated, Miesa and Aerik appeared before them. They offered a few words of greeting, polite and restrained. Yet, under the surface, the air was taut. Eyes lingered on them for too long, silent stares pressing down like a weight. The tension between the two houses was palpable, and everyone's attention remained fixed on them. Aerik, however, wasted no time. He lifted Miesa gently into his arms, thanked the guests for attending, and prepared to leave. But before they could depart, the daughter of House Crispin followed. "I need to speak with you," she said, her voice urgent. Aerik turned, his tone sharp. "What is it? Following me here is an unwise decision." "Then I will be brief," she replied, steadying her gaze on him. "No matter what happens, do not have a child." Her words carried firm resolve. Aerik said nothing. He could feel eyes watching them from nearby, and he knew it was best not to respond. The Crispin daughter, who had been clutching a handkerchief tightly the entire time, let it slip from her grasp. "Then, until we meet again," she said before leaving. On their way back, Marchioness Crispin asked, "Did you do what I told you? Yes, mother, her daughter replied quietly. All her life, Kenh Crispin had been taught nothing but how to be the perfect lady of a noble house. Yet what she truly wanted, no one had ever cared to ask. That night, Aerik sat in his study as usual. His desk was buried beneath documents and reports, his thoughts weighed down. The war had left heavy damage, and now they lacked enough food to last through summer. If they could manage this season, then by autumn the soldiers returning from war would harvest their fields, and things would finally return to normal. Normally, such a crisis should have been eased by the rewards granted to House Cladinae from the king. But what they received were only trivial trophies, a Harlech iron mine, and a single princess. These were the king's rewards. The mine would take time before it became useful, and it could do nothing to fill their stores with food now. Financially, it was not disastrous, but the real burden came from the eyes of the vassals. In his father's absence, they all looked to Aerik, expecting him to produce the best possible solution. The responsibility was crushing him more than he had anticipated. As his thoughts tangled, a soft weight pressed against him. From the side, Miesa came quietly and settled herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around him as she often did. Aerik stilled, realizing once again that Aerek's questions had no clear answer. He could not explain it, even to himself. Why he let her close, why he cared for her this way. He exhaled and lightly patted her back. Miesa turned, her finger pointing toward a glass bottle on the desk. Aerik reached in and pulled out a single candy he had kept there for her, placing it gently in her hand. As she popped it into her mouth, a small smile tugged at her lips. And every time he saw that smile, his own burden seemed to lift, just a little. The comfort this fragile young woman brought him gave him an odd, inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The next day, the maids of House Crispin arrived, asking for the handkerchief their lady had left behind. Lady Cladinae's eyes sharpened immediately. She knew exactly what it meant. In high society, to leave a handkerchief in the house of one's former fiancé, who was now married, was nothing short of a token of love. "Edel," she ordered calmly, though her voice carried steel. "Gather the maids and search for it. And make sure word spreads that the handkerchief belongs to Marchioness Crispin herself. That way, there will be no unnecessary rumors." Inside the greenhouse, Cladinae's maids began their search, joined by Crispin's servants. Among them, a secret meeting took place between Crispin's head maid and one of the princess's own main maids, the very one who had come with her from the king's mansion. The head maid spoke in a low, firm voice. "Let me be brief. She must be taken care of within 2 years, at the very latest." A sly grin spread across the princess's maid's face. "If you wish, I could have it done by tomorrow." "No," the head maid cut her off sharply. "So sudden would raise suspicion. And we cannot come here too often." The princess's maid leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. "Then just let me know. I can come to you." That night, the family gathered for dinner. Margrave Cladinae, who rarely joined them, was present. But his irritation grew quickly at the sight of the princess. A dog would have better manners than her, he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Lady Cladinae, seated gracefully, answered with a sweet, sarcastic smile. "Darling, if it's that hard for you, why don't you ignore Miesa altogether? After all, I doubt she wants any of your attention in the first place." The Margrave's anger flared. He pushed back his chair and stood, his eyes dark. But before leaving, he threw one last warning over his shoulder. "Just remember, we must visit His Majesty soon. Make sure she doesn't have any bruises." In the kingdom of Esquillre, it was customary for newlyweds to visit the bride's family 50 days after their wedding. And so, when the day came, Aerik entered the royal palace, Miesa by his side. He bowed deeply. "Greetings to your majesty," he said in solemn respect, holding Miesa gently alongside him. "Indeed, it's been long since we last met," the king greeted with a wide grin. As usual, Miesa slumped to the ground, lying there lazily. The king chuckled. "Seeing as how our Miesa seems to be doing well, I expect we'll soon be hearing news of a child." Aerik bowed his head slightly. Ever since their marriage, he had done everything possible to avoid raising the king's suspicion. "We hope the same, your majesty." "But I'm afraid my wife's health is not yet fully well," he answered carefully. The king's attendant leaned in, murmuring something in his ear. The king's smile faded. With a sharp flick of his hand, he dismissed the servant. His voice, when he spoke again, was dangerous. "I don't want my time wasted. Miesa's ladies-in-waiting told me something rather interesting. They said although the sheets were drenched in blood, not a single drop was found when they bathed the princess afterward. That made me think, perhaps you don't want a royal bloodline. Tell me, Aerik, are you keeping her intact so that you can cancel this marriage?" Eric's chest tightened. "No, it's not like that," he said firmly. He had believed his efforts enough to silence the maids, but clearly it wasn't. The king's eyes glinted. "It seems House Cladinae sought to deceive the crown. Perhaps this could even be seen as an act of treason." Eric's face paled. He had never feared sacrificing himself, but what would become of his people if the king struck them down? "Come here, Miesa," the king called. The princess crawled toward him. He stroked her head with a chilling smile. "My little sweet Miesa, perhaps you'll tell me the truth. Did your husband take off your clothes that night?" Miesa said nothing. The king's hand tightened. cruelly yanking her hair back. "Answer me, Miesa." His voice had no warmth now. Her lips quivered. Then, for the first time, broken words escaped her mouth. "It hurts." Aerik's eyes widened in shock. He had never heard her speak before. "Here." "It hurts," Miesa repeated, pointing to the spot and clumsily explaining with gestures. Gasps rippled through the hall. Faces turned away, shocked and embarrassed. "Stop," the king snapped, rising to his feet. "That's enough. I have no desire to hear details of my sister's wedding night." With a swift kick, he shoved Miesa aside. "Take this thing with you and leave," he spat at Aerik. Aerik clenched his teeth, fury burning inside him. But there was nothing he could do here. Wordlessly, he lifted Miesa into his arms and left the palace. On the ride home, silence clung to them. He held her in his lap, saying nothing. Miesa, too, remained still, eventually drifting to sleep without a sound. As soon as they returned, Eric's voice cut through the quiet. "Make sure no one enters the second floor of the West Wing." The princess's maids exchanged confused looks, unsure of what was happening. Miesa struggled faintly in his hold, but Aerik did not release her. "Cullen," he ordered his right-hand man, "stand guard at the door. No one enters this room." When they entered, Aerik pushed Miesa down onto the bed. His voice was low, edged with anger. "Now, no one will listen to you here. No one will come. Whether you scream or cry, no one will hear. So speak. I know you are capable of it." Miesa swallowed hard, realizing she had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Darling, why don't you simply ignore Miesa altogether?" she said quietly. Aerik froze, his eyes widening. "After all," she repeated, "I doubt she wants any of your attention in the first place." They were the exact words Lady Cladinae had spoken at the dinner table. Aerik's chest tightened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. "What were those things you said in front of the king?" he asked, his voice low but sharp. Miesa smirked faintly. "They'll be after juicy gossip like hyenas. We must show them how well we are doing." The words struck him again with a jolt. "That too?" Those were Lady Cladinae's very words. Though she spoke clearly, Aerik noticed her hand trembling faintly. Beneath her defiance, there was fear. Slowly he stood, releasing her. "My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you," he said quietly, stepping down from the bed. For a long moment, silence lingered. People always said the princess had watched her mother die when she was only 8 years old. After that, she had witnessed her siblings slaughtered by the king's hand. To survive, perhaps she had chosen to act mad. Her madness a shield, Aerik found himself at a loss. He wanted to comfort her, to say something, anything. But no words would come. All he could do was sit in silence. In the morning, Miesa's lady-in-waiting entered with a tray of breakfast. She approached briskly, urging the princess to wake. Then, without hesitation, she tugged back the covers to check. Aerik's gaze sharpened on them. He had thought the king might have executed these maids for their lies, yet here they were again, checking, prying, confirming whether he and his wife had fulfilled their marital duties. "Why don't you let her sleep a little longer?" Aerik said firmly. The maid startled, stiffened under his stare, then nodded quickly, suspicion flickering in her eyes, before bowing and retreating from the room. As the day began, Miesa carried out her usual list of tasks. Her first act was to scatter and wreck the table, leaving it in complete disarray. Then she moved on to the black-haired man's clothes, tearing them with her teeth like some wild creature. Her last task was to grab hold of her lady-in-waiting and yank out strands of her hair until the woman cried out. Only then, with chaos around her, did Miesa consider half her daily duties complete. Today, however, something was different. Her maid lingered far longer while checking her body. Miesa knew why, because of that black-haired man. The thought of him made her freeze. Now that he had discovered her secret, what if he told the others? What if he tried to drive her out of this house? Her chest tightened. No. It was true he had been angry last night, but still, he didn't seem like the kind of man who would purposely harm her. Yet the doubt gnawed at her, and if he did tell them, then what? Panicked, Miesa ran straight into the hall. Lady Cladinae was seated there with her usual composure. "Oh, Miesa, did you sleep well?" Lady Cladinae asked warmly as soon as she noticed her. Miesa said nothing. Instead, she collapsed into Lady Cladinae's lap, burying herself there like a frightened child. The lady stroked her hair tenderly. "You must still be half asleep," she murmured. Miesa let out a slow breath of relief. Lady Cladinae was still the same with her. Nothing had changed. While Miesa rested at her side, Lady Cladinae turned her attention back to her butler. They discussed household matters. "We have purchased mojo wood for the garden decoration," the butler reported. At once, Miesa's ears perked up. "Mojo wood? Isn't that incredibly expensive? Even the royal palace uses it sparingly." The butler then presented a sample of fine butter. "This quality block costs 20 pesos each," he said. Miesa's eyes widened. "That much money? For such a small amount of butter?" Noticing her curiosity, Lady Cladinae smiled faintly and held it out to her. "Would you like to try?" Miesa took a small bite, chewing slowly. She had overheard before from the maids, with the same money, they could easily buy an entire sack of flour. That night, she remembered, the black-haired man had spoken of the food shortage and his worries about their people. Wouldn't flour be more useful than this butter? She wondered anxiously. But Lady Cladinae was delighted at her reaction. You seem to like it, she said gently. Order 5 more barrels of this butter, she instructed the butler. Miesa sighed quietly. She couldn't understand it. Why did Lady Cladinae and that black-haired man always look so pleased whenever she ate? Was it because they actually cared about her? That seemed impossible. No one had ever cared for her before. Later, as usual, Aerik arrived after completing his duties, but this time Miesa recoiled, reluctant to go with him. Even Lady Cladinae raised a brow at the sight. Miesa's wide, pleading eyes seemed to beg, "Please don't make me go with him, help me." Before anything could be said, Aerik stepped forward. Without hesitation, he bent and lifted her in his arms as he always did. Miesa clutched frantically at his shoulders, her body stiff with dread. The man leaned close, his voice low against her ear. "Miesa," he whispered, "it would be wise to come with me. You see, I haven't told anyone about last night, yet." Her body flinched instantly. Her breath caught in her throat. To her ears it sounded less like a reassurance, and more like blackmail. At the dinner table, they sat facing one another. "I assume you can dine without my assistance now?" Aerik said calmly. Miesa only stared at him, the same man who had blackmailed her just moments before. Now she was certain she didn't like him. Her eyes fell on the fork and knife in her hands, and her brow furrowed. She hadn't used such utensils in nearly 10 years. Her hands trembled as she tried to cut and lift the food, forcing herself to practice. Aerik, watching her carefully, gave a small nod. "It seems you are quite proficient at this." Miesa frowned deeply at his words, unimpressed. There was nothing proficient about her awkward movements. What a strange man, she thought bitterly. Then, with irritation bubbling up, she dropped the fork altogether and began eating with her hands, munching angrily. Aerik studied her quietly for a while before speaking again. "What upset you this time?" he asked. Miesa glared at him, licking her fingers pointedly. "Wasn't it obvious? If anyone saw the table spotless, wouldn't they grow suspicious? What was the point of raising unnecessary doubts?" Aerik leaned his cheek into his palm, exhaling softly. "I understand," he said at last. "So please, stop." Miesa froze at his tone. Was he angry? Did I upset him? But Aerik stood, dragged his chair beside hers, and sat close. She wondered, she had eaten like this many times before, so why was he reacting so differently tonight? Before she could puzzle it out, Aerik reached forward, tilted her chin upward, and gently wiped her mouth clean. His voice was quiet but steady. "Do you wish me to keep feeding you as before?" Miesa blinked, then slowly nodded. Perhaps this man wasn't as oblivious as she thought. So, as she wished, Aerik fed her once again. Their dinner ended in silence. After dinner, Miesa went with her maid for a bath while Aerik waited outside. Inside, the head maid harshly poured a bucket of cold water over her, making Miesa flinch. She lifted her gaze, her eyes narrowing. The maid's anger was sharper tonight. Miesa knew why. It was because of the man standing outside. So, refusing to back down, Miesa clenched a fistful of the maid's hair, pulling hard. If they called her mad, then she would act mad. The maid shoved her to the floor, and the struggle turned into a petty fight. "What are you doing?" Aerik demanded as he entered suddenly, having heard the commotion. The maid straightened at once, forcing a smile. "Oh, my lord. As you see, the princess suddenly caused a commotion, so I was trying to restrain her. She often does this, so we have no choice but to handle her." Aerik's gaze darkened. "Then allow me to do it." He stepped forward. The maid faltered, her smile stiff. "But my lord, it's too troublesome for you to take on personally." "There is no need for you to trouble yourself with such exhausting tasks." Aerik's voice was low, firm. "It is my duty as her husband to take care of her, isn't it?" The maid hesitated, then reluctantly explained the so-called process of bathing the princess, how they were supposed to use shampoo, oil, and cream on her body. Miesa, listening silently, clenched her fists. She knew it was a lie. They had never treated her that way. To them, she was no better than an animal, doused with cold water and left to shiver. Finally, the maid gave her instructions and left, the door closing behind her with a heavy slam. Aerik let out a quiet sigh. He had spoken on impulse, but now reality sank in. What have I done? How am I supposed to manage this? He glanced at Miesa, then cleared his throat awkwardly. "Are you capable of washing yourself?" he asked, his voice low. The thought of the mad princess tending to herself was absurd. Miesa shook her head firmly. "I see," Aerik muttered. His face warmed, ears turning red with embarrassment. Aerik began rattling through the items prepared for her bath, arranging them one by one with unusual seriousness. Miesa sat there quietly, glancing at him. She could not understand him at all. Was the man angry again? If he was, then she needed to cooperate as much as possible. For now, survival depended on it. She stood and walked toward him, letting her towel slip to the floor. Aerik flinched, quickly turning his head to cover the sight. "What are you doing?" he began, but the words died in his throat. He froze. Across Miesa's back were countless red marks, scars of harsh lashes and punishment. To Miesa, obedience had been decided the moment she first met him. She feared this man. What if, like the king, he also struck her with the whip when angered? The memory made her shudder. Even if she believed he was different, what if she pushed him too far? Her body stiffened, and she lowered herself to the floor, sitting with her back turned to him, preparing herself for punishment. But the blow never came. Instead, a large calloused hand moved gently over her back, slow and soft. "Who did this to you?" Aerik's voice was rough with irritation, yet beneath it there was something else. Worry. Miesa blinked, startled. Pity? She had never heard such a sad voice directed at her before. Slowly she turned and whispered the truth, the king. Aerik let out a long, heavy sigh filled with restrained anger. His reaction confused her further. Was he angry at me, or at someone else? Then, without another word, he began to prepare her bath. He tested the water temperature with care. "Let me know if it feels uncomfortable," he instructed. His voice was awkward, but steady. "I've never done this before, so tell me if something feels wrong." Miesa gave a dazed nod. Why was he working so hard at this? He could have treated me like the maids do, dousing me carelessly, but instead, he followed each step of the earlier instructions with unexpected diligence. He washed her hair slowly, carefully working the shampoo through. His touch was gentle, so unlike what she knew, that her eyes grew heavy. She felt as though she might drift to sleep. "Now, I will wash your body," Aerik said quietly. His hands hesitated as they moved downward, his ears flushing red. Miesa squirmed slightly, a ticklish sensation running over her skin. She turned in reflex, only to find his gaze locked on hers. They both froze. The madwoman, who should not have cared about such things, suddenly realized the strangeness of it. The emotion in his face, the quiet apologies he murmured for every small touch. It was different, and for the first time, Miesa understood. Normal people would feel embarrassed in a moment like this. And now, she was feeling it too. That unfamiliar heat rising in her chest, that awkward flutter. Was this her first taste of embarrassment? After finishing her bath, Aerik was so exhausted, he flopped onto the bed the moment he reached the bedroom. Miesa hesitated, then sat down beside him. "You should lie down too," he said quietly before pulling her beside him. Within moments, he drifted into sleep. Miesa looked at the man lying next to her. He's the one who's tired, so why does he always insist on me resting? Every time she thought she had figured him out, he confused her again. Yesterday, he had threatened her. Today, he had pitied her when he saw the scars on her back. Still, she knew this much. He was better than most people she had met. She raised herself and leaned closer, studying his face carefully. He seemed to be deeply asleep. Quietly, she slipped out of the bed and made her way to the dressing area. Sometime later, Aerik stirred awake and found the bed empty. Faint sounds drifted from the dressing area. Following them, he discovered Miesa standing before the mirror, her lips moving as she repeated sentences she had heard throughout the day. When she noticed him in the doorway, she echoed one of Lady Cladinae's phrases, with a strangely bright tone. "Miesa is only trying to practice, darling. Don't say such things to her." The next morning, the maids came to Miesa's room for their thorough check. Because Aerik had been present the previous night, they hadn't been able to inspect her properly. They peered between her legs now, frowning. If they really had... Why was it so clean there? It was a routine she had endured many times before, but today it felt different. Yesterday she had learned what embarrassment truly was. She had felt it with the man. And now with the maids, the act felt offensive. Thinking of Aerik, she realized he had discovered yet another of her secrets. When she pretended to be mad, she didn't care if others mocked her. But the thought of someone seeing her true self and laughing, especially him, made her stomach tighten. She was sure she looked strange in his eyes. Maybe the sight of her disgusts him. And I can't blame him, one of the head maids said in open disgust. What man would want to give his seed to someone like her? The words stuck. It had been a while since Miesa had hurt herself, but now she felt the need to do something. Something to make everyone frown, to remind them of who she was supposed to be. Later, as she limped through the castle halls, she weighed her options. Should she break an expensive ornament? But she shook her head at once. She couldn't destroy something belonging to people already close to starvation. So she came up with another idea, to hurt herself instead. Waiting until her maid's attention drifted, she prepared to fall deliberately. But before her body could hit the ground, a firm hand wrapped around her waist, holding her in midair. She turned her head. It was him. She hadn't even realized when he'd come. "I will look after my wife. You can leave," Aerik ordered sharply, dismissing the maid without looking away from Miesa. They sat together in the garden, where Aerik assured Miesa that he had already gotten rid of any birds nearby. "You don't need to worry. There aren't any here," he said gently. Then, with curiosity, he asked, "Do you really dislike birds?" Miesa nodded. Aerik stayed silent for a moment before continuing. "May I ask why?" Miesa frowned inwardly. Again, always questions. The man never stopped pestering her. "Bird? Ate," she muttered, the broken words falling from her lips. "Ate what?" Aerik pressed further. Miesa glared at him. First he had dragged her here without her permission, and now he was forcing her with endless questions. "There's no one here, Miesa," Aerik reminded her quietly. "You can speak freely." But for Miesa, that was never the problem. She fidgeted, her fingers twisting nervously. Aerik studied her, his gaze sharp, as though he could read the answers straight from her face. Then, suddenly, he asked, "Perhaps, Do you find speaking difficult? Miesa's eyes widened. He understood. Could it be that you haven't spoken to anyone in quite some time? So, even though you can form words in your head easily, lining them up aloud is hard? Aerik explained. Miesa had never given it much thought before, but hearing his explanation, she realized he might be right. Slowly, she nodded. Then instead of just nodding, he said steadily, "Try to say whatever you can, however short." Miesa hesitated, but his determined look pushed her to try. She forced out a quiet, "Okay," but the sound came out strange, broken. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks burning. "It will get better with time," Aerik reassured her. Then, to her surprise, he took her hand and placed it on his throat. "Here, try to imitate how I do it," he explained, letting her feel the rise and fall of his pitch. Miesa's eyes widened with curiosity. "This is what I was taught when my voice first started breaking. Would you like to try?" he asked, releasing her hand. She tilted her head, puzzled. "What, is voice break?" Aerik blinked, then burst into unexpected laughter. Miesa frowned. It wasn't funny. Why was he laughing? "I'm sorry," he said quickly, calming himself. "I didn't expect that to be your first question." Then, more gently, he explained, "Voices change with age. That's what I meant by voice breaking." "Do you have anything else you want to ask me?" he prompted. Miesa thought for a moment, then remembered her maid's constant warnings. With a deep breath, she spoke plainly. He hasn't touched her, even though he sent everyone away. Aerik blinked in confusion. "Excuse me?" Miesa sighed inside. Why doesn't he understand? Having no choice, she showed him the exact spot her maid always talked about. Aerik's eyes widened in shock, then his face flushed crimson. Quickly, he grabbed her legs and closed them shut. "Please, don't do something like that again," he said firmly, his voice strained. Miesa glared at him as if demanding silently, "Now you understand?" "When we do it?" she asked bluntly. Aerik froze. Her words caught him off guard. But for Miesa, it was simple. If they didn't fulfill their duties, there was no telling when she might be dragged back to the king. I'm not sure," Aerik admitted at last. "I need more time. I think we should try to get to know each other first. Then perhaps I can ease your discomfort a little sooner." He stood abruptly, perhaps to change the subject. Then, "Allow me to show you the greenhouse." He held out his hand to her. Miesa hesitated. They didn't have time for such things. And yet, she took his hand. It wasn't going to happen today anyway, so perhaps, for a while, she could enjoy this man's company. As he guided her through the grounds, Aerik asked gently, "Are your legs completely well now?" Miesa turned to him, then grinned proudly. "You completely caught me," Aerik muttered with a faint shock. Her grin widened, taking it as a compliment. But then she remembered. She shouldn't walk normally for too long. So after a while, she raised both arms toward him. Aerik was startled at first, then understood her meaning. He scooped her up into his arms. "I suppose you walked more than usual," he said with quiet amusement. Miesa fidgeted with her hair, secretly flustered. "This man, he's kinder than I thought. If only his kindness could last a little while longer," she wished silently. Miesa remembered how a priestess once recited the process of a wedding night to her. The woman had spoken in a flat, monotonous tone, as if it were no more than a formality. To Miesa, the strange words had sounded bizarre, almost absurd. When the priestess mentioned that it could be painful, Miesa had assumed it must simply be another tiresome duty, and thought nothing more of it. But now she realized it had become her best chance to keep this marriage intact. If it were up to her, she would have gotten it over with as soon as possible. Yet it involved him, this man. And since their last conversation about it, several days had passed, with Aerik giving her excuse after excuse. The king might execute him if this matter was left undone. Why then was she the only one who seemed to care? Or perhaps he was putting it off because he wanted to end the marriage altogether. "Miesa," Aerik's voice called, noticing her dazed expression. But she was lost in thought, hearing again the maid's cutting words. What if the sight of her disgusts him? Could that be the reason? "Miesa," Aerik called again, louder this time. She bit her lip. She needed to secure this marriage, because life with the Cladinae family felt safe, almost like the days when she had lived with her mother. "Miesa!" Aerik finally shook her shoulder, forcing her back to the present. "Are you all right? I called you several times." Lowering her gaze, Miesa repeated the maid's words softly. "I suppose. I can't blame him. What man would want to give his seed to someone like me?" Aerik stiffened, startled. "What? Who said that?" His jaw tightened as realization struck. Was it the head maid? Now he understood her restlessness. Sitting beside her, his tone softened. "So that's why you're in such a hurry, but as I've said before, we hardly know anything about each other?" Miesa looked at him bitterly. This again. "Why don't we get to know each other first?" Miesa repeated his words. "Then perhaps I could take care of your discomfort a little sooner." Her lips pursed into a pout. Aerik chuckled, amused. "So you were listening to me that attentively?" And now you're saying I should go to bed with you just because you listened to me talk for a few minutes? Don't you think that's a rather overwhelming request? He leaned closer, his tone teasing. Before she could reply, he suddenly turned away. I'm afraid I still need more time to prepare for our union. It's not something that can be done in a flash, he declared, almost casually. Miesa frowned. The maids had told her even strangers could do it without hesitation, so what was this man talking about? That night, they sat together on the bed, the tension between them lingering. Miesa wanted to consummate the marriage, but Aerik wished to take things slowly. Why don't you tell me about yourself each night, he suggested, and in return, I promise I'll cooperate with your wish. For a start, something easy. What is your favorite food? Meat, Miesa answered without hesitation. Aerik chuckled. Simple enough. He continued with more questions, and she gave short replies. But after a while, her head began to throb. Enough, Aerik, she blurted suddenly in frustration. He froze. Then his eyes widened. Was that my mother? He asked, shocked. Yes. He realized she had been mimicking Lady Cladinae's tone. And then he laughed, loud and free, surprising Miesa. So this man can laugh at anything? She wondered. Oh, pardon me, Aerik said at last, still smiling. But it was nice to hear my name from your mouth. Can you say it again? It wasn't as difficult for her now, so she quietly said, Aerik. He looked at her with an unfamiliar expression, one she couldn't read. Then, smiling softly, he cupped her cheeks in his hands. It was pleasant to hear, he said warmly. And since you were gracious enough to grant my request, I'll have to return the favor. Leaning down, he kissed her gently on the forehead. Miesa blinked, raising her hand to the spot where an unfamiliar heat lingered. It was the first time anyone had shown such interest in truly knowing her. And she was right. Aerik was curious about this princess who had worn a mask of madness for so long. Curious about what went on inside her small, guarded head. In truth, he wanted to know not just a little, he wanted to know everything about her. The next morning, Miesa's maids carried out their usual inspection. Once again, they found no proof of any intimacy between her and Aerik. The head maid leaned closer, studying Miesa's blank expression. For a brief moment, she wondered if she had seen the girl make eye contact, something unusual for this mad princess. But just as quickly, she dismissed it as her own overthinking. The maids then turned to their own conversation. They spoke in low voices about visiting a certain family tomorrow, and about the advantage they might gain from it. A chill ran down Miesa's spine. One of the maids forced her to sit as the discussion continued. But the unease grew stronger. Her instincts screamed danger. Something was wrong. If they continued, they might uncover her secret. She had to act before it was too late. Without warning, Miesa burst into loud, manic laughter. She twisted her face into strange expressions, cackling like a madwoman. The maids exchanged startled glances, taken aback by her sudden outburst. Then, before they could stop her, Miesa bolted from the room. Her plan was clear: cause a scene, cause chaos. Hesitation was no longer an option. She ran until she reached a balcony. Checking quickly, she saw enough people nearby to witness what she was about to do. Climbing onto the railing, she leapt. In her mind, the bed of flowers below would cushion her fall. Later, in her room, Miesa lay on the bed after being retrieved. Lady Cladinae stood before her maids, her voice sharp as she scolded them. Moments later, Aerik entered, having heard the news. What happened? He demanded. The maids flinched under his gaze, but none dared to answer. Ignoring them, Aerik went straight to Miesa's side. At first, he had not taken the incident seriously, but seeing her lying there pale and wounded, his expression hardened. Things had gone far beyond acceptable. He called for Gela, the Cladinae family's medic. Treat her properly, he ordered, his tone brooking no argument. Then he turned to the maids. From now on, one of Cladinae's own maids will stay with the princess. The maids stiffened, their eyes flickering with unease. They hesitated, but under his command they could not refuse. Aerik's gaze shifted to his mother. Lady Cladinae's face was dark with anger, the kind one might show over her own child. Aerik knew well why. His mother had begun to see Miesa as Rosii, his late sister. When Rosii was killed by a drunken knight, Lady Cladinae had ordered the knight's entire family destroyed. That decision had driven a bitter wedge between his parents, one that never healed. Mother, Aerik said carefully, this accident concerns my wife. I believe I should take responsibility for her care. Before Lady Cladinae could answer, Gela entered with her report. The wounds are not severe, my lord. They will heal quickly. Her mobility is unaffected. Lady Cladinae exhaled, visibly relieved. That was what she had wanted to hear. You are right, she said at last, her voice calmer. You are perfectly capable of handling this matter. She leaned down and pressed a kiss to Miesa's forehead before leaving the room. Aerik then turned back to Gela. From tomorrow, you will serve as the princess's personal maid. The sudden order stunned Gela. She blinked, but then bowed her head and nodded. Yes, my lord. With that, she quietly departed, leaving Aerik alone with Miesa. As the door closed, Aerik stepped to the bedside. I know you're awake, he said firmly, standing over her. And I also know you must have your reasons, so would you mind explaining? Miesa trembled slightly but kept her eyes shut, pretending to sleep. Aerik exhaled in frustration and sat down beside her. Miesa, don't be afraid. Just tell me, why did you do what you did today? After a long silence, Miesa whispered, There is a reason, but it's hard to explain. Aerik leaned closer, his voice suddenly sharper. Then listen carefully. Do anything you want, but never, never hurt yourself. Do you understand? Promise me. Startled by the sudden intensity in his tone, Miesa nodded slowly. Only then did Aerik sigh in relief. Good. Now, about the maid I chose for you. She's not only a medic, she's skilled in combat and in keeping secrets. For now, you still need to act the same, but with her near, you'll be safer. And do you remember Cullen, my right hand? I intend to have him guard the entire second floor. He's the most trustworthy man I know. He paused, then added quietly, I haven't told anyone about you, but now that you're injured, I'll need to take some time off until you recover. Miesa's eyes lit up, her face brightening as if her wish had been granted. She suddenly sat up. Does that mean more time? More talking? Do it now, or tomorrow? She asked eagerly. Aerik blinked, caught off guard. What are you talking about? Don't you realize how badly you're hurt? He said, exasperated. Miesa only pouted, confused at his reaction. She pulled different expressions one after another, and Aerik, despite himself, found his eyes following each one. He shook his head. Don't bring that up again until you've recovered, he said, trying to look away. But no matter how he tried, his gaze returned to her. Finally, he asked, Why are you so eager about it? Miesa opened her mouth, repeating some familiar words she had overheard. Aerik's eyes narrowed as he recognized them. His cousin Aeberic's words, spoken when he advised Aerik to cancel his marriage with her. Listen, Miesa, Aerik said firmly, gripping her shoulders. I have no intention of canceling my marriage with you. You know I've never hidden anything from you. You've even seen my important documents while sitting on my lap. So what else could I possibly hide? He gently laid her back down. Rest. If it makes you more comfortable, I'll even call for a maid to stay with you. You don't need to sleep in the maid's quarters anymore. I don't do it for fun, Miesa muttered. It's because I can listen to them talk. Aerik glanced at her, surprised. I used to do the same in the king's mansion, she explained, her eyes flickering with pride. That's how I learned Lady Malika bribed Lady Nymeria, the head maid. Her face lit up with a bright, proud smile as she recounted it. You're impressive, Aerik admitted, bewildered. Behind every strange action of hers, there always seemed to be a reason. Perhaps. He lay down beside her, propping his head on one hand so he could look into her eyes. I wanted to speak with you a little more closely, he said. Miesa stiffened, then suddenly beamed, convinced this was it. Finally, the man had agreed. But instead he asked, why did Lady Malika bribe Lady Nymeria? Her smile vanished instantly. She turned her head away in annoyance. Please say something, Aerik whispered from behind her. Otherwise, we'll never become closer. Miesa grumbled, but finally muttered in broken words, Malika, meet tomorrow. 3 pillars of kingdom. Aerik frowned. 3 pillars? Did she mean the 3 main houses of the realm? But the house of Salakis, the king's late mother's line, barely existed in name. His thoughts flicked back to the day Lacan Crispin stopped him, when he noticed Lady Malika listening behind a tree. So, the meeting must be with House Crispin. I suppose I'll arrange some people to trail them both, he murmured, determination settling in his voice. Miesa tilted her head, confused. Why was he going this far? But if the man wanted to do something foolish, what was it to her? As she mulled over his strange behavior, she suddenly felt something warm against her cheek. Startled, she turned slightly. Aerik had leaned in and placed a gentle kiss there. A token of gratitude for your answer, he murmured as he pulled back. Miesa's fingers brushed over the spot where his lips had touched. This man! He still made no sense to her. The next day, when Aerik entered the room, he found Gela in the middle of an argument with the head maid. Are you saying that I bought something that could harm Mistress Cladinae? Gela's voice was sharp, her brow furrowed. How can I know? Malika snapped back, frowning deeply. But I cannot allow you to apply that ointment to her. If it was a fight she wanted, Gela had no intention of backing down. Without hesitation, she dipped her fingers into the ointment, scooped some up, and swallowed it right in front of them. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? She declared loudly. The faces of Miesa's maids turned pale instantly. They had no response, no more reasons left to stop her. Aerik, watching silently, smiled to himself. His choice of Gela had been the right one. He bent down, gently tucking Miesa's hair behind her ear. I'll be back before lunch, he murmured, brushing his thumb softly against her cheek. Then, turning to the other maids, he instructed, take care of her until I return, before leaving the room. As he walked down the hall, his expression hardened. He still didn't understand why Miesa kept hurting herself, but he was strangely grateful. Because of that, he had been able to place Gela by her side, and if he wanted to make her more comfortable and discover her reasons, he first had to remove the king's constant surveillance. The first step was to assign the knight's training duty to Aerik. His cousin wasn't pleased, but Aerik had no choice. The second was to order Cullen to secretly place men to follow Lady Malika and the Crispin family. Finally, he summoned Idle, Lady Cladinae's personal maid. Idle had been by his mother's side since he was a child, skilled, trusted, and sharp. Yesterday, she had accompanied Lady Malika to the palace and returned with a detailed report of the incident. "Because of your efforts, we will soon be rid of those two ladies-in-waiting," Aerik told her sincerely. Idle bowed, but Eric's tone turned serious. "The problem is, it will all be for nothing if their replacements are cut from the same mold. That is why I need your help. You are far more suited to this task than anyone else." He then told her what he had learned. That Lady Malika once bribed Lady Nymeria, the head maid of the royal palace. He asked Idle to investigate quietly, without revealing his source, Miesa, or informing Lady Cladinae. Idle thought for a moment, tapping her chin. Reaching Lady Nymeria directly would be difficult. But her right hand, Viscountess Manel, has been having trouble with her brother-in-law. If we can help her resolve that, we may gain what we need. Satisfied, Aerik nodded and dismissed her. By the time he returned to Miesa's room, as promised, he was met with an unexpected sight. Miesa was seated on the floor, clumsily painting with a brush in hand, while Gela leaned over her shoulder, teaching her. "What is all this?" Aerik asked, surprised. Gela looked up, unfazed. "Since we cannot take Mistress Cladinae outside, I thought painting might help her calm her emotions. She has been through much." Eric's gaze softened as he looked at Miesa. She seemed genuinely happy. He stepped closer, gently caressing her cheek. "Then perhaps next time. Why not read her some books?" he suggested. Gela nodded thoughtfully. "Books are not a bad idea. I'll bring some children's stories next time." But as her eyes flicked back to Aerik, she caught the way he was rubbing Miesa's cheek with unmistakable tenderness. Before she could say anything, Aerik turned sharply. "You may leave for today," he ordered. Startled, Gela bowed and left, though irritation simmered beneath her calm face. Outside, she muttered under her breath, annoyed. "How can he expect me to do 2 jobs, medic and lady-in-waiting, for the same pay?" Cullen, standing nearby, overheard. "Didn't you know?" he said casually. "Your wages have been doubled." Her eyes widened in surprise. She barely had time to process it before the door swung open again. Aerik appeared, his expression brisk. "Where are the princess's clothes?" he asked. Beneath the shelf, Gela answered quickly. "Thank you." He shut the door almost immediately. Gela blinked, at a loss for words, the way the captain looked at her mistress. It wasn't just duty. It was the gaze of a loving husband. "There's nothing wrong with a man loving his wife," Cullen said, amused at her muttering. "I suppose you're right," Gela said at last, laughing it off. But deep down, she wondered if her naive mistress had any idea of it at all. As usual, Aerik prepared the bath, checking the water temperature with care. From behind, Miesa's voice sounded. "No children's book." He turned, a little confused. "Pardon me? No children's book, I want—" "Adult talking book," she clarified in her broken words. Aerik chuckled softly, then nodded. "Very well, I'll tell Gela." He tilted his head slightly, smiling. "Then shall we head over there now?" But Miesa quickly turned her back to him. "Miesa? What happened?" Aerik asked, a little shocked. "Embarrassed," she muttered. "Aerik embarrassed me. Uncomfortable." "Embarrassed?" he repeated, baffled. "Am I the one who was embarrassed?" "Yes," Miesa insisted, pouting. Aerik face red. "When I wash." Her cheeks puffed slightly as she added, "I wash alone. Aerik, get out." Aerik hesitated, then lowered his voice. "You're still injured. At least, let me wash your hair. Then I'll leave." After a moment's pause, Miesa nodded reluctantly. The paint stains on her skin would be too painful to scrub away by herself. He washed her hair carefully, speaking in a calm tone as his hands worked gently. "Try to speak more rather than only using gestures. The practice will help you." When he finished, she pushed him lightly. "Go now." Aerik smiled at her stubborn expression. "Call me if you need help," he said before stepping out. A while later, Miesa emerged from the bath with a deep frown. Washing herself had been far harder than she imagined. "How was it?" Aerik asked, waiting outside. "Gela wash me tomorrow," she replied curtly, her lips downturned. Aerik laughed, unable to help himself. "At least wear your nightgown properly next time," he teased. She had put it on backward. Later, as he dried her hair and carefully applied fresh bandages, he asked softly, "How was your day?" "Gela nice," she answered simply. "Are you comfortable here?" "Yes, I've already notified the chef about your tastes," Aerik said, brushing her hair back from her face. "But tell me, why were you so thin before?" Miesa was quiet for a moment, then repeated something her maid had once said. "Why bother feeding a mad princess?" Eric's jaw tightened. He understood now just how insolently her maids had treated her. "They seem to have been quite insolent towards you," he muttered. But before he could say more, Miesa suddenly grabbed his hand. Her eyes trembled. "If they hurt—" "Bearmol no," she whispered, reminding him not to punish them recklessly, afraid he might draw the king's suspicion. Seeing her fear, Aerik softened, changing the subject. "I see your speaking has improved a little." "Yes, but I couldn't practice yesterday," Miesa admitted. "Why not?" he asked. She frowned. "I usually practice at night. But yesterday, when I tried to leave, Aerik," she made a gesture, "flop over me, trapped me, couldn't practice." Aerik blinked, embarrassed, and rubbed the back of his neck. I must have sensed you might try to leave, he said awkwardly. I talked now. Here, Miesa said, pointing to her forehead. She leaned forward slightly, waiting. Aerik laughed quietly, then cupped her face in his hands. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. What are you, some kind of informant? He teased. Always making sure I pay up properly for what you tell me? It was during this time that Miesa slowly grew more accustomed to speaking. Each day she spoke a little more, asking questions. Sometimes they were simple, almost childish. Other times they left Aerik struggling to find answers. But the more they spoke, the closer they drew, and words that once came haltingly from her mouth now flowed with greater ease. I already know how to talk. I just needed to get it out of my head, Miesa said, her eyes glinting with determination. Now I gave you an answer. So you have to kiss me again. As usual, Aerik leaned in, turning her face toward him and pressing a kiss to her lips. Now that you're speaking, he suggested softly, why don't we try addressing each other more formally? After all, we are husband and wife. Miesa tilted her head, confused. But I am a royal princess, and you are son of Cladinae. Why should I call you formally? Aerik burst into laughter at her genuine confusion, then explained, since you are my wife, that makes you one of the other nobles now as well. Her eyes sparkled at this new piece of information, and Aerik found himself completely captivated by the innocent shine in her gaze. Are you disappointed, my lady? He asked, lifting her hand and kissing it gently. Miesa smiled. No, I like living here, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm glad to hear that, Aerik murmured, brushing his hand along her cheek. You are nice. I'm glad I saved your life, Miesa said quietly. Aerik blinked in surprise. What do you mean? I saved your life, didn't I? When the king accused you of treason, she reminded him. Aerik gazed at her in silence. If he hadn't married her, he wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. But looking at her beautiful face, her rosy cheeks, and her pure smile, he didn't regret it. You're right, I am in your debt, he admitted at last. Miesa laughed playfully. Aerik, I'm happy that I married you. Her smile was almost childlike, yet raw and sincere. Seeing those emotions on her face, Aerik felt something stir within him. Miesa, he whispered, intertwining his fingers with hers. You should close your eyes. He leaned closer, his hands stroking her lips gently. Her face turned crimson at the unfamiliar sensation. Go on. Shut your eyes, Miesa. There's no need to be nervous, he urged softly. Trusting his words, she closed her eyes. Aerik leaned in and captured her lips, deepening the kiss as he pulled her closer. His heartbeat quickened with every passing second. Miesa opened her eyes slightly, startled. Why is he sucking my mouth as if there's food there? But there isn't. She couldn't understand. When Aerik finally pulled back, both of them were breathing heavily. Her face showed shock more than pleasure. Aerik kissed her forehead, then trailed down to her cheek before capturing her lips again. Does it feel strange to you? He murmured in between kisses. Before she could answer, his lips moved lower, pressing against her neck, sucking gently with growing affection. A moan escaped Miesa subconsciously, but she quickly came to her senses and pushed his face away. Wait. It's not like this. You don't know how? Have you ever done this before? She asked, her voice flustered but serious. The upper body has nothing to do with it. I know a lot. The priestess taught me. So do as I say, she insisted firmly. But Aerik only pulled her hand down and kissed her again. This is all necessary for the part you just spoke of. It's to make sure the process will be less painful for you, he explained, voice low and steady. Miesa frowned. No, you must have learned it wrong. I'm afraid if you stop me like this, we'll never get anywhere, Aerik reminded her, resuming his kisses. And you see, this is the only way I know. She pushed his face again, frustrated. Why are you so stubborn? This is all to save your life. He stopped, his lips hovering near her ear. Are you doing all this for me? He whispered. Miesa froze, but didn't deny it. Aerik's breath brushed against her skin as he whispered, I'm touched, my lady, so I think I'll stay here even longer, since I don't want to cause pain to the wife who cares so much about me. Miesa still thought to herself that this man must have gone mad. Why don't you listen to me? She asked, exasperated. Aerik gave a wry smile. That's exactly how I feel sometimes, so stop and hurry up, my lady. He leaned in closer once again. The next morning, Miesa's maids checked on her as usual, but today they looked puzzled. It's hard to say, one murmured. Right, the other agreed, frowning. Meanwhile, Miesa only yawned, playing her part as the mad princess. In reality, that man ended up doing nothing but wasting time kissing me last night, she thought bitterly. As the maids whispered, one leaned closer. Perhaps taking a lover has changed his heart? Shh, the headmaid hissed, nudging her. Then, lowering her voice, she added, Look, his lover is here. They pointed toward Gela, who had just entered. My lady, I brought these clothes for you, Gela said warmly. But when her eyes fell on Miesa's neck, she froze. Why do you have a rash on your body? Yesterday you were fine. She leaned closer, analyzing. Then suddenly, realization struck. Her face turned crimson with shock and embarrassment. Elsewhere, Edel reported to Aerik. "It seems replacing the princess's maids will not happen anytime soon," she informed. Aerik frowned. "Why? Why does the palace still refuse to replace them?" Edel explained calmly. "Lady Malika has a habit of stealing from the household she serves. When she was caught, she bribed the head maid and secured her position. With Viscountess Manel's help, I was able to gather records of the stolen items and the bribes." She handed him a report. Aerik scanned the list, then gave a curt nod. "Good work." Edel hesitated. "Young master, yes?" Aerik asked. "Perhaps you should—" She stopped herself, clearly weighing her words. In the garden, Miesa played idly with Gela, but Gela still looked shaken. "Has the captain finally lost his mind?" she muttered under her breath. Then, crouching near Miesa, she whispered, "If the young master ever does something you don't like, make sure to scratch and bite him. Promise me." Miesa only shifted uncomfortably. It wasn't like what Gela was imagining at all. "I know you're married, and no one here would stop him anyway," Gela continued, her voice low with pity. "But still, I always thought my little sister was more pitiful, but now, I'm not so sure." Miesa tilted her head as Gela began sharing something she had never told anyone. "My sister, she once caught the plague. She survived, but she ended up like you. Back then, our family was poor. We couldn't afford medicine, couldn't afford to care for a sick child. One day, my father took her outside, and when he came back, he was alone." Her voice cracked slightly. "I realized years later, my sister went to a place from which she could never return." Miesa listened silently. This time, she learned something new, that even a parent could abandon their child. Gela smiled faintly through her sadness. "Thank you. I've never shared this with anyone before." She hesitated, then added, "Mistress Cladinae. The truth is, the first time I saw you—" But before she could finish, Aerik's voice cut in. "There you are, my lady," he said, striding toward them. His hand brushed Miesa's hair back from her face with gentle familiarity. "I'll take care of her. You may leave." Gela hesitated, clearly reluctant, but she bowed and left. Miesa, however, wanted to protest. She wanted to hear what Gela had been about to say. "You don't have to come here, Aerik," Miesa said quietly, turning her face away. Aerik looked startled. "What do you mean? You don't like me around?" Miesa shook her head. Slowly, she explained, "Not like that. It's just, when you're here, nobody talks. Everyone keeps silent. But with Gela, I can hear people talk. I can learn something from them." "I see." Aerik's expression softened into something almost pained. "I understand." Miesa studied him curiously. "Why does he look upset?" But then, he smiled faintly. "I'm glad. Your complexion looks much healthier." He gently caressed her cheek, and Miesa blinked. He noticed the change before I even did. Being with him, though confusing, made her strangely happy. She hoped he would never change. To her, he seemed almost like the kings in the fairy tales she once read as a child. A king who was fair, merciful, and wise. "Shall we return inside, my lady?" Aerik asked at last, rising to his feet. That same night, Aerik's voice dropped low as his lips brushed against Miesa's neck. "Please continue what you were saying," he murmured, holding her close as she clung to him on his lap. "What else do you like among the things I do for you?" he asked softly. Miesa trembled. "Again, this man keeps doing these strange, meaningless things to me. Why doesn't he just give me what I want already?" Her breathing quickened. She didn't understand why it felt so hard to breathe when he touched her like this. I like it when you carry me in your arms," she finally replied. Aerik's gaze deepened, his questions relentless. "Why? Why?" Miesa frowned. "Isn't it obvious? We only need to do this to avoid being killed, so why does he keep asking?" But when Aerik suddenly pulled away, her heart jolted. "Take your time," he said gently. "Answer me. I can wait." Miesa blinked, stunned. He refuses to touch me unless I answer him. How underhanded. I've never met anyone as stubborn, or as scheming, as this man. Gritting her teeth, she gave him the truth. "When I walk, I limp. It makes it hard to move. So I like it when you carry me." As expected, Aerik smiled at her answer. Miesa, however, was left even more confused. Why is he so reluctant when they could just get it with? Perhaps, as my maid said, maybe he truly has had a change of heart and taken a lover. Remembering those words, she suddenly grabbed at his collar, her eyes wide and searching. "We are lovers, right? Lovers are when a man and woman are special to each other. We are that, aren't we?" she asked desperately, repeating herself. Aerik stilled, then his gaze softened. "We are not lovers," he said, his voice steady. "We are a married couple." Her heart lurched. "Then, could it be that you're married to me, but lovers with someone else?" she asked, her face tight with tension. Aerik's eyes hardened. "What did your maid say to you this time?" Miesa avoided his gaze, but her silence was answer enough. "There are cases like that, yes," Aerik admitted quietly. "But I am not one of those people. You are the only one to me, and the same goes for you." His words carried weight, an oath rooted deep inside him. Aerik had always despised disloyalty in marriage, perhaps because of his father's betrayal. He pulled Miesa tightly into his arms, anxiety pressing into his chest as if he feared she might slip away. He stroked her lips with his thumb, searching her face. "Tell me, have you picked up this accent from Gela?" he asked, recognizing the faint Kazan inflection in her speech. Miesa nodded nervously. "Why? Is it strange?" A soft smile broke across Aerik's face. "No, it's cute." Then he leaned in, kissing her tenderly, affectionately. Miesa's mind whirled. "All we need to do is fulfill our marital duties. That's it. None of this, the kisses, the tenderness, none of this was ever part of the process the priestess recited to me. And yet, for some reason, these unnecessary, meaningless things stirred emotions within her. Strange, unfamiliar feelings that confused her and left her trembling. The next day, the maids presented a new dress they had made for Miesa, a soft cream gown with lace ribbons and a matching bib. The princess looked adorably elegant, and the maids couldn't hide their delight. "You look so pretty, Your Highness," one of them beamed, clapping her hands in excitement. Miesa blinked at them, uncertain how to react, while in the corner of the room stood Edel, her expression tight, her eyes clouded with irritation. Just a short while ago, she had been in Aerik's office, voicing her frustration. "I can't just stand by and watch this house fall into ruin," she had said firmly. "You should consider taking a concubine." Aerik had raised his gaze from the papers on his desk, his voice calm but sharp. "So your loyalty to the Cladinae family now demands that I take another woman?" Edel clenched her teeth. "I can't stand seeing you neglect your duties. You've left everything to Aerik, all for someone you can barely even converse with. You spend your days replacing her maids and fussing over her garden walks. Why?" Aerik turned to Cullen, who stood beside him, his tone even. "Am I neglecting my duties, Cullen?" "Not at all, my lord," Cullen replied immediately. "Since you resolved the food shortage by negotiating with Marquis Hetab, the people have begun to regain their trust in this house. And since Aerik took over the night training, even the soldiers have realized who their true leader is." Edel's lips tightened. Realizing her words held no weight, she bowed stiffly. "Forgive my impertinence, my lord." She left the room, but her frustration only deepened. To her, everyone, Aerik, Lady Cladinae, even the household knights, seemed bewitched by that mad princess. She couldn't understand it. A fool cannot run a house, she thought bitterly. Someone has to stop this before it's too late. That evening at dinner, Miesa suddenly looked up from her plate, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I want to see the world," she said softly. "The one in books? The streets? The people? I really want to go." Her tone was so earnest, so childlike, that Aerik couldn't refuse. "Then we'll go tomorrow," he said with a gentle smile. But Lady Cladinae frowned, clearly uneasy. "The princess has never left the mansion. The streets can be unpredictable. Take Gela with you. She'll ensure her safety." "Don't worry, mother," Aerik reassured. "I'll be with her the whole time." "Still," Lady Cladinae insisted firmly, "take her." He had no choice but to agree. Their carriage rolled through the cobblestone streets of the capital. Before long, Aerik turned to Gela and said in a calm voice, "Meet us back here in 3 hours. Until then, you're free to do as you please." Gela hesitated, worried. "My lord," leaving her side, "I'll look after her," he interrupted. "You have my word." Though reluctant, Gela bowed and stepped away. Once she disappeared into the crowd, the carriage began to move again. Aerik leaned toward Miesa, who was pretending to sleep with her head resting on his lap, and whispered near her ear, "You may get up now." Her eyes fluttered open, and she immediately pressed her face to the window, gazing out with pure wonder. The vibrant streets of the capital unfolded before her. Vendors shouting cheerfully, children chasing one another, women bargaining at stalls, the aroma of fresh bread drifting in the air. Aerik watched her silently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Seeing her mesmerized expression, he decided not to disturb her. For once, he wanted her to simply enjoy the world, the real one, beyond the palace walls. Suddenly, Miesa pointed out the window. "What is that?" she asked curiously, her eyes fixed on a group of wooden carts lined along the busy street. Aerik followed her gaze. "Those are display carts," he explained. "Merchants use them to sell their goods, but what they sell is usually of poor quality." Miesa tilted her head, her brows furrowing. "If even the House of Cladinae thinks it's of no quality," she said seriously, "then can it be of use at all?" Aerik blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Then realization dawned. She had misunderstood entirely, so that's what she thought. He recalled how she often sat on his lap while he reviewed financial reports. She must have seen his documents and somehow concluded that his family was struggling. Suppressing a laugh, he leaned closer. "Miesa," he began gently, "the shortage you saw was only temporary. It happened because the war ended and 17,000 soldiers returned home. That caused a strain on our food supply, but the issue has already been resolved." Her eyes widened slightly, listening intently as he continued, almost without noticing that he had started bragging. "The Cladinae lands are prosperous," he said proudly. "We own 3 iron mines and several trade routes across the southern border. There's nothing for you to worry about." Only after finishing did he realize how self-satisfied he must have sounded. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked, "Are you displeased?" Miesa shook her head. "No," she said softly. "I was just thinking. I used to leave my snacks unfinished, thinking there wasn't much food left. Now I wish I had eaten them all." Aerik froze for a moment. So that's what she worried about, and he had no idea. As the carriage rolled past a confectionery, he suddenly tapped the wall for the driver to stop. "Stay here," he said, opening the door. "Don't unlock it until I return." Without waiting for her reply, he stepped out. Inside, Miesa sat quietly. A faint sense of embarrassment crept up her face as she thought about her misunderstanding. She had once lived in the Celia Palace, small, isolated, yet the only home she had known, before being dragged to the royal palace against her will. There she had worn her title like armor, proud of being royal, because it was all she had left. But only after leaving that palace did she realize what peace felt like. She had never imagined that marriage, the one she had thought would end in misery, would bring her any measure of calm. As she gazed out the window, a group of women caught her attention. They were whispering among themselves, their fans half covering their mouths as they giggled. "Look, it's Lord Cladinae," one murmured. "The hero of the Western Front. Such a handsome man." "Yes," another sighed. "It's a pity he's trapped in that marriage. With the mad princess." The words struck Miesa like a slap. Through the glass she saw Aerik exiting the shop, a box of sweets in hand. Every woman's gaze followed him, some admiring, others pitying. She recognized those looks. They were the same looks she'd seen before, from Aerik, from the servants, from everyone in the house who pitied Aerik for being tied to her. As Aerik approached, the murmurs died down. He climbed into the carriage, as if nothing had happened, his expression composed. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said simply, settling the box on his lap. Miesa looked down, her hands clutching her gown tightly. For the first time, she realized that the marriage that brought her peace had only brought him pity. People saw him as a victim, and she was the reason why. And then another thought crept in, a cruel, lonely one. If everyone feels sorry for him, then who will ever feel sorry for me? "I bought the most popular sweets in the South," Aerik said cheerfully, opening the lid. "The shopkeeper said they're his finest. Maybe Hallett tarts?" Miesa turned her face away. "No," she said abruptly. "Don't open it. I don't like sweets." Her voice came out sharper than intended. She didn't even know why she was upset. At herself, at those whispers, or at the kindness that made her feel even smaller. Aerik blinked, pausing mid-motion. "What happened while I was gone?" he asked calmly. Miesa turned away, her tone cold. "I told you I don't like sweets." Aerik sighed softly, then reached out, gently taking her chin to turn her face toward him. "Miesa," he said quietly. "I don't care if you like sweets or not. What concerns me is your mood. Something changed while I was away. We haven't been married long, but I can tell when something's wrong." His voice wasn't demanding. It was calm, almost patient. Miesa stared at him in silence, surprised. He should have ignored her, dismissed her. But instead, he was trying to understand her. And somehow, that only made her chest ache even more. She ended up falling into his lap. Aerik didn't say anything. He simply held her there, silent and still. But as time passed, Miesa grew more and more embarrassed. Why did I do that? The question lingered in her mind, tightening in her chest. Even if they now held each other's lives in their hands, the man clearly had the advantage. He knew her secret, and she needed his cooperation to survive. And yet she had acted like a child. Maybe I've gotten too used to being treated like a human, she thought bitterly. So much that it's starting to affect me. Still, she reminded herself, no matter what, she needed to stay on good terms with him. When they arrived at the meeting point, Jella rejoined them. But as she climbed into the carriage, the air felt strangely heavy. She glanced between the two and felt a chill. Neither spoke a word. As they neared the palace, Aerik noticed another carriage leaving the gates. His father's. From the direction, he could tell exactly where the man was headed, again, to visit his mistress. Edel's words from earlier echoed in his mind. "You've neglected your duty." Maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. He had ignored his father's affair for far too long. And one man's corruption could tarnish the entire house if left unchecked. "Young master," Jella called out as the carriage stopped. "There's a box inside. Would you like me to bring it in?" Aerik turned to her, grabbing Miesa in his arms. "No, you can keep it," he said, his tone distant. Then he paused. "Also, Gella, you're familiar with daggers, aren't you?" Gella blinked, startled by the question. For a moment she thought of denying it, but lying to Aerik never seemed wise. She nodded hesitantly. "Good," he replied simply, then turned away, carrying Miesa toward the mansion. Gella stood there, completely puzzled. She shrugged after a moment, picked up the box of sweets from the carriage, and left. From the balcony above, Miesa's maids watched the entire scene unfold. "He's spending so much time with his lover," one whispered. "Strange taste for a man of his rank," another replied coldly. "But as long as she keeps him satisfied, what does it matter?" Inside the bedroom, Aerik laid Miesa carefully on the bed. Sitting beside her, he waited for her to say something, but she remained silent, her eyes turned away. Finally, he sighed and reached out, patting her head gently. "Sleep well. I'll let you know when dinner is ready," he said softly, beginning to stand. But before he could leave, she grabbed his hand. "Aerik, are you angry with me?" He looked back at her, puzzled. Miesa knew the man likes it when she talks about herself, so she hesitated, then spoke in a low voice, choosing her words carefully. "The sweet you bought, it's from Halieti. That's my mother's homeland. I don't like it." Aerik froze. He hadn't known that. "I see," he said quietly. The third and last queen of the former king, Miesa's mother, had come from an insignificant noble family. When the king died, she gave birth to her first child, Miesa, and was cast aside, banished to the small Celia palace, forgotten. Later, when Barmel ascended the throne, he destroyed her mother's family completely. From then on, the queen's name vanished from records, and few even remembered she had existed. "I'm sorry," Aerik said finally. "Do you hate everything from there?" "Yes," Miesa replied softly, her voice calm but firm. He sighed. "That's why I keep asking about you," he explained gently. "If I know you better, I won't make mistakes like today." She still held on to his hand. "I understand," she murmured. He studied her face, then asked quietly, "But there's something else, isn't there? Something that made you upset earlier?" Miesa turned her head away. "I already told you," she said quickly. "That's all." Aerik frowned slightly. "Miesa!" But before he could finish, she shut her eyes and pretended to sleep. He sighed, recognizing the act instantly. "You're pretending again," he muttered under his breath. Reaching down, he pinched her nose gently, but she didn't react. Sitting there, he exhaled deeply. He hadn't expected her to open up overnight, but still, it weighed on his heart. Her way of avoiding confrontation, the way she buried her pain as if it didn't exist, it frightened him. He had seen soldiers lose their minds on the battlefield after tragedy, men who smiled one day and broke down the next. Lately, Miesa had been so calm and nonchalant that Aerik almost forgot how tragic her past truly was, and he feared that one day, all that buried pain might erupt into an irreversible tragedy. A few days had passed since that incident. That night, Aerik gently pulled the covers over Miesa, tucking her in as she casually told him what she liked at dinner. "I liked the soup today," she said softly. "And the bread, it wasn't too hard." Aerik nodded, smiling faintly. "I'll let the kitchen know." But when he looked down, he froze. Miesa was staring at him intently, her eyes wide, waiting. With a sigh of amusement, he leaned in and gave her a small peck on the forehead. As he pulled away, she spoke again, "And today the sun was too strong, so I couldn't play outside. But I like it when the weather's good, and I can play outside." Aerik chuckled under his breath and leaned in once more. "I see," he said, pressing another gentle kiss to her cheek. Yet, even as he did, a strange heaviness settled in his chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name. "Is that all?" Miesa asked, watching him expectantly, as though waiting for something more. "That depends," Aerik replied, meeting her gaze. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" "What you said, that's something you could say to a stranger too." Miesa frowned, clearly irritated by his demand. Aerik quickly looked away, avoiding her gaze. The emotions stirring in him, affection, guilt, longing, felt unfamiliar and uncontrollable, and he found himself retreating without meaning to. After a moment, Miesa turned to him quietly. "I don't know what I can say to strangers or what to say to people close to me," she admitted. "I never really had anyone to talk to. Until now." Aerik exhaled heavily, covering his face with one hand. "I see," he murmured, ashamed of his earlier coldness. There she was, trembling slightly beside him, filled with so much quiet anxiety, and all he could do was lay there, holding himself back, forcing his own emotions into silence. Feeling remorseful, he turned to her again. "Then perhaps we can talk about that day," he said gently. "There was something else, wasn't there?" When she stayed silent, he added softly, "I know it's hard to share, and you try to hide it from everyone, but it's a good sign, Miesa, that you can't hide it from me." Miesa looked at him for a long time before whispering, "Why are you good to me?" Her tone was quiet, but her confusion was clear. "I don't understand why you're being so nice to me." Aerik was taken aback by the question. After a moment, he turned his gaze away. "Because you're a member of Cladinae now," he said. "We're family." Miesa's eyes widened slightly. Family. The word sounded foreign to her, distant, something she had long forgotten the meaning of. "And because we're family," Aerik continued softly, "you can be yourself with me. You can talk to me about anything. Just promise me 2 things. Stay faithful to me, and remember that we'll always be on the same side." "Of course," Miesa said quickly, nodding without hesitation. But Aerik could tell. They were thinking of different things. To her, it meant protecting each other's lives. To him, it meant something deeper. Trust, loyalty, a bond he hoped would someday become real. "Well," he murmured, smiling faintly, "we probably meant different things, but let's hope our intentions align someday." He pulled her gently into his arms and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Within moments, Miesa's breathing slowed as she drifted off to sleep. It had been a long time since he had held her like this, and as she lay in his embrace, she could feel it, even without words, that the man beside her was trying his best to tell her something she couldn't yet understand. She had once thought Aerik was only kind on the outside, but now she began to realize he was kind on the inside too. The next morning, Aerik once again carried Miesa gently in his arms as they prepared to leave for another outing. "I hope you have a good time again today, Miesa," Lady Cladinae said warmly, her tone carrying the tenderness of a mother. Behind her, Adel stood silently, her expression unreadable. As the carriage began to roll forward, Adel finally spoke. Her voice was polite, but the irritation beneath it was unmistakable. "My lady, are you certain this is wise?" she asked carefully. "The young master is still a man, after all. Allowing such a young woman to spend this much time alone with him." Lady Cladinae turned slightly, cutting her off with a light scoff. "Oh, Adel," she said, shaking her head with a faint smile. "Didn't you see how they interact? There's nothing improper between them, and besides, how could Aerik possibly be distracted by another woman when he's married to someone like Miesa?" Her words carried a tone of confidence, almost pride. "Miesa looks so lovely these days," she added softly, "though she still needs to gain a bit more weight. I'll have the butler prepare something special for her, something she likes." With that, Lady Cladinae turned and walked back into the palace. Adel stood there. The polite mask on her face slowly fell away, replaced by a look of dark irritation. She still couldn't understand it. Why was everyone so utterly captivated by that girl? What spell has she cast on them all? Late that night, Aerik sat alone in his study. A report lay open on his desk. Today, Lady Malika, Miesa's lady-in-waiting, had visited a pawnshop. That could only mean one thing: she was making her move. There was still no word from the House of Crispin. Leaning back in his chair, lost in thought, Aerik suddenly noticed a faint movement at the doorway. Miesa stood there quietly, her pale face half-lit by the lantern's glow. "Miesa," he said, surprised, "can't you sleep?" He gestured casually toward his lap. "Would you like to sit here like you used to?" Miesa shook her head. "No, I came to tell you something." Her tone was serious, unusually so. "I thought about it a lot," she continued, "and I decided I don't dislike you anymore." Aerik froze, staring at her blankly. "You disliked me?" he asked, almost bewildered. "But not anymore," Miesa replied simply. Aerik stood from his chair, walking slowly toward her. "So you just decided that you don't dislike me?" he asked, studying her expression. Miesa flinched slightly at his tone. "Are you angry?" "No, Miesa," he said softly, brushing her cheek with his fingers to reassure her. "But may I ask, why did you dislike me in the first place? Was it because I touched you? Did that make you uncomfortable?" "No," Miesa replied immediately. Aerik let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I don't feel uncomfortable," she added after a pause. "It's just unnecessary." Aerik chuckled faintly. "I see. Well, I'm glad I don't make you uncomfortable anymore." "But Aerik," Miesa said suddenly, glancing around the study, "what are you doing?" "Just reviewing some documents," he replied, watching as she tilted her head curiously and stepped closer. "May I see them?" she asked. "Sure," Aerik said, moving aside. "Just don't tear them up." "I don't need to tear them now," Miesa said matter-of-factly, leaning over to read. To his surprise, she read quickly, her eyes moving with ease over the text. She must have spent more time reading than speaking all these years, Aerik thought. "You hired someone to tail my lady-in-waiting?" she asked without looking up. "Yes, I did," he replied. "What about the House of Salakizi?" she continued, flipping a page. "Didn't they only exist in name?" "Yes," Aerik said, leaning back in his chair. "But there's talk of an illegitimate heir. If it's true, he might revive the family line." Miesa took her time finishing the report, then looked up at him. "I've read everything. Do you still have work to do?" "Yes," Aerik said, glancing at the remaining papers. "I believe so." "Then," Miesa paused, her voice soft but certain, "I want to sit on your lap." Aerik blinked, caught off guard. "You may," he said after a moment. Without hesitation, Miesa climbed onto his lap, sitting neatly, as she always did. "By the way, Aerik," she said suddenly, tilting her head, "do people only kill when they're in bed?" Aerik froze. "What?" "Now that I think about it," she continued innocently. "It's not just that I stopped disliking you, I think I like you now. So can we start to—" Before she could finish, Aerik placed a finger under her chin, tilting her face upward. His tone turned low, suspicious. "What is it this time, Miesa?" he asked. "Because, to be frank, your performance isn't very convincing." He leaned closer, sliding an arm behind her head, forcing her gently to recline against him. "So tell me the truth," he murmured. "What made you act this way tonight?" "But I came to tell you something important," Miesa protested, "and I just wanted my reward, like always." Aerik frowned. Her reasoning was strange, but not entirely wrong. "Well," he said slowly, a faint smile tugging at his lips, "I suppose you did tell me something important." He shifted his hand behind her neck, then leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers. Miesa's eyes widened in surprise, her body stiffening for a moment at his sudden change in mood, but as his hand cradled her head, his lips deepening the kiss, she slowly relaxed. her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling herself closer until she was leaning over him, returning his kiss with the same quiet intensity. As their lips parted, both of them breathing heavily, Aerik spoke first. "So, is that your only reason?" he asked quietly. Miesa lowered her gaze. "We need to do it to save your life," she murmured. "Have you forgotten? If we keep putting this off, the king will—" Before she could finish, Aerik caught her hand. "That won't happen," he said firmly. "The king already used that excuse once. If he does it again, he'll have to admit that his previous judgment was wrong." Miesa blinked, trying to process his words. If that was true, then he had been calm all along, while she had been the only one growing desperate. But even so, if not this reason, there were countless others the king could use to destroy him. If something happened to him, she would lose everything, the only man and family who treated her as human. And if that happened, she had to make this marriage unshakable before it was too late. Her fingers fumbled clumsily at the knot of his robe, trembling from urgency more than courage. Aerik sighed softly. "My lady, can you tell me why you're doing this?" Something inside her snapped. The man kept finding ways to step back, always reasoning, always avoiding. "Do I need a reason?" she asked, her tone rising in frustration. "Why won't you just say it? That you don't like my body?" Her voice broke, angry and trembling. "If it disgusts you, then close your eyes and get it over with." Aerik looked at her in disbelief. "What on earth are you talking about? Do you really think I wouldn't like it?" Before she could respond, he tugged at the front ribbon she had been struggling with, loosening it with ease. By the time they reached the bedroom, Miesa's thoughts were tangled with the cruel words of her ladies-in-waiting. How they mocked her scars, how they claimed no man would ever want to see her. But Aerik didn't stop. He leaned over her, undoing the tie of his robe, the same one she had fumbled with earlier. The fabric slipped from his shoulders, revealing his body marked with old wounds. "As you can see," he said quietly, hovering above her, "I have plenty of scars myself." Miesa stared at him, then slowly reached out, her fingers brushing one of the marks. "Who did this to you?" she asked softly. Aerik smiled faintly, explaining where each scar came from, one by one, like old stories told by a soldier long returned from war. Up close, he seemed different. Broader, stronger, yet gentler than she'd expected. "So," he murmured, "do you dislike my body?" Miesa quickly turned her face aside. "No, I like it," she said in a small voice. "Liar," Aerik teased. "You just rolled your eyes." He leaned down, his breath brushing her neck. "Still, I forgive you." Miesa trembled, her breath catching. A warmth spread through her chest, strange and unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant. Aerik's voice grew softer. "You might feel some pain if we continue," he said, giving her a quiet warning. Startled, Miesa turned her head toward him, but before she could speak, he pressed a kiss against her lips again, gentle but firm. When he finally pulled away, he rested his forehead on her shoulder with a quiet sigh. "I was going to stop here," he murmured, "since we're not ready yet, but—" He lifted his head, meeting her eyes. "Miesa, I may do some things that surprise you," he said in a low voice. "But please, don't push me away, and don't say no, do you understand?" Miesa looked up at him, hesitant, then slowly nodded. The man leaned down, his movements slow and deliberate. Only a moment later, Miesa began to regret her answer. Yet in the end, he didn't go all the way that night either. A strange, unfamiliar ache lingered within her, a feeling she couldn't name or understand. The next day, Aerik received a report from his men. According to them, when they tailed Lady Malika, she had visited a pawnshop. As she left, she quickly shoved something into her pocket, but it was so small that they couldn't make out what it was. One of his men followed her back to the palace, while another stayed behind at the shop. Around sunset, a hired carriage stopped in front of the pawnshop. An old woman stepped out and went inside. Soon after, she was thrown out by the shopkeeper, shouting about a brooch she was trying to sell. When they followed her back home, they noted her address and brought it to Aerik. Aerik studied the paper, his brows furrowed. The address seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite remember why. "I see," he murmured, dismissing his men with a nod. When he returned to his room, Gela was there, reading a book aloud to Miesa. Seeing him, Gela immediately stood up, her expression hesitant, as if debating whether to speak. After a moment, she finally asked, "My lord, are you planning to go outside again today? With the princess and me?" Aerik raised an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden question. "Perhaps. Why do you ask?" Gela explained. "Earlier, one of the princess's maids asked me the same thing. I'm not entirely sure, but their behavior seems suspicious. I think they might be planning something." Aerik's expression darkened slightly. "I see." Her instincts matched his own unease. If they were planning something, he'd rather face it head-on. He opened his wardrobe and took out a dagger belt, handing it to Gela. "Cullen will show you how to wear this properly. After that, get off the carriage and move around as usual. Keep in mind, Cullen will be following you." Gela blinked, confused but determined. "Understood," she said slowly. "Then I'll prepare the carriage for our outing." She bowed lightly and left the room. Once she was gone, Aerik turned to Miesa and began helping her dress. He placed a lightweight protective vest under her gown. "There will be knights around, but this will give me peace of mind. he explained. Miesa's cheeks flushed. For some reason, she couldn't meet his eyes. Let me know if it feels uncomfortable, Aerik said, adjusting the straps. No, it's fine, she replied softly, then pointed toward a small ribbon bib her maids had made for her. Could you help me tie this? Aerik paused, looking at it curiously. He hadn't known she liked such accessories. With a faint smile and a touch of embarrassment, he tied it gently around her neck. I'm not sure I'm doing it right, he admitted, but I'll try my best. When he finished, he brushed a hand over her shoulder and said quietly, Let's just hope all these precautions turn out to be unnecessary. For a long time, nothing happened. Their carriage moved steadily through the streets, and their outing passed peacefully, just like before. Aerik began to think perhaps the tension had been for nothing. But when they returned to the meeting point after 3 hours, Gela appeared, disheveled, bruised, and clearly hurt. She climbed into the carriage, breathing heavily. I'm assuming, she said dryly, that I'll be getting paid extra for this. Aerik stared at Gela's disheveled appearance, his brows knitting with concern. Are you hurt? He asked, his tone firm yet worried. Yes, I am, Gela replied with a sigh, brushing the dirt from her sleeve. But my feelings are hurt the most, and all because of Sir Cullen. Her expression darkened as she said his name. Aerik frowned slightly. What happened? Gela exhaled, clearly irritated, and began to explain. After I left, I wandered around the market like usual, picked up some herbs, stopped by a bookstore. Then, out of nowhere, some man bumped into me. I was about to yell at him, but before I could, he just ran off without even apologizing. A moment later, I realized he'd robbed me. Aerik listened quietly, his gaze steady. So, naturally, I ran after him, Gela continued, gesturing animatedly. But the bastard led me into a dark alley. That's when I realized he wasn't working alone. A whole group was waiting there. Her voice grew tense. Disgusting men. And what annoys me more is that I fell for something so obvious. She paused, scowling. At first, I stayed still and listened. They were talking among themselves. And that's when I found out their real plan wasn't just to rob me. They wanted to kidnap me. Aerik's eyes narrowed. They attacked me, Gela went on. One came straight at me, but I knocked him flat on the ground. Then another tried to throw a sack over my head from behind. That was it. I lost my temper. She scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. Well, I could have gone along with their plan and found out who sent them, but I was too angry to think straight. Aerik sighed quietly. I see. But here's the strange part, Gela continued. There were plenty of them. Yet they didn't all come at once. They came one by one. I couldn't figure out why. Until I looked around and saw who was behind it. She took a deep breath. It was Sir Cullen, sending them at me, one after another, like it was some kind of twisted training session. And every time he sent someone in, he muttered a number under his breath. So I got little ahead of myself thinking he was ranking me. Aerik rubbed his forehead. He was probably comparing your skill to his younger brothers at that age, she said, understanding the pattern immediately. Yes, Gela burst out. And he had the audacity to explain that to me afterward. She threw her hands up. When I finally knocked them all down, he asked me, what's the point of having a dagger if I'm just going to use brute strength? So, you know what I did? I showed him the point of a dagger, by interrogating those men myself. Aerik's lips pressed into a thin line. He was about to stop her, worried the story might be too much for Miesa, but when he glanced at her, he froze. Miesa was covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling, not in fear, but in suppressed laughter. Puzzled, Aerik turned back to Gela. Captain, Gela said, noticing his mind wandering. Yes, go on, Aerik replied, clearing his throat. Gela shrugged her hand. Anyway, after a little persuasion, they confessed. They were hired through a thieves' guild. The instructions were specific. Her voice grew heavy. They were to kidnap me, keep me captive for months, and then send me back to the Cladinae estate, pregnant. Eric's jaw tightened. He didn't need to hear more to guess who was behind it. Gela crossed her arms again, trying to regain her composure. So, I hope I'm getting paid extra for this, she muttered. Aerik finally exhaled. I heard you were saving to buy a blacksmith shop in your hometown, he said calmly. I'll purchase it with my own assets. It may take a few weeks, but by next month, the title deed will be in your hands. Gela's eyes widened. Seriously? She said, stunned. Aerik nodded once. Thank you, she said quickly, then looked down at her torn clothes and messy hair. Well, since I'm in this state, I'll return with Sir Cullen. She gave a short bow and stepped out of the carriage, leaving Aerik and Miesa behind in the quiet that followed. Eric's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. They're playing dirty, he muttered under his breath. They wanted to spread rumors about me and Gela. Miesa lifted her head, her tone calm as ever. Now that I remember, they once said Gela was your lover. Aerik let out a slow sigh. I expected as much, he said, shaking his head. Then, softening his tone, he turned toward her. Anyway, are you all right, my lady? He asked gently. Miesa blinked at him. About what? About what Gela said earlier, he clarified, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I thought it might have disturbed you. Oh, that? She said with a faint shrug. I guess I really was scared when I was young. But now, I'm used to seeing blood. Aerik's brows furrowed slightly. You've seen it that often? He asked quietly, his tone unreadable. Actually, Miesa began, looking away as if recalling something distant. I kind of had a habit of laughing like a mad person. Sometimes I even had to sleep beside dead bodies. When I was young, I didn't have much choice. I had to prove I was truly mad. Aerik said nothing, his gaze fixed on her. She continued in her usual matter-of-fact tone. But about 2 years ago, the ladies-in-waiting started, suspecting that I was gaining my senses back. By then, everyone close to me was already dead, so I couldn't sleep with dead bodies as often as before. Her voice lowered slightly. After that, I came up with other crazy things, just to make sure they'd still believe I'd lost my mind. For a long moment, Aerik simply stared at her. His chest felt heavy. He couldn't begin to imagine the kind of horror she'd endured since childhood. The loneliness, the fear she had disguised behind that false madness. There are still things you dislike and fear to this day, aren't there? He asked softly. Miesa's eyes flickered toward him. I don't want to remember my childhood, she said quietly. And I don't want to talk about it. She leaned forward suddenly, her fingers brushing his cheek. May I ask why you're asking me that? Aerik didn't flinch. Because I'd like to understand you better, he replied calmly. Miesa tilted her head, her expression unreadable. That depends, she said slowly. This is a very big secret, one that requires an equally big reward in return. Thinking back to her childhood, Miesa realized those were the happiest days of her life. Miesa, I told you, no more candies, her mother scolded gently. Little Miesa turned around, pouting, clutching a handful of sweets she wasn't supposed to have. The nearby maids laughed softly, one of them scooping her up in her arms to shield her from her mother's pretend anger. Her days in the small Celia palace were peaceful and warm. It wasn't a luxurious life, but everyone there smiled at her with affection. Don't hide, Miesa, her mother said. Didn't I tell you what happens to bad girls who don't listen to their mothers on rainy days, her mother said playfully, grabbing her. The goddess comes down to take them away. Her mother's laughter filled the garden. Those moments, her laughter, the scent of sweet herbs, were the only memories of warmth that stayed with Miesa forever. But then came the day when everything changed. A royal informant arrived, whispering something into her mother's ear. After that, her mother's smile faded. She looked worried the whole day. One day when the storm came, with thunder shaking the walls of Celia Palace, Miesa remembered her mother's warning about the goddess coming down on rainy days. That was the day King Barmal barged into the palace. Her mother's voice trembled as she hurriedly pushed Miesa under the bed. I'm afraid, Miesa, Mommy has done something very bad. Even mothers must be punished if they do wrong. Do you understand? But let's hide together, Mother. I don't want you to be punished, little Miesa cried, clutching her mother's dress. Her mother's eyes softened. There's nothing we can do, Miesa. I'm sorry. And just like that, one by one, everyone in Celia Palace died. Before her end, her mother had whispered one last command. Hide here and pretend you've gone mad from seeing blood. Those were her final words, the key to Miesa's survival. Perhaps her mother believed King Barmal's reign wouldn't last, that help would come soon. But no one came. 8-year-old Miesa lived confined within the palace, surviving only by obeying her mother's final words. She had truly believed the goddess had come to punish her for not listening to her mother. Her life turned into nothing but pain. Following her mother's advice, she did whatever it took to stay alive. She hid among corpses. The first months, sleeping in that hall filled with dead bodies, were unbearable. But she endured. She forced herself to laugh like a madwoman, to speak nonsense, to stop feeling. Eventually, King Barmal believed it. He was convinced she had gone insane. At first, she would still think of her mother and cry quietly in the dark. But after a while, she realized the tears no longer came. Her heart had gone numb. Now, lying under Aerik, Miesa told him everything. Every word, every scar of her past. And in return, he gave her the reward she'd wanted most. Miesa, Aerik murmured softly, his voice strained as he hovered above her. Your mother, she said she named you herself? Yes, Miesa replied, her voice trembling. She said she had to beg for permission to name me. Does your name have a special meaning? He asked, his voice low and husky, still heavy with the lingering warmth of their union. Her lips parted as she whispered. Mother said, if someone says my name, their mouth must form a smile. That's why she chose Miesa, so that I could bring happiness to everyone around me. Aerik's breath hitched. Miesa, he whispered again, holding her tightly, his voice breaking. Miesa, he pressed her against his chest, his lips tracing soft kisses along her cheek, down her neck, repeating her name like a prayer, like a vow. And for the first time in years, as his voice trembled around her name, Miesa's own eyes filled with tears. She finally understood. He wasn't just saying her name. He was proving to her that she had indeed brought happiness into someone's life. As Aerik held her close, the tears that had long been frozen finally slipped down the corners of her eyes. At dawn, Aerik was the first to wake. He gazed quietly at Miesa, sleeping peacefully in his arms. The sight filled his heart with a calm joy. There were still so many questions he wanted to ask her, but he decided to save them for later. He didn't want to reopen her wounds by reminding her of the past. Leaning closer, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Just then, a sharp knock echoed at the door. "My lord, an urgent letter has arrived," the butler's voice called from outside, hurried and tense. "I urge you to read it immediately." After dressing up, Aerik stepped out of his chamber. He walked along the corridor with his men trailing behind. One of them stepped forward, bowing slightly before reporting, "As per your instructions, my lord, we investigated the old woman who visited the pawn shop. Our findings confirmed that she is the mother of the vice-commander of the Crispin Knights." Aerik narrowed his eyes slightly. "The vice-commander? I've heard of him," he murmured. The soldier continued, "Yes, my lord. He's known for his skill, but because of his commoner blood and his brutality, he was never promoted to commander. Furthermore, the family has been involved in questionable activities for years, dirty work done on behalf of the House of Crispin. His father was once executed on charges of assaulting a noblewoman, but witnesses claim he only took the blame for the head of the Crispin house, who was the true culprit." Aerik's gaze hardened. "So the same bloodline continues its loyalty through corruption. We also discovered that the old woman maintains connections with a certain thieves' guild. The men who attacked Lady Gela were members of that very guild. It's led by her own younger brother," the soldier added grimly. Aerik's steps slowed as the pieces came together. "So the House of Crispin is behind it all," he said, his voice low and controlled, but still, the logic didn't settle right with him. "Even so, why go to such lengths? To taint my father's name with rumors of a mistress? To try and dishonor my household by targeting Gela? Are they simply after the position of the next Lady of Cladinae? Or do they mean to destroy our house entirely?" He stopped in the middle of the hall, his tone firm. "Cullen," he called out. "Yes, my lord." "Bring me all records of the House of Crispin's past activities, their trades, alliances, and connections." "Everything," Aerik ordered. As Aerik resumed walking, his thoughts tightened into unease. The Crispin family's scheme had been sloppy, too easily uncovered, their network collapsing in mere days. But the mystery surrounding his father's secret lover, despite his best efforts, remained completely hidden. The contrast unsettled him. Their methods, their timing, it all felt too mismatched. Was the House of Crispin truly the mastermind, or merely a pawn? Just then, one of the attendants hurried toward him. "Young master, Mistress Cladinae is awake now," he reported. Aerik paused. "I see," he said softly. "I'll go to her now." As he turned down the corridor toward Miesa's chambers, one thought echoed in his mind with chilling clarity. If the Crispins were not the true hand behind all this, then there was only one other person with enough power to manipulate them all, the king. Inside the bedroom, Miesa's ladies-in-waiting stood around her as usual, observing her closely, analyzing every small detail of her appearance. From their looks, it was clear they had already deduced what had taken place the previous night. Miesa, laying quietly on the edge of the bed, felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Yet, at the same time, she thought perhaps it was a good thing. If they go and report this to the king, maybe he'll finally stop interfering, she reasoned to herself. "It's perfect timing," Lady Melika said suddenly, clapping her hands lightly. "Let's begin our plan. I'll bring out the things." She walked over to a cabinet and began rummaging through it. "The door is locked, right?" asked one of the other maids, glancing anxiously toward the entrance. "Yes, it's locked," Malika replied curtly. "Now hold her up and let's finish our work before anyone interrupts." Miesa's eyes followed their every move, confusion creeping into her chest. Her messy hair brushed across her face as she watched Malika pull out a new dress and several items from the chest. She turned toward her with a bright, practiced smile. "You finally managed to capture your husband's attention, didn't you? So now, let's make sure you don't lose it so easily." Her tone sent an uneasy chill through Miesa. She didn't understand what they were really intending, but the way Malika's eyes glinted as she approached made her tense. Meanwhile, outside the door, Gela approached in her one good arm. "Good morning," she greeted Valak, Cullen's younger brother, who was standing guard by the entrance. "You're late today," Valak remarked, glancing at her bandaged arm. "Well," Gela said dryly, raising her brow. "It's not easy moving fast with a broken arm." He nodded. "Fair enough. Anyway, go on in. Those two ladies went inside a while ago." "Those two?" Gela frowned slightly but nodded. "Got it." She pushed open the door slowly. The room was empty. Her eyes darted across the chamber. No sign of Miesa anywhere. The bed was still unmade. A faint sound of something shuffling came from behind the closed bathroom door. "Mistress Cladinae?" Gela called out quietly, but no one answered. Then she froze. From behind that door came the distinct sound of muffled voices. Gela's posture stiffened immediately, every sense on alert. Something wasn't right. Inside the bathroom, chaos filled the air. Everything lay scattered across the tiled floor, cosmetic boxes overturned, broken brushes rolling underfoot. Lady Malika stood near the sink, a red lipstick case clutched tightly in her hand. Her tone was sharp and commanding. "I told you to hold her properly," she snapped. Below her, Miesa, now dressed in a new gown, struggled and breathed heavily as the other maid pinned her down by the hair. Miesa's body trembled. Something felt terribly wrong this time. Usually, her defiance would have earned her a slap or a scolding. But today, they were calm. Too calm. As if they had a clear, deliberate purpose. Malika crouched down, twisting the lipstick open. Now then. Let's make you more, presentable, she said coldly. She dipped the small brush into the red pigment and reached toward Miesa's lips. In a sudden motion, Miesa jerked her head, and the brush flew from Malika's hand, clattering against the floor. For a brief moment, she thought she had won, but the woman only smirked. I guess I have no choice, Malika muttered. My fingers will do just fine. She dabbed her finger into the lipstick and reached forward again. A deep, instinctive fear struck Miesa. Her heart pounded violently. Something about this felt more dangerous than any punishment she'd ever faced. If I don't stop them now, I might die here. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside the door, firm and clear. Mistress Cladinae, are you in there? It was Jella. The door rattled once, followed by her voice again. Why is this locked? Miesa's eyes widened. This was her chance. Gathering every ounce of strength, she screamed as loudly as she could. The sound echoed sharply through the room, before a rough hand clamped down over her mouth. But it was too late. Outside, Gela froze for a second. Then she began pounding on the door with her fist. Mistress Cladinae, are you all right? She shouted, hitting it again and again. Her injured arm throbbed painfully, but she didn't stop. Inside, panic flickered across the younger maid's face. Lady Malika, what do we do? What if they break in? Move your hand, Malika said darkly. But I said move your hand, she barked. We'll finish this before they come in. The frightened maid hesitated. What if she screams again? Let her, Malika hissed. We'll tell them she was hysterical, and we had to lock her in for her own safety. Meanwhile, outside, Valak had joined Gela, throwing his shoulder against the door again and again. It's solid oak, he grunted. It's not giving way. Inside, Malika glared down at Miesa. It won't open easily, she sneered, so stop wasting our time. She brought her stained fingers closer to Miesa's lips. Before she could touch her, Miesa spit, straight at her face. You little brat, Malika's voice shook with rage. You looked me in the eyes just now, didn't you? Miesa froze. No, you're not acting like a madwoman at all, Malika said, her tone low and venomous. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing, as realization dawned. So that's it. You've been pretending all along. Miesa's blood ran cold. She quickly lowered her gaze, but it was too late. Her trembling hands gave her away. Well, well, Malika said, wiping her cheek slowly. What do we have here? Outside, Gela and Valak were still struggling with the door when a sharp, commanding voice cut through the hall. What's going on here? They turned to see Aerik approaching, his eyes like steel. Gela immediately stepped forward, breathless. Captain, something's wrong, she screamed. And the door's locked! He didn't waste a second. Step aside, he ordered. Valak and Gela moved instantly. Aerik strode forward, drew back his leg, and slammed his boot into the door. Once, twice, 3 times. With a thunderous crack, the lock splintered and the door burst open. The scene inside made his blood run cold. Miesa sat on the floor, her hair tangled, her gown half pulled, her frightened eyes darting down, while Malika stood frozen with the red-stained lipstick still in her hand. Aerik's face darkened, his voice like ice. Tie them up. Lady Malika, startled by Aerik's sudden entrance, stumbled back. Young master, it's not what it looks like. You must understand, she began hastily. But before she could finish, Gela lunged forward, fury blazing in her eyes. She grabbed Malika by the hair and yanked her back hard. How dare you lay a hand on Mistress Cladinae, she shouted, her voice echoing through the marble walls. Malika shrieked in pain, trying to pull away, but Gela's grip only tightened. Aerik's sharp gaze swept over the room, taking in every detail, the overturned chair, the lipstick-stained floor, the terror in Miesa's trembling frame. He turned immediately toward her. Miesa? He called softly, striding forward, his tone shifting from command to concern. Are you hurt? Miesa, still sitting on the cold floor, looked up at him through her ruffled hair. For a moment, everything blurred, the noise, the shouting, even her own fear. All she could see was the man walking toward her, steady and protective. When he knelt beside her, the world seemed to still. Aerik reached out gently, brushing aside the strands of hair sticking to her face. It's all right, he murmured, his voice low but firm. It's over now. He pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly against his chest. The familiar warmth and scent of him, steady and grounding, wrapped around her like a shield. Her body trembled, but slowly her grip on his coat tightened, clutching him as if afraid he might disappear. It's okay, he whispered again, his hand cradling the back of her head. No one will touch you now. Without looking back, Aerik rose to his feet, still carrying her in his arms. He turned toward the doorway, his face dark with restrained fury. Behind him, Lady Malika struggled free from Gela's hold, shouting, Young master, please, you must listen to me. I have something important to tell you. That woman, she's deceiving you. She's only pretending to be... Aerik stopped mid-step. The words froze the air. His grip on Miesa instinctively tightened as he turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Malika's trembling voice continued, desperate. "She's not what you think she is!" In that instant, Aerik's heart sank. His mind went cold. She knows the truth. "Gela, gag her," Aerik ordered curtly, before turning to leave. Without hesitation, Gela followed his command, swiftly forcing the cloth into Lady Malika's mouth to silence her. Later, she and Valak stood before Aerik to report what they had found. "She was holding a lipstick," Gela explained, her tone tense. "She tried to put it on Mistress Cladinae. It looked ordinary, but—" She hesitated, glancing at Aerik. Miesa wouldn't have resisted that strongly, without a reason, Aerik thought. He took the lipstick from her hand, smelling the content. The color looked harmless, but something about it felt wrong. "It's suspicious," Gela added cautiously. "Give me 2 days, I'll analyze it properly." Aerik's expression hardened. "Why bother taking that long?" he said coldly. He walked back into the room where Malika was restrained, standing before her trembling form. Without a word, he opened the lipstick, scooped out some of its contents, and forced it into her mouth. Malika struggled violently, muffled screams echoing through the room, but her hands were tied too tightly. Within seconds, her body convulsed, her throat tightening as she choked violently. Foam gathered at her lips, and her face began to swell grotesquely, so distorted that it was no longer recognizable. Beside her, Lady Deal's eyes widened in horror, her whole body shaking as she watched her companion die. Aerik stood still, his cold gaze fixed on the lifeless body at his feet. So it was poison, and judging by how Miesa had reacted, they likely intended to poison her slowly, just enough each day for it to look like illness. No immediate suspicion, no direct evidence. A quiet death, perfectly staged. It was a calculated move, one designed to pit House Cladinae against House Crispin, driving the two powerful families apart. Aerik clenched his jaw. It all reeked of the king's handiwork. But the question remained, how far did the king intend to go? Did he plan to punish them for failing to protect the princess? Or simply watch both houses destroy each other for his amusement? Aerik turned to the trembling maid beside the corpse. "Lady Deal," he said calmly, his voice sending a chill through the air. "Care to explain?" As expected, she immediately broke down. It was Lady Malika," she cried desperately. "She forced me. I only did what I was told." Aerik's expression didn't change. "I see," he said simply, turning toward Cullen. "Report this incident to the royal palace." Then, glancing toward Gela, he added quietly, "Prepare another room for Mistress Cladinae. I don't want her staying here anymore." Later, Aerik brought Miesa to Lady Cladinae and explained everything that had happened. As he finished, Lady Cladinae's expression hardened, her anger barely contained. "How dare they try to harm Miesa," she hissed. The fury in her eyes was unmistakable. Aerik, however, seemed more composed, though the weight of the situation was evident in his tone. "Mother, one of the ladies-in-waiting from the king's palace has died. That means they'll send someone to investigate soon. We'll need a witness, someone credible from our side. Otherwise, the king will twist the narrative and turn this incident against us." Lady Cladinae took a deep breath, realizing the truth in his words. "You're right," she agreed after a pause. "If we leave it to the palace alone, they'll make it look as though we were the ones at fault." She thought for a moment, then said firmly, "The new head of the House of Salakis should be the one. He only just inherited his position and isn't yet tangled in court politics. That makes him the safest choice, less likely to be influenced by the king." Aerik nodded in agreement. "I'll arrange it immediately." Before long, Doid Salakis arrived at the Cladinae estate. Born the illegitimate son of the former head of Salakese and one of his maids, he had survived the king's purge of his family by sheer luck. Years later, after coming of age, he had approached the palace and reclaimed his family's name. Aerik welcomed him into the sitting room and explained the situation in detail. Doid listened with a polite but rather detached expression, occasionally nodding as if struggling to keep up. "So," he said slowly after Aerik finished, "you want me to serve as a witness for your side?" "I see." He reached for his teacup, taking an unhurried sip before adding, "Well, I don't have much going on these days. It might even be a good chance to strengthen ties between our houses." Aerik studied him for a moment, recognizing that Doid didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Still, that didn't matter. His lack of awareness meant he wasn't playing any deeper game, and that made him useful. "Then I'll count on your cooperation, Lord Salakes," Aerik said calmly. As they were speaking, a servant announced the arrival of a royal envoy. Moments later, a man in the king's livery entered the hall with a measured stride. "How is Her Highness the Princess?" he asked immediately, his tone polite but tinged with genuine concern. Aerik rose to greet him. "Thank you for your concern," he replied evenly. "My wife is safe and currently resting with my mother." The royal knight, Commander Tilburg, bowed slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze flickering for a moment, almost as if relief crossed his face. Aerik noticed it, though he set the thought aside for now. "Commander Tilburg," Aerik said, "allow me to introduce Lord Doid Salakis, the current head of the Salakisi family." Tilburg inclined his head respectfully, and after brief formalities, the three men proceeded to the adjoining chamber where the body of Lady Malika had been laid out for inspection. Inside, the air was tense. Lady Deal sat restrained in the corner, her face pale, eyes darting nervously toward the royal knight as if she had just seen her savior. "I never imagined we'd be meeting again under such circumstances, Lady Deal," Tilbury remarked coldly as he entered. His words made her tremble visibly. He knelt beside Lady Malika's lifeless body, studying the grotesque swelling that had disfigured her face. "We'll analyze the substance found in her system," he said, his voice detached. Aerik stood behind him and added calmly, "My men will conduct the initial examination. It should take 2 days. I understand the palace will be running its own separate investigation." Tilbury rose to his feet. "That won't be necessary," he replied curtly. "Once your report is ready, deliver a copy to the palace. That will suffice." Then, turning his gaze to Lady Deal, he said, "Now, explain everything you know." Lady Deal's entire body shook. It was all Lady Malika's doing?" she began quickly. "She was the one who planned this. She had dealings with the House of Crispin, and I was only following her orders." Tilbury's eyes narrowed. "And what was the purpose of this?" he asked, holding up the lipstick tube between his fingers. Lady Deal froze, her lips trembling. After a moment, she stammered out, "The young master and her highness have been spending much time together lately. Every morning, their room is in disarray. I don't think I need to say more. Lady Malika said this would be a good excuse. We were to make it seem as though we were only trying to help the princess maintain her husband's attention." As she finished, Aerik glanced toward Lord Seleucus, giving him a subtle signal. It was time for him to intervene. Lord Seleucus cleared his throat, trying to sound authoritative. "That's quite a claim," he said slowly. "But to be fair, perhaps we should also hear testimony from Lady Cladinae's other attendants." Tilbury nodded once. "Yes, of course." Gela stepped forward, composed and confident. "What I saw," she began clearly, "was very different. When I entered the room, Lady Deal was holding Mistress Cladinae by the hair, like a hostage. Lady Malika was standing over her with the lipstick in hand. That's not—" Lady Deal tried to interject, panic flooding her face, but Tilbury didn't let her finish. His voice was sharp and final. "Take her in." The palace knights immediately moved forward, seizing Lady Deal by the arms. She screamed in protest, but her words were drowned out as they dragged her away. Aerik exhaled silently, watching her disappear through the doorway. His plan had worked flawlessly, everything resolved without scandal. As Aerik was preparing to return to Miesa, a servant entered hurriedly. "My lord, the lady of House Crispin has arrived," he announced. Aerik exhaled, his patience thinning. "I ask that you be brief, Lady Crispin," he said curtly, taking his seat, "as I must return to my wife once she wakes." Lady Crispin removed her hood with a trembling hand. "I've come to ask for mercy," she said softly. Her voice was steady, though her eyes betrayed the weight she carried. She bowed her head before continuing. "My parents, they were greedy. They let themselves be tempted by treason, though I assure you, their intentions were far from noble. My father is dull and slow-witted, unable to win the king's favor. In his frustration, he grew to resent his majesty. That resentment was what made him so easily swayed." "It all began with Countess Carlyle," Lady Crispin explained. "She's the one who devised the plan that caught my mother's interest. They always feared the king. Anyone could see where this was headed. But my mother, her excitement blinded her, and she led our house straight into this disaster." Aerik nodded slightly, his tone calm but unyielding. "I understand your position, but I'm afraid I have no choice but to hold the House of Crispin accountable. Unless," he added pointedly, "you would prefer that I hold the king responsible instead." Lady Crispin gave a bitter, knowing smile. "That would be impossible, Lord Cladinae. I came here only to do what little I could, as their daughter." Aerik studied her carefully, then asked, "One more thing. Was your family behind my father's affair?" Lady Crispin shook her head quickly. "No. But if you wish, we can investigate the woman and report back to you," she offered. Aerik stood up, his voice cool but decisive. "Very well. I can treat this incident as a trivial political misstep. But I'll require compensation. You'll send it along with your report. And," he added firmly, "we also expect restitution for the attempt your family made to harm one of my people." Lady Crispin bowed her head. "I understand. I offer my deepest apologies." Just then, the doors opened again. Margrave Cladinae strode in, his voice sharp with disapproval. "You didn't even glance at each other when I arranged the marriage, and now you're meeting in secret?" Lady Crispin immediately rose and bowed. "My lord," she murmured before taking her leave with her knight, leaving father and son alone. Aerik turned to his father with a cold stare. "What took you so long?" he asked flatly. "I heard," the Margrave said, his tone rising with anger, "that for that mad woman you killed one of the king's attendants. And now you're favoring the knights. Do you intend to hand the commander's position to Aerik next?" Aerik let out a mirthless laugh. "You're one to talk. Tell me, father, how much do you really know? For instance, were you aware that the king was behind this entire incident, that all of it was orchestrated by him?" The Margrave's expression faltered, but Aerik didn't stop. His voice grew louder, sharper. "Or perhaps you didn't know that the barmaid you've been meeting at this late hour came with a proposal from the king himself to bind our two houses in marriage." The older man's face turned pale. His silence was answer enough. "Did you at least apologize to Mother?" Aerik asked quietly, almost weary. "For putting this family in danger?" The Margrave's jaw tightened. "You wouldn't understand," he hissed. "I've lived my whole life with a woman who scorned every decision I made. She was so competent that she mocked me simply by existing." Aerik said bitterly, stepping closer. "Being deceived by a barmaid was the best you could do to escape her ridicule?" The Margrave flinched but said nothing. Aerik scoffed, moving past him toward the door. "I should thank you, Father," he said coldly, pausing for only a moment. "Thanks to you, I now know exactly how to avoid such disgrace." With that, he left the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Later, Aerik brought Miesa to their new room. She moved quietly, still dazed from everything that had happened earlier. He watched her sit on the dining table, her gaze distant and unfocused. For 12 years, no one in the royal palace had ever doubted her, not even once. Yet in the short span of a few weeks since arriving at the house of Cladinae, her secret had been exposed, twice. "Miesa, are you all right?" Aerik asked softly, his tone filled with concern. She rubbed her temple lightly. "My head just feels a little clouded," she murmured. Aerik brushed his hand gently over her hair, his touch comforting as he hugged her. "Then you should rest," he said. But as she leaned slightly against his arm, the tension in her body eased. The moment his hand touched her, all her tangled thoughts began to blur away. To help her clear her mind, Aerik led her to the balcony. The night breeze brushed gently against their faces, and for a moment, everything seemed still. "Do you know Commander Tilburg?" Aerik asked suddenly. "I do," Miesa answered without hesitation. "What is he like?" Aerik pressed, curious. "Tilburg?" she repeated, her tone suddenly flat. "He's a fraud. And a traitor." Aerik blinked, taken aback. "A fraud?" he echoed. He had just met Tilburg earlier that day. The man had seemed disciplined, confident, and loyal. Hardly the kind of person one would call a fraud. "Miesa," Aerik asked carefully, "you know what a fraud is, right?" "Yes," she replied simply. "Someone who deceives others to get what they desire." "Then why are you calling Tilburg one?" Aerik asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Miesa tilted her head. "Why are you asking about him?" "He was here earlier," Aerik said. "He came to conduct a palace investigation." The moment he said that, Miesa's expression changed completely. The dull emptiness in her eyes was replaced by sudden brightness. "Tilburg was here, in this house?" she asked, her voice full of excitement. Aerik blinked again, taken off guard by her reaction. "You said he's a traitor," he reminded her. "Why are you happy to hear about him?" "He is a traitor," she replied honestly. "But he's also my friend. We're close." "Your friend?" Aerik repeated slowly. "You know what a friend is, right?" "Yes," she said with a faint smile. "He used to play with me." Aerik hesitated, trying to make sense of her words. "Then what did he do?" "No. First, tell me this. Why do you say he's a fraud? What did he desire, and who did he deceive?" Miesa looked at him quietly for a moment, then turned her gaze away. "Will he be back?" she asked instead, ignoring his question. "Miesa," Aerik said gently but firmly, "answer me first." But she didn't. Her expression softened, as though she'd withdrawn back into her own thoughts. Then, as if to change the subject, she murmured in a small, almost teasing voice, "But we already did it together, didn't we?" Aerik blinked, taken aback again. "Wait, are you refusing to tell me because of that?" he asked. "Just because we spent the night together?" He sighed and added, "You know, we can always talk again another time. It's not—" Before he could finish, Miesa looked up at him, blushing furiously. "Is that something you can do more than once?" she asked in a quiet, almost innocent tone. Then, realizing what she said, she quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed. "But I didn't talk that much. I still haven't told you about Tilburg." Aerik exhaled deeply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I have no intention of doing anything tonight," he said at last. "You're tired. You should rest." Miesa nodded and leaned against his chest. "You're right," she murmured softly. "I'm tired. Let's go to sleep." "All right," Aerik replied quietly. "Let's get back inside," his gaze lingering on her calm face. What on earth was she hiding this time, he wonders. That night, Miesa saw a terrifying dream. Aerik sat at the edge of their bed, his body drenched in blood, his eyes distant and lifeless. Startled, she jolted awake, her heart pounding violently in her chest. For a brief, horrifying moment, she couldn't tell if it was real. Her trembling hand reached out toward him. He was there, lying beside her, breathing softly, peaceful in sleep. She exhaled shakily, her chest tightening with relief. It had only been a dream. Carefully, she lay back down, inching closer until she could feel his warmth. Pressing her forehead against his shoulder, she whispered softly, "Don't die. Please don't leave me." He had saved her, comforted her when she was scared, and not long ago she had only wished for him to stay alive, to not do anything reckless. But now she realized that wasn't enough anymore. She wanted to live longer with him, to stay by his side, no matter what. For the next few days, Miesa spent all her time wandering through the mansion. She didn't rest. always moving from one corridor to another, as if afraid something terrible might happen if she stopped. Aerik watched her quietly, realizing her sudden cheerfulness was only a fragile mask, something she wore to hide the lingering fear in her heart. One evening, while Miesa and Gela were resting in the changing area, tired from their endless walking, they suddenly heard raised voices echoing from inside. It was Lady Cladinae and Margrave Cladinae. Gela froze. They weren't supposed to overhear that conversation, but when she saw Miesa curiously tilting her head toward the sound, she panicked and handed her a clean cloth. "Bite this, mistress," she whispered urgently, "and don't make a sound." Through the half-open window, the argument grew clearer. Margrave Cladinae had finally brought up the matter of his affair, his voice trembling between guilt and anger. Lady Cladinae, however, remained calm, cold even. "I don't care," she said plainly. "I've never expected anything from this marriage. You played your role as husband, and for that, I'm grateful. But it's time you hand your position to Aerik now," Margrave stammered, trying to justify himself, but she cut him off sharply. "We'll begin the preparations tomorrow. And don't worry, your lover will be safe." With that, Lady Cladinae turned and left, leaving her husband standing there, pale and defeated. Gela's hands trembled slightly. She knew they'd heard something they shouldn't have. Without another word, she quickly lifted Miesa onto her back and hurried down the hall before anyone noticed. As they passed a group of maids, one of them stopped them suddenly. "Ah, Gela," she called. "Do you know what kind of product Mistress Cladinae uses during her monthly period? Her ladies-in-waiting used to handle it, so we never intervened. But now that they're gone, we'll need to take care of it." Gela froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened. She hadn't even thought about that before. That evening, Gela went to Aerik's room, where he and Miesa were sitting together on the bed, Aerik playing with Miesa. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Aerik asked without looking up, still indulging Miesa's game. Gela hesitated for a moment, then said carefully, "I think Mistress Cladinae hasn't had her periods in quite a while." Aerik froze mid-movement, his hand stopping in mid-air. His gaze shot toward her sharply. Gela quickly waved her good hand, flustered. "No, that's not what I mean. I'm not saying she's pregnant," she clarified in panic. "What I mean is, her cycles seem irregular. Or maybe—" They stopped. Aerik's expression shifted from surprise to concern. "Explain," he said simply. Gela took a breath. "I've been attending to her for almost 2 months now," she began. "And I've never seen any sign of her monthly cycle." The laundry maid said the same. None of her linens ever showed traces either. When they tried asking her old ladies-in-waiting, they said they'd handle it and warned us not to interfere. "So no one followed up after that?" Aerik frowned slightly, trying to make sense of it. "I don't have much knowledge in that area," he admitted calmly. "You'll need to be more specific. Are you saying something's wrong with her body?" Gela sighed and rubbed her temple. She didn't want to say something that might distance him from Miesa, but she couldn't avoid the truth. "I mean, she might not be able to give you an heir," she said quietly. Aerik nodded slowly. "I see. Then tell me, what could cause that?" "Well, malnutrition is one of the most common reasons," Gela replied. "And when she arrived, she was far too thin. That could easily be the cause." Miesa, resting quietly on Aerik's lap, listened in silence. She didn't understand most of what they were saying, only that it was about her. She wanted to ask Aerik, but Gela was here. "Could there be any other cause?" Aerik pressed. Gela nodded grimly. "There could. Judging by how her previous maids behaved, it's possible they were poisoning her slowly over time." Aerik's expression darkened. "If that's true, can we find out what they gave her?" Gela scratched her head, thinking. "Normally, we'd ask the person directly, but that's not an option here. We'll have to identify it ourselves. And depending on the kind of poison used, some foods could be catastrophic for her." At that, Miesa suddenly raised her head. "Catastrophic?" she echoed softly. "Is it dangerous?" Both turned toward her in surprise. Gela's eyes widened so much that she stumbled backward, nearly falling over. You spoke," she stammered. "You really spoke." Aerik turned to Miesa. "Are you sure about this, my lady?" he asked gently. Miesa nodded. "We can trust Gela," she said firmly. But Aerik wasn't entirely convinced. Now that her secret was out, he had to take precautions. "Then I have no choice," he murmured. "I'll take her family as hostages." Before he could finish, Miesa quickly grabbed his hand, eyes wide. "Don't do that, Aerik. Her sister is getting married soon, to someone she loves. Don't ruin their wedding," she pleaded. "Besides, I feel much more comfortable when Gela is around." Aerik let out a slow sigh. Who could say no to that face? "All right," he conceded quietly. Gela, still frozen from the shock of hearing her mistress speak, blinked rapidly. Miesa turned toward her and said softly, "Gela, get yourself together. You have to prove to Aerik that you can be trusted." Gela rubbed her forehead and finally managed a weak laugh. I guess I need a little time to process all this," she muttered. Miesa giggled, spinning lightly, holding Aerik's hands. "Then tell us when you're ready," she said cheerfully. "Once you are, I'll explain what kind of drink they gave me. Later, as the three of them sat together, Miesa recounted in detail. 3 days before the wedding, they made me drink something thick and brown. My stomach hurt a lot after that, and they also forced me to take some medicine that made me sleep. Did you ever experience any bleeding after that? Jella asked cautiously. Miesa thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, never much. Jella sighed deeply and stood. At this point, she wasn't sure whether it was the result of poison or a defect in Miesa's body. Either way, she needed proof, so she gently took a strand of Miesa's hair. Then, turning toward Aerik, she used subtle gestures to inform him that she would conduct the examination soon and report the results as soon as she had them. After that day, Jella buried herself in books, medical records, but no matter how much she read, she couldn't find anything that matched the description of the substance Miesa had drunk. If it truly was poison, it could have a long incubation period, and though Miesa seemed fine now, that didn't mean she was safe. Jella needed answers, and soon. She was so consumed by her research that she lost track of time and arrived late to attend to Miesa. By the time she reached the garden, Miesa was sitting with Lady Cladinae, playing quietly. The moment Jella stepped closer, her eyes instinctively lingered on Miesa. But her gaze was so sharp, so obvious, that Miesa glared at her as if saying, "Stop staring at me like that." Lady Cladinae immediately noticed. "What's wrong, Jella? Why are you looking at her like that? Is something wrong with Miesa?" Jella froze for a moment. Oh no, my lady, it's nothing like that," she stammered, forcing a smile. Miesa, sensing the tension, leaned lazily from Lady Cladinae's lap and stretched her arms toward Jella. Without saying a word, she silently mouthed, "Carry me." Understanding at once, Jella bowed. "It seems Mistress Cladinae is getting sleepy. I'll take her to her room so she can rest." As they turned to leave, one of the maids nearby watched them closely, her gaze fixed on the two of them with quiet suspicion. Once they reached Miesa's room and the door shut behind them, Miesa immediately pouted. "Jella, I'm starting to regret telling you my secret." Jella sighed. "Was I too obvious?" Miesa didn't answer. Instead, she hopped down from Jella's back, walked across the room, and climbed onto her bed with a small huff. Jella froze. "Wait, your legs, are they fine?" she asked in shock. "I was wondering the same thing," Jella continued, rubbing her chin. "I never saw any actual injury, so I couldn't understand why you walked that way." Miesa frowned, her tone cautious. Then, "Do you think other people might have noticed too? Did any doctor ever check on you at the palace?" Jella asked. Miesa shook her head slowly. "Everyone who took care of me died that day," she said quietly. A chill went down Jella's spine at her words. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She simply reached out and held Miesa's hand. "Don't worry," she said gently. "No one's noticed. I only did because I'm trained in medicine. And even then, there are cases where trauma alone can cause it, without leaving any visible wounds." Then Jella, scratching her cheek, spoke awkwardly. "That reminds me. About what I said earlier, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said such things that day. I didn't know." Miesa giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, that? Men are disgusting," she said, repeating Jella's own words perfectly. "Whether they're nobles or commoners, they're all the same. All that controls them is what's between their legs." Jella went pale. "Mistress Cladinae, please stop," she begged. But she couldn't help but be astonished at how accurately Miesa remembered every single word. "Did you find out about the poison?" Miesa asked suddenly. Jella straightened. "Not yet," she admitted. "But I'll keep looking into it, I promise." Miesa nodded, then asked innocently, "What did you mean by may not be able to give an heir?" Jella hesitated. It's okay," Miesa said, tilting her head. "If it's too hard to explain, I'll just ask Aerik." No, I'll explain," Jella said quickly. "What I meant is, it's possible you might not be able to get pregnant." Miesa blinked, confused. "Is that something to be ashamed of?" Jella shook her head, then sighed. "Not ashamed exactly. But in noble families, producing an heir is very important. If a wife can't, people start looking down on her." Miesa stared blankly at the ceiling. To be looked down upon? That was nothing new to her. What more could she possibly lose? She had never held any power to begin with. That night, Aerik woke up to the sound of heavy rain pounding against the windows. The wind howled through the cracks, and thunder rumbled across the dark sky. He remembered what Miesa had once said, that she hated rain. Getting up quietly, he crossed the room and closed the curtains to block the flashing lightning. But as he turned, he noticed Miesa trembling in her sleep. Her face was pale, her body stiff, and her breathing had grown uneven. "Miesa?" he called softly. When she didn't respond, his calm expression turned sharp with worry. Moments later, Jella arrived. "She's frightened." "She hates rain," Aerik explained, his voice tight with concern. Understanding immediately, Jella hurriedly soaked a cloth and placed it gently on Miesa's forehead. Then she tore a small roll of paper and tucked it carefully into Miesa's ears. "It'll help block the sound," she said softly. In her dream, Miesa saw her mother's face. "Miesa!" the woman called gently. Miesa reached out, desperate to touch her, but when her fingers finally brushed skin, she woke with a start. Her wide eyes met Aerik's face, close, warm, real. Startled, she sat up abruptly, confusion flashing across her features. Where Where am I? You're home, Aerik said gently. You had a fever. You've been sick the entire day. She blinked, realizing the truth. His hair was damp, his eyes tired, but he was still sitting beside her. He hadn't left even once. He must have stayed there all day, managing his work from her bedside. Her heart began to pound harder in her chest. Do you need something to eat? Aerik asked, starting to rise. Before he could stand, Miesa reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt, holding it tightly in her small hand. Her heart raced. That warmth she felt, it reminded her of something she hadn't known in years. Once, she had been surrounded by love, by people who smiled at her just because she existed. But after that dreadful day, she'd forced herself to forget that kind of warmth. Since then, she had only lived as if she were on stage, pretending to be the mad girl in a cruel play. But now, this man looked at her differently, with kindness, with warmth that reached places inside her she'd thought were long dead. Aerik, she said quietly, lifting her gaze. Thank you. He blinked, surprised. Thank you for always staying by my side, she whispered. Aerik didn't answer. He simply drew her closer and held her quietly in his arms. Outside, the rain kept falling, but for the first time it didn't sound as frightening. The rainy season passed quickly after that. Aerik stayed with her for 2 full weeks, rarely leaving her side. Thanks to his patience, Miesa no longer needed to block her ears every time it rained. She could even sit by the window and watch it, so long as there was no thunder. But now, as she sat beside him, she found herself unable to meet his gaze. Something stirred inside her whenever she looked at him. Something strange, new, and uncontrollable. Miesa, what's wrong? Aerik asked softly, noticing her avoiding him. It's nothing, she murmured, closing her eyes. Still unconvinced, he reached forward and brushed her forehead with his hand. You don't have a fever again, do you? When he couldn't tell, he placed his hand on his own forehead for comparison, leaning closer in the process. Their faces were only inches apart. Miesa's heart thumped violently. Her stomach fluttered with a sensation she didn't understand, and before she could stop herself, her fist flew. A light but sharp punch landed right on Aerik's cheek. He froze, utterly still, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, as if deciding whether to laugh or sigh. And Miesa's heart nearly stopped as she realized what she'd just done. The next morning, Gela entered Miesa's room carrying several newly delivered dresses, the ones Aerik had ordered for her. Mistress Cladinae, she said cheerfully, setting the boxes down, the clothes have arrived. Would you like to try them on? But Miesa stood quietly, her eyes distant. The guilt from last night still weighed on her. The memory of accidentally striking Aerik's cheek wouldn't leave her mind. Aerik was admired by everyone. People always praised how handsome and graceful he was. Even Gela and the maids sometimes whispered about him with admiration. And yet, he was the one who had seen her at her worst. The thought of that disgusted her. Why did she care so much about what he thought? She didn't understand it herself. He had said he was only kind to her because she was part of his family now. And though they had shared their wedding night, that too had only happened after she'd begged him, pleaded with him. So what exactly did she want from him? Her heart ached when she realized she wanted him to want her, not out of duty, not out of pity, but because he truly desired her, and lately, he hadn't even kissed her. Gela, she said suddenly, lying on the grass in the garden, her hair spread beneath her. I read that noble women put colors on their faces. Makeup, they call it? Yes, Gela replied, adjusting the hem of Miesa's new dress. Why are you suddenly curious about that? Miesa's heart jumped at the question. Why indeed? Why did she want to know something like that? Embarrassed, she quickly diverted the topic. Have you ever tried it? Gela laughed. Oh no, not for people like us commoners. We have to spend our coins on more important things before paint and powder. Miesa tilted her head, thinking. Then she began murmuring numbers to herself, calculating how much the Cladinae household might be spending on supplies, food, and salaries each year. Gela blinked, stunned. You're really amazing, Mistress Cladinae, she said, genuinely impressed. You remember every figure so easily. Amazing? Me? Miesa asked, surprised. Yes, of course, Gela said with a smile. Not everyone can do what you just did. Miesa leaned forward eagerly, her eyes shining. Am I really that amazing, Gela? Gela nodded with certainty. You are. Realizing how happy she was to hear that, Miesa quickly leaned back, face flushed. Why did she enjoy the praise so much? Trying to hide her embarrassment, she changed the subject again. Gela, could you teach me those signs you use to talk with Aerik sometimes? Sign language? Gela asked. Wouldn't it be better to ask the young master to teach you himself? Miesa shook her head quickly, smiling shyly. No, let it be our secret. I want to surprise him. Gela chuckled. As you wish, Mistress Cladinae. Meanwhile, Aerik sat in his study, resting his chin on one hand, his fingers brushing the faint red mark still lingering on his cheek. The memory of Miesa's startled punch kept returning to him. That night, as he tucked Miesa into bed, he asked gently, What did you do today? Relieved that he didn't seem angry, Miesa avoided his gaze. I tried on the dresses with Gela. Then we walked in the garden. Aerik leaned in a little, closer, his voice low. And? She turned her face away quickly, tugging the blanket higher. I'm really tired, so let's go to sleep. But Aerik didn't move back. Why are you avoiding my eyes? I'm not, she said too quickly. You're not. No. Why would I? She said, her tone stiff. Aerik studied her quietly for a moment before asking, Then why won't you look at my face? Does my touch make you uncomfortable? Her heart skipped. No, of course not, she said, flustered. Then turn toward me, he said softly. I'd rather not look at your back all night. Slowly, she turned to face him. Her heart began to pound again. Aerik simply pulled her close, holding her tight without realizing what storm of emotion she was carrying. The next morning, a letter arrived from the palace. Aerik opened it, scanning the neat handwriting. Commander Tilburg would be visiting in 2 days. He turned to Edel, who stood waiting for orders. Did you find anything on Tilburg? Yes, my lord, she replied. According to my sources, he's utterly loyal to the crown. She hesitated, lowering her voice. She had also discovered something strange. A few years ago, Tilburg had proposed marriage to the princess. But she didn't understand why. A loyal knight wouldn't make such a request unless he was truly in love with the princess. But if he married her, she'd lose her royal status. So either it was love or the king's scheme. And apart from that, she had also overheard the maids whispering. Before Lady Malika died, she shouted that the princess was deceiving you. No one believed her, of course, but it made her wonder. She decided to keep digging quietly and refrained from telling members of Cladinae for now. The Cladinae family, she thought, was too blind where the princess was concerned, and if there was any danger ahead, she'd uncover it herself. Later that day, a new lady-in-waiting from the palace arrived. She greeted everyone politely before bowing before Miesa. She was the same woman who had once helped the Cladinae family expose the corrupt headmaid, and in return, Aerik had helped her brother-in-law secure a post. After she left, Miesa whispered to Aerik, I know her. She served under the headmaid before. She always kept her distance when she couldn't stand what was happening. But she stayed loyal because she has 3 sons. She wanted them to succeed. Aerik listened quietly as she spoke, surprised by how freely she was sharing her thoughts today. Miesa glanced up at him afterward, smiling softly to herself. She had talked so much, told him so many things. Maybe tonight, he would finally kiss her. 2 days passed. Yet the kiss Miesa had been quietly waiting for never came. Instead, Commander Tilburg arrived at the Cladinae estate. He presented a small gift. Aerik accepted it, a delicate statue of the goddess. It's for the princess? Tilburg added, his tone formal yet faintly hesitant. It's said to ward off nightmares. I thought it might help her sleep better. Is she still having difficulty resting? Aerik looked up, his eyes cold but polite. No, he said evenly. She's fine now. Thank you for your concern. Tilburg nodded, his expression softening with visible relief. Afterward, they moved to discuss official matters. The substance was a deadly extract, derived from a rare spider, Tilburg explained. Lady Deal has already been punished. However, since the princess is no longer a royal member, the palace cannot interfere with House Crispin's involvement. The matter must be settled between your 2 houses. Aerik nodded calmly. I understand. We've already received proper compensation. The issue is closed. Tilburg seemed slightly relieved by the response. As they concluded their meeting and stepped out of the study, the knight turned to Aerik once more. There's something else, he said, reaching into the satchel he carried. This belongs to Her Highness. She left it behind at the palace. He unfolded a piece of cloth, Miesa's old protective garment. Aerik froze for a moment, recognizing the material immediately. Tilburg's next words confirmed it. I prepared it myself, the knight said quietly. Eric's gaze darkened. His eyes drifted, not to the garment, but to the faint scar above Tilburg's forehead, a small but deep mark, old enough to tell its story. It didn't take much imagination to understand how it had been made, an injury earned while protecting the princess. The idea that another man had risked himself for her, that another had once stood at her side, it filled him with an emotion he didn't want to name. Because deep down he realized how much he resembled this knight, both of them trying to protect the same woman in their own ways. When Tilburg entered Miesa's room later, she looked up at him and instantly smiled, her eyes lighting up. Her expression was full of genuine warmth, even as she maintained her usual airy act of the mad princess. Tilburg returned her smile, bowing his head slightly before mirroring her playful gestures, speaking in the same strange rhythm that once passed as their private language. For a moment, they looked as if they belonged to another world entirely, 2 people who understood something unspoken. Behind them, Aerik stood in silence, watching. When had it started? When had these deplorable emotions begun to consume his heart? Jealousy, possessiveness, the quiet ache that came with seeing her smile at another man. Soon after, Commander Tilburg took his leave, but before departing, he turned to Aerik with a grave expression. The palace is in disarray, he said quietly. His Majesty is furious. He can't justify what the ladies-in-waiting did, and his anger has only grown because of it. Aerik already knew. The reason the princess was sent to the Cladinae estate in the first place was to make a mockery of the Cladinae house. But things hadn't gone as the king expected, so his fury was understandable. Tilburg then reached into his coat and handed over a sealed envelope. "This is an invitation from His Majesty. He requests that you and the princess attend the Foundation Festival this year," Tilburg sighed. "It's not that the king wishes to see the princess. He'll likely use it as an excuse to vent his anger on her. My advice: attend the ceremony, show your faces, and leave as quickly as you can." When he was gone, Aerik stood in silence for a long moment. He knew that just showing up won't be enough to calm the king. That night, he lay in bed with his head resting on Miesa's lap. She looked down at his thoughtful expression. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. "Tilburg," he replied after a pause. "I'm not sure what kind of man he really is." "But didn't I already tell you?" she murmured. "You said he's a fraud and a traitor," Aerik reminded her. "And yet, when he came here, you smiled at him so brightly, as if you were overjoyed to see him." Miesa blinked, startled by his tone. Why does he sound angry, she wonders. Aerik exhaled, sitting up beside her. "We've been invited to the palace," he said. Her expression fell the moment she heard the news. "Are you worried?" Aerik asked, watching her reaction closely. When she didn't answer, he reached out, brushing her hand gently. "Don't be. If anything happens, I'll protect you." Miesa lowered her gaze, saying nothing. And since things have come to this," he continued, "I'm considering meeting with Archduke Hargale beforehand. If something happens—" "No," Miesa cut him off sharply. Her body trembled. "I won't make that face again," she whispered desperately. "But please, don't do anything." "Miesa," he reached out, confused by her fear. "What are you afraid of? The king? He may be powerful, but he can't harm the House of Cladinae without reason." She shook her head hard. "No," she repeated, her voice trembling. She wrapped her arms around him. "Please," she pleaded again, her voice breaking. "Don't do anything dangerous." "Miesa," he said softly, his hands resting on her arms. "What is it that torments you this much? What are you hiding from me?" But Miesa didn't answer. She just shook her head and clung to him. After a long silence, she whispered, "I just want you to smile and be happy." And with that, she slowly drifted to sleep in his arms. Aerik sat awake for a long while afterward, staring down at her peaceful face, the way she trembled when he mentioned the king, the way she avoided every question about Tilburg. It all lingered in his mind. The day of the Foundation Festival arrived, a grand 3-day celebration where nobles from every corner of the kingdom gathered at the main palace. When Lady Crispin entered, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. "How shameless," one noble whispered. "After trying to poison the princess, they still dared to show their faces here. And she even wanted to become the head of her house, can you imagine?" Another scoffed. "Ridiculous woman." Their laughter was short-lived. The moment Aerik and Miesa appeared at the entrance, silence fell across the hall like a shadow. Chills ran down their spines. For the first time, the nobles were seeing the infamous Mad Princess in person. As the couple walked side by side through the hall, whispers began again, soft, venomous, and pitying. "Is that really her? She looks so pale. Poor Lord Cladinae. To think after saving the nation, this was his reward, a lunatic for a wife." Aerik heard every word, though his expression never changed. He glanced at Miesa, whose fingers trembled slightly around his sleeve, and leaned closer to whisper, "Don't listen to them. These gossips will fade the moment you stand before them as your true self." Then, suddenly, a group of children ran across the hall, laughing and chasing one another. One small boy, not watching where he was going, collided straight into Miesa. He stumbled back, fell to the floor, and when his eyes met hers, he froze. The boy's face twisted in fear. "Monster!" he cried, bursting into tears. Gasps followed. His mother rushed over, glaring furiously at Miesa. "What have you done to my son?" she shouted. Before Aerik could even open his mouth, another voice cut through the noise. "Why don't we all calm down?" said Lord Doyd of Salakize, stepping forward with a bright smile. He held out a small plate of dessert toward Miesa. "Here, Mistress Cladinae. Try some. These sweets are quite popular today." But the woman turned on him instantly. "And who are you to interrupt, you illegitimate son?" she spat. "Know your place." A ripple of cruel laughter spread through the hall. "Look at him, even dressed like that," one noble chuckled, trying so hard to stand out. Aerik sighed quietly. The scene was degrading on every level. But when he turned to Miesa, he saw her trembling behind him, her head bowed low. Without a word, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. "We're leaving," he said curtly, turning away from the crowd. As he began to walk toward the exit, Lady Crispin suddenly stepped into his path. "Lord Cladinae," she said, bowing slightly, "I hope you've been well. I wanted to apologize again for my earlier discourtesy." Aerik's voice was calm but clipped. "I'm afraid this isn't the right time, Lady Crispin. As you can see, my wife isn't feeling well." "I understand," she replied softly. "Then, I shall seek you later." Miesa peeked at her as they walked by, the woman everyone in the Cladinae estate had spoken about, the one who was once meant to marry Aerik. If Aerik had married her, he would have been praised, admired, a perfect union. And knowing him, he would have been kind to her too. The thought twisted painfully in Miesa's chest. She had become his wife by nothing but luck, and yet she had brought him nothing but pity and scorn. If she were in my place, everyone would have admired him instead. At that moment, trumpets sounded through the hall. The king entered. His royal robe trailed behind him as he strode toward the throne, his expression unreadable until his gaze fell upon the couple standing quietly in the corner. A slow, dangerous smile curved his lips. "Well," he murmured, loud enough for those near him to hear. Everyone showed up. Even that brainless monkey. His gaze fixed on Miesa, then shifted to Aerik. That calm, composed face, that serenity, that infuriating steadiness that the king could never shake. It burned him. Because no matter how hard he tried, Aerik Cladinae always looked untouchable. The woman sitting on the ground beside the king's throne slowly looked up. It was Anika, the king's concubine. She reached out, lightly brushing her fingers against Bermel's cheek. "Your Majesty," she said sweetly, "how long must I wait for my present?" Bermel glanced down at her, his expression indifferent. "Present? You promised me," she said, her tone playful, "that you'd chop that monkey's head off and give it to me as a gift. I hope you haven't forgotten." Bermel's eyes narrowed slightly. "And why would you want something like that?" Anika smiled faintly. "Just curiosity," she replied softly. "I want to see if that monkey will still have that insane smile on her face, even after her head is separated from her body." She rose from the floor, setting herself gracefully on the king's lap. "Wouldn't you like to see that too, Your Majesty?" she whispered. Bermel gave a low laugh. "You're nothing but a pathetic monkey yourself," he said coldly. "Yet you still dare to flirt and bat your lashes at me just because you're treated a little better." Before Anika could respond, Silath, the court palatine, entered and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty," he said, "Master and Mistress Cladinae have arrived. They've been standing quietly in the corner, as if they don't wish to attract your attention." He hesitated, then added, "It seems they've grown a bit too confident, believing that in the outskirts the House of Cladinae holds more power than the crown." A sharp crack echoed through the hall as Bermel's hand struck Silath across the face. "Enjoying yourself?" the king asked dangerously. "How dare a pathetic insect like you speak about the crown's authority?" Silath shook his head. "Of course not, sire. I only meant to warn you out of loyalty. I don't wish for the princess's husband to develop any wrong ideas." Bermel's gaze shifted across the hall. His eyes found Miesa and Aerik, still standing silently in the corner. "I suppose you're right," he said slowly. "How can I allow my precious sister to stand in a corner all night long? Go, let Master Cladinae stand somewhere I can see him." Silath bowed again and left quickly to carry out the order. Anika, still sitting stiffly, turned to the king. "Your Majesty, there are still 2 more days of the festival," she said carefully. "You don't need to act so—" Before she could finish, Bermel's hand shot out, gripping the back of her head. "Anika," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "That monkey is my toy, and no matter how much you flirt or act like a cute pet, you'll never amuse me the way she does." He yanked her hair harder, forcing her to look up at him. "Because even though she's insane, she's quiet, obedient, and she knows who her master is. And right now," he hissed, "Master Cladinae is the one holding my amusement. Do you understand how much that irritates me?" He released her hair suddenly, his voice colder. "And I don't recall giving you permission to crawl onto my lap." With that, he pushed her off him. Anika fell hard onto the marble floor, gasping. Bermel leaned down, his voice a harsh whisper near her ear. "Do what you do best," he said, "cower at my every glance. Everyone should bow to me, flinch at even the slightest twitch of my brow." "Because I," he said slowly, "am the only one in this kingdom who received the goddess's blessing. I am special." On the other side of the hall, where Aerik was quietly conversing with Lord Selachese, 2 men approached them. One was Viscount Malika, the husband of Miesa's late lady-in-waiting who had died attempting to poison her. The other was Count Carlyle, whose wife had been the one to plant that very plan in Lady Crispin's mind. In short, both were nothing more than the king's lackeys. "The princess looks rather listless," one of them murmured, his tone mocking. "I hope you haven't been keeping her locked away." Their smirks made their intention clear. They were there to insult the House of Cladinae. "Of course not," Aerik replied evenly, knowing exactly what they were trying to provoke. "I would never treat my wife that way. She spends most of her time outside in the garden." "I see how things are going for the House of Cladinae these days," Count Carlyle said with false sympathy. "I heard you're to inherit your father's position soon. Some of the higher-ups seem to oppose it, but feel free to come to us if you ever need advice." Aerik sighed quietly. Advice, from them, of all people, was the last thing he needed. Before he could respond, Lord Selachese stepped forward with a grin and casually wrapped an arm around Aerik's shoulder. "I'm sure there's no one more suited for that position than Master Cladinae," he said playfully, his tone light but steady. Aerik frowned slightly. They had rarely met, yet Selachese always spoke as though he were on his side, but but I suppose the real problem lies elsewhere, another voice came. Before anyone could reply, Selath approached. If you become the head of the House of Cladinae, he said smoothly, then naturally the princess will become the lady of the house. It's only reasonable that some would oppose that decision. After all, the princess is quite frail. Fulfilling the duties of the house would be beyond her capabilities. So you see, they're not opposing you, Lord Cladinae, they're opposing your wife. Aerik's expression hardened. As an outsider, you have no right to decide whether my wife is suitable or not, he said, his voice calm but edged with warning. And as you can see, she's unwell, so please excuse me. He turned to leave, but Selath wasn't finished. It seems the son of Cladinae is deeply affectionate toward his wife, he said with a mocking smile. Or perhaps it's her condition that pleases you in the bedroom? Aerik froze mid-step. A few chuckles followed from the king's lackeys, echoing crudely in the hall. But I suppose it's understandable, Selath continued, stepping closer. The princess is beautiful, after all. To tell you the truth, I was quite surprised when I saw her today. I hadn't noticed it when she was young, but now that she's grown. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I realized just how much she resembles her mother. His hand landed on Aerik's shoulder as his gaze slid toward Miesa, still resting quietly in Aerik's arms. Looking at her, Selath murmured, his tone dripping with insolence. Brings back memories of those days. The late queen was truly a beautiful woman. So I can completely understand your attraction to her. The words barely left his mouth before Aerik's anger flared. His hand shot up, gripping Selath's shoulder tightly, and with a sharp motion he shoved him back. The one who had contributed the most to making Bermel the king was none other than Palatine Selath. From childhood, Bermel had shown violent and unstable tendencies, and because of that, the late king had originally intended to pass the crown to one of his other sons. But Selath, who was the first to catch on to this, quietly incited Bermel's mother and her family, the House of Seleucisi, to act. Following his suggestion, they murdered all the other princes, ensuring that Bermel became the sole heir to the throne. But before the crown could be formally passed to Bermel, a daughter was born between the late king and his third queen, and soon after that child's birth, the late king suddenly met a mysterious demise. Once Bermel took the throne, Selath immediately turned against the very family that had helped him. He caused internal conflict within the House of Seleucus, making them fight among themselves, which greatly weakened their once mighty power. Then, he struck the final blow by accusing them of being the ones who murdered the late king. To Bermel, he had said that in order to protect the authority of the crown, his mother's family had to be wiped out completely, and so the House of Seleucus was destroyed, while Selath rose to become the king's most trusted confidant, second only to the crown itself. He was, in every sense, the most powerful man in the palace after the king. What do you think you're doing? Aerik's voice was cold and dangerous. In his arms, Miesa's heart trembled. She prayed silently that he wouldn't do anything reckless to anger this man. Master Cladinae, Selath said, his sharp eyes narrowing. Your demeanor is a little disappointing. I only wish to be on good terms with the House of Cladinae. After all, you're the hero who saved the kingdom of Esquillre. If that's what you wanted, Aerik replied through clenched teeth. You should have refrained from being disrespectful to my wife. Selath gave a short, dry laugh. To be honest, your marriage surprised me, he said casually. I always wondered who His Majesty would send the princess off to. Who would have thought that you'd be the lucky man? Aerik's gaze hardened, but Selath continued, his tone deliberately provoking. Especially since His Majesty even refused a suitor. Sir Tilburig, wasn't it? The man who saved him during that assassination attempt. Aerik's expression faltered for a brief moment. The mention of Tilburig was a blow. He knew the man had shown concern for Miesa, but he had never imagined that he had once proposed marriage to her. Seeing his reaction, Selath smirked. What, you didn't know? He asked mockingly. But it was unrequited love, of course. I doubt the feelings were mutual, considering the princess's condition. That was enough. Aerik's hand shot out, grabbing Selath by the collar. His eyes burned with fury as he hissed, enough, from the corner of the hall. The king had been watching the scene unfold all along. Master Cladinae, Bermel said at last, amusement curling his lips. For a man who always seemed carved from stone, you have a surprisingly expressive face. His tone was light, but everyone in the hall understood the warning hidden beneath his words. However, Bermel continued lazily, it would be a pity if such a joyful occasion were interrupted like this. It was an indirect command to back off. Then, rising from his throne, he turned his sharp gaze toward Miesa. Miesa, why don't you come here and say hello to your brother? He said, his voice mockingly gentle. It's been such a long time since I've seen your face. I've missed my dear sister. Miesa flinched at his call. Her body stiffened in Aerik's arms, and she knew she needed to act quickly. In one motion, she pushed Aerik away and limped toward the king. Miesa! Aerik called after her, but she didn't look back. Her heart pounded as she walked forward, silently praying, Please, don't take the House of Cladinae away from me. As she neared the throne, her eyes caught the goddess statue standing tall behind Bermel. It was the same goddess she had always believed was punishing her. Her knees weakened. Trembling, she finally gave up and fell at Bermel's feet. Bermel smirked, leaning down and patting her head as though she were his pet. "Good, Miesa," he murmured. "You're still as obedient as ever." "Just as you should be." Miesa stayed there, her forehead pressed to the floor, her hair spilling across the marble. Her back was exposed. Bermel's eyes drifted to it. Just then, Aerik stepped forward. "My apologies, Your Majesty," he said evenly. "But as you can see, she's not feeling well. I ask that you grant us permission to retire so she can rest and recover." Bermel didn't answer. His gaze was still fixed on Miesa's back. Slowly, he reached down, his finger tracing the line of her scar. "This is the dress I sent for the banquet," he said, his voice sharp with mock interest. "If I recall, it was a backless gown. But now, there seems to be an unusual pattern embroidered on it." Aerik clenched his jaw. "Of course it was backless before, to make her scar visible. It was my suggestion, Your Majesty," he said calmly. "I thought the translucent fabric revealed too much of her skin, so..." Before he could finish, Bermel burst into laughter. The sound was loud, harsh, and mocking. When he finally stopped, he stepped closer to Aerik. "As if anyone in this palace hasn't already seen that," he said softly. "But I suppose, being her husband, you'd be more attentive to her than the rest of us. So much so that you'd even show a possessive claim on a wife like her." His voice was laced with cruelty. "Though I can understand. I've heard of men who are partial to women driven insane, women who can no longer comprehend what's being done to them." The king laughed loudly, his cruel words echoing through the hall as murmurs spread among the nobles. Aerik had known this was coming. From the moment the dress had arrived, he'd understood that they wouldn't escape the king's attempt to humiliate them, but he hadn't imagined it would be this brutal. Bermel wasn't finished. "Who would have thought," he said with a smirk, "that the young master of Cladinae would have such perverse tastes in women?" Laughter erupted around them, mocking, pitiless. Aerik sat there silently, holding Miesa close. He had known humiliation awaited them, but not this. And now, watching the scene before him, he realized something. This was not just cruelty. This was the reality of the palace Miesa had lived in for years. How much suffering had she endured here? Why had she never told him anything? Countless emotions swirled inside him. Bermel's voice cut through the silence again. "I should use this occasion to get closer to both of you," he said lightly. "How about you two stay in the palace for the rest of the festival?" Aerik rose slowly, still holding Miesa in his arms. "Your Majesty's offer is most generous," he replied, his tone polite but his gaze cold. "However, I'm afraid we must decline." Bermel's eyes narrowed. "If I offer an alternative," Aerik said with a cold voice, "perhaps we can visit the palace every day instead." Hearing that, Miesa's heart pounded with dread. She began pushing against Aerik's chest, trying to calm the situation, to stop him before things went further. And in that moment, Aerik realized, despite everything he had done, all his efforts, the distance between them remained exactly as it had been on the first day they met. Bermel stepped closer, patting Aerik's shoulder. "I hope," he said softly, "you won't brush off my hospitality." Aerik said nothing. He understood now. He had no choice. And that helplessness burned inside him like acid. For the first time, he thought that if Miesa truly were the senseless madwoman everyone believed her to be, perhaps, he wouldn't feel this hollow, this betrayed. "Since both her ladies-in-waiting are gone," Bermel said suddenly, smiling, "I've decided to assign her a special attendant during her stay, someone who knows Miesa better than anyone." He turned toward the entrance. A woman stepped forward and bowed gracefully. "Good day. I am Namiera, the head lady-in-waiting of the palace," she said with a smile. "I look forward to serving you, Mistress Cladinae." In Aerik's arms, Miesa trembled. Though she continued her act as the madwoman, her body stiffened completely at the sight of the woman. And in that moment, a chilling thought struck Aerik. If Miesa were ever to tell him everything that had happened to her, would he truly be able to handle the truth? At night, Aerik and Miesa returned to their assigned room, but Miesa's mind still wouldn't calm. Bermel had let them off easily today, but what would happen in the days to come? And when she remembered the headmaid, she trembled, but she wouldn't be able to treat her the way she used to. She wasn't the princess anymore, she was now Mistress Cladinae, and Aerik was with her. But deep inside, what concerned her the most was Aerik. She was used to being stared at like that, but Aerik wasn't. It must have been shocking for him. If he had married someone else, he wouldn't have had to experience any of this. So what if he regretted marrying her? What if he grew tired of her? All kinds of questions swarmed her heart until she could barely breathe. Suddenly Aerik spoke, pulling her back to reality. "Miesa, remember I asked you to promise you'd always be faithful to me? Until now, I thought what happened to you was too painful to talk about, but now, I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something, that I still haven't gained your full trust." Miesa flustered. No, it's not like that." "Then tell me everything," Aerik pressed gently. "Tell me why you called Tilburig a fraud, and why you keep avoiding certain things." Aerik, She tried, but no words came out. She studied his face. Was he angry? But no, it looked more like pain. I intended to wait, he continued quietly, until you were comfortable enough to share. But if this creates misunderstandings between us, I can't simply wait forever. Miesa tried to calm herself. As long as she could explain, everything would be okay, she told herself. Tilburg always pitied me, she finally whispered. He wanted to save me. He took me away before Bermel tried to kill me. Then why call him a fraud? Aerik asked. Traitor. Fraud. Those were the words someone had screamed at Tilburg that day. And to Miesa, those words had sounded like praise, for a hero, because when everyone else was brutally executed for treason, he was the only one who survived by becoming a traitor. So, you're going to remain silent? Aerik asked when she didn't continue. But Miesa hesitated. If she told him, what if Aerik got ideas of treason? He had already killed her maid to save her. He had been angry earlier. What if knowing what Tilburg did pushed him towards something dangerous? So in the end, Miesa chose silence. Aerik exhaled tiredly. Miesa, I don't want to pressure you. But to protect you, I need to know more about the palace. At those words, Miesa's face drained of color. She grabbed his sleeve desperately. No, Aerik. I told you not to do anything. As she clung to him, trembling, Aerik sighed softly and held her shoulders. I understand, Miesa. Calm down. Every time she reacted like this, the fear in her heart hurt him too. But he decided not to push the matter further. Morning came. Palace maids walked through the hallway, whispering under their breath. I saw the princess yesterday. She looks so much healthier. They must be treating her better now, especially compared to how they forced her to eat food off the ground. Keep your voice down, the other warned anxiously, then added. There were times they starved her for days, you know, and then gave her whatever filthy scraps they could find. I once saw her eating dirt and bones. Both maids shuddered in disgust, but their supervisor shouted for them and they hurried away. Behind a pillar, a man who had overheard everything stood frozen. Slowly, his hand clenched into a fist, shaking with rage. 1 week before the festival, head maid Namiera had been summoned. Miesa will be attending the Foundation Festival this year, the king said, reclining lazily on his throne. And I trust you understand why I sent my precious sister to the House of Cladinae. His smile sharpened. Unfortunately, it seems she is not fulfilling her purpose very well, so I'm thinking of other ways to have fun. I wonder, Namiera, do you have any suggestions? There was a glint of amusement in his eyes, a glint that made her stomach twist. That conversation led Lady Namiera straight to the dungeons, to the maid currently imprisoned, for attempting to poison the princess. The moment the maid saw her, she cried out desperately for help, insisting she was only following Lady Malika's orders. Namiera grabbed her collar and slammed her against the bars. After causing such a disaster, you dare claim it wasn't your fault, she hissed. Then she leaned in closer, voice cold. If you want even a sliver of mercy, prove your worth. If you learned anything useful inside the Cladinae estate, now is the time to speak. A flicker of hope lit the maid's terrified eyes. I have something important, she stammered. Right before Lady Malika died, she said something strange. She said, the mad princess was acting like a real person. Namiera's grip loosened as confusion swept across her face. I'm sure she said that, the maid insisted desperately. Meanwhile, Aerik pushed a cart with breakfast toward their room. But when he stepped inside, the room was empty. His heart dropped. Miesa? He called, looking around sharply. Then he found her, curled in the corner, trembling as if she were hiding from something. Why are you sitting there? He asked gently. Miesa startled and rushed forward, clinging to him from behind. When I woke up, you weren't there. I got scared, she whispered. My apologies, Aerik murmured. I only went to the kitchen to bring your breakfast. You did that yourself? Miesa asked, puzzled. Aerik exhaled. Yes. They won't allow Cladinae servants inside, so I thought this would be safer than risking someone tampering with it. He gently removed her hands from around him. You should eat before the head maid arrives. Miesa's heart sank. She grabbed the back of his shirt, stopping him from stepping away. The things you asked about, Tilburg? I want to talk about it, she said quietly. Only then did Aerik turn fully toward her. Miesa looked up at him, still unsure how much to say, but knowing one thing clearly. She was terrified he might leave her. I was just happy to see Tilburg because he was kind to me, she began, voice small. But I never wanted to go with him. His kindness actually made me uncomfortable and I never liked him that way. She swallowed, sweating from nerves. And I didn't tell you because he once asked for my hand in marriage, so I thought it wouldn't be polite to speak of him to you. But you don't have to worry about him, Aerik. He's not important to me. Aerik listened in silence. Feeling him quiet, Miesa panicked and continued, desperate for him to understand. You are the one important to me. Aerik finally spoke, voice steady but heavy. I understand. If that is the answer you wish to give me, then I accept it. He turned back to the cart, ready to move it. But then he added, without looking back. While I'm glad you're trying to be considerate, You don't need to force yourself to say things just to please me. Miesa froze. That won't do any good. For me, or for you, or for this relationship, he continued. And more than anything, if you were to be hurt because I remained unaware of something I should have known. He finally turned, eyes shadowed with frustration and worry. How do you think I would feel then? His words pressed heavy onto her heart, mirroring the weight she felt in her own chest. Later, Miesa sat at the dinner table. With Lady Namiera standing nearby, she kept her mad princess facade firmly in place. Namiera watched her sharply, her jaw clenched. If Aerik weren't glued to her side, she thought bitterly, I would have uncovered the truth by now. Malika had been cunning to her very last breath. If she had said something was strange about the princess, then it meant something. Namiera couldn't dismiss it. Miesa, who had been quietly eating, suddenly felt Lady Namiera's stare boring into her. Panic surged. She immediately began flinging food, knocking dishes, and scattering everything across the table like a frightened animal. Namiera's eyes narrowed. She still doubted whether the princess could truly be sane. Because if she was, then it meant she had endured all that torture with her mind completely intact. If so, what kind of darkness must she be carrying inside her? Namiera thought with a chill. After breakfast, Lady Namiera instructed them to prepare for the day's luncheon. But Miesa sat frozen in her chair, mind drifting. The moment she had felt Namiera's gaze earlier, something cold had passed through her. Something wrong. Did I make another mistake, she wondered? Did I do something again like last time? Fear squeezed her lungs. Her hands trembled. Aerik, noticing, placed his hand over hers, steady, warm, silently telling her to breathe. Lady Namiera continued coolly. The servants will be here shortly. You, my lord, will prepare in this room. I will take Mistress Cladinae to another chamber and escort her to the luncheon myself. Her smile sharpened with calculation. Aerik's brow furrowed. I cannot accept that. Namiera bowed slightly, though her eyes glinted. My apologies, but I'm afraid it is His Majesty's order. He decreed that lords and ladies shall hold this luncheon separately. Both Aerik and Miesa froze. They were trying to separate them, by force if needed. Namiera smiled wider. Do not worry, my lord. The luncheon is being held for the princess. She will be the guest of highest honor. We will devote ourselves to serving her well. Her reassurance felt more like a threat. Elsewhere, Bermel lay drenched in sweat upon his bed, chest rising and falling unevenly as if trapped in a nightmare. A voice echoed in his dream. How did you get hurt? I treated you a little, but you must see a doctor. From now on, I hope you stay safe and unharmed. Your Highness. A young Bermel stared up silently at the woman before him, her face blurred but her gentle tone pierced through the darkness of his memories. About 20 years ago, soldiers lined up in perfect rhythm, boots striking the ground as one. Is this the best you can do? The leader barked. A young Bermel walked past the rows of soldiers, the first Prince of Esquillre, small and expressionless. Inside the mansion, a woman cried out, Please stop! A maid tugged harder at the woman's corset strings. Just a bit more, Your Highness. We're almost done. Please hold still. As Bermel passed the doorway, the woman's desperate cries followed him. I think I'm going to die. You're suffocating me. He did not stop. He did not look back. He simply walked on until her voice faded into silence. In the palace, the king sat atop the throne while the archbishop declared loudly, Only one blessed by the goddess may sit upon this throne. His Majesty is that chosen one. Therefore, his will is the will of Esquillre. His will is the will of the goddess. At dinner, the princes sat in a row. A strict tutor paced behind them. Prince Bermel, she sighed as his knife slipped from his fingers yet again. You cannot continue like this. As the first prince, you must be flawless, so the others may learn from you. The younger princes snickered, while Bermel lowered his head. I have no choice, the woman said sharply. I will report this to His Majesty. Later, in frustration, a woman hurled a glass toward Bermel. It shattered near his feet. His Majesty has abolished the rule of the firstborn's right to the throne. Do you understand what that means? She shouted, voice trembling with rage. Young Bermel knelt on the floor, clutching his bruised knee, eyes lowered. I warned you not to lose His Majesty's favor, his mother spat. You are the eldest son. You could have become king without effort, and now you've ruined everything. Do you think my family will pity you just because you are my son? Her voice dropped cold and sharp. Remember this, Bermel. If you do not become king, you are worth nothing. Outside in the garden, Bermel picked up a stone and threw it at a small bird. The impact made his mother's words echo relentlessly in his skull. He took a shovel and dug a hole. When he placed the bird inside, a soft voice sounded behind him. Oh dear. Is it dead? Poor thing. He turned. It was a woman, gentle-faced, concerned. Did she see him kill it? Should he bury her too? But the woman smiled sadly, unaware of his thoughts. You must have loved that bird very much to bury it with your own hands. I once lost a pet bird too. I know how lonely it feels. It was Miesa's mother. She later guided him inside and showed him her new pet bird. After seeing how sad I was, His Majesty gifted it to me, she said warmly. A child's cry echoed from behind. She rushed over, lifting a small girl into her arms. There, Miesa. It's all right. I love you always. Burma watched the mother and child frozen. Love? The word was foreign. Had anyone ever loved him? Faces flashed in his mind. People yelling, scolding, striking. No. No one. Darkness festered inside him, deeper and deeper, until one day it consumed him entirely, driving him into committing an unforgivable sin. Who knew His Majesty would pass so suddenly? Apparently he suffered from some mysterious chronic illness. Those murmurs filled the palace halls. One by one the princes were killed. His siblings eliminated. Burmel ascended the throne everyone claimed he didn't deserve. Miesa's mother had cried at her husband's funeral, and that expression, that anguish, haunted Burmel to this day. Burmel jolted awake from his nightmare, drenched in sweat. Beside him the woman rose quickly. Your Majesty, what happened? He clung to her like a frightened child. I'm scared. It's all right, Your Majesty, she soothed, gently touching his arm. But he kept trembling, muttering, It's their fault, all their fault for looking down on me. They're the ones who started it. She tried to calm him. It was only a dream. Suddenly he pushed her aside and staggered to the window. It's not my fault, he whispered harshly. I did nothing wrong. As he stepped near the window, his eyes widened as he spotted Aerik and Miesa in the hallway below. I understand now, he breathed. Why I cannot sleep peacefully. His fingers gripped the window frame. It's because I let that couple of rats into my palace. Outside, Aerik tried his utmost to remain by Miesa's side, but Lady Namiera blocked him yet again. Lord Cladinae, she sighed, irritation dripping from her voice. Haven't we gone through this already? It is His Majesty's decision. You must part ways here. I won't do anything, Aerik insisted. I will only stay beside her. The luncheon can proceed as usual. Lady Namiera's jaw clenched. For a moment, it looked as if she would refuse, but eventually she exhaled sharply. Fine. I will request His Majesty's permission for you to accompany her to the doors of the banquet. That is the most I can allow. Now, I trust you'll accept this fair compromise. She extended her hand toward Miesa. Allow me to take Her Highness so I may prepare her for the luncheon. But Aerik stepped forward, remembering vividly how the maids treated Miesa earlier. He couldn't risk it again. I will prepare her myself, he declared firmly. Lady Namiera let out a long, annoyed breath. I'm afraid under court etiquette, that is impossible. And I am beginning to wonder if perhaps you harbor unsavory intentions. Of course not, Aerik said sharply. My wife is unstable. As her husband, I must ensure her safety with my own eyes. But this time, Lady Namiera did not yield. She tightened her grip on Miesa's wrist and tugged her away. Lord Cladinae, I assume you do not wish to follow us into the dressing chamber. Aerik's teeth clenched. He had no choice left. Then I will wait directly outside this door, he said at last. If I hear the slightest disturbance, I will enter without warning. I trust you understand. Lady Namiera's gaze hardened. Lord Cladinae, I will be sure to report all of these actions to His Majesty. With that final warning, she closed the door behind her, dragging Miesa inside. Aerik's fist tightened, until his knuckles whitened. He had no choice. Protecting Miesa mattered more than whatever consequences awaited him later. But he was helpless here. He could not plan anything in advance. The palace was unpredictable, dangerous, and he knew nothing of what Miesa had truly endured. Anyone who might have told him, her friends, her allies, were long dead. The only person who might understand Miesa's past and the palace's secrets was Archduke Hargale. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a noise from inside the room. A chill shot through his spine. He lunged at the door, forcing it with all his strength. It didn't budge at first, but after several pushes, it burst open. Miesa! He rushed inside, breathless. The room was empty. His heart dropped. The window was open. Aerik dashed toward it and saw one of Miesa's shoes lying outside on the ground. What did that damn woman do to her? He didn't waste a second. Aerik jumped out the window and ran, scanning every direction, panic tightening around his chest. He didn't know where the women's luncheon was held, or where Lady Namiera might take her. He had promised to protect Miesa, and now he had failed her. As he raced through the corridors, a figure stepped into his path. Aerik skidded to a stop, chest heaving. Commander Tilburg stood before him. Meanwhile, after Aerik had left, Lady Namiera emerged from the hidden underground chamber, muttering curses under her breath. She was relieved she had finally gotten rid of the meddlesome husband. She turned back to Miesa, grabbing her by the hair. Lady Namiera hissed, You know, I heard something very amusing. Her eyes narrowed. Someone said you might not be insane after all. Miesa's face drained of all color. She knows. It sounds ridiculous. Nonsense, really. Namiera continued, lips curling. But better to check, don't you think? She uncorked a bottle. So, she said, gripping Miesa's chin and forcing her mouth open, I've prepared a special gift for you. A cold liquid poured down Miesa's throat. It took quite some time to find this rare ingredient, she whispered cruelly, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. In the garden where the women's luncheon was being held, royal ladies whispered behind their fans. So she is the host today? One murmured, subtly tilting her chin toward the seat of honor where Annika sat. How dare she? Another hissed. She's nothing but a concubine. And yet she sits there, boldly, claiming the place of distinction. Now we must be courteous even to her? A lady muttered with irritation. And the seat beside her. They say it's reserved for the princess. My goodness, what is happening to this palace? Their hushed complaints swirled like gnats around Anika, but she kept her gaze on the table before her. Her fingers lifted to her neck, brushing faint fingerprint marks still etched into her skin. The sight of these noble women envying her made her want to laugh. Bitterly. If only they knew. In their eyes, her life looked enviable, manageable, bearable. But she spent every moment flinching at a single word or glance from the king. That morning, Bermel had wrapped himself around her from behind, his breath hot at her ear. You will host the women's luncheon today, he murmured. His voice alone made chills crawl up her spine, not out of affection but terror. Yes, your majesty, she murmured dutifully, the way a caged animal responds to a predator. She only wanted one thing, survival. If humiliation was the price, she would endure it. She believed, desperately, that this torment would end someday. Then Bermel lifted his head from her shoulder, sliding a hand around her neck. You said you wanted to see whether that monkey still smiles after her head falls from her body, he reminded her with a soft chuckle. If you provide me with sufficient amusement during the luncheon, I may consider granting your request. His grip tightened around her throat. The truth struck her then. She had been wrong. There would be no end to this. Not soon. Not ever. Remember one thing. Bermel's voice dipped lower, colder. She is my toy. If you destroy her without permission, you will not escape unscathed. Anika trembled, bowing her head. I will obey your order, your majesty. She had thought, foolishly, naively, that at least the mad princess had found some peace. That Miesa's shattered mind spared her from the endless groveling, the forced coquettish smiles, the humiliation Anika lived with every day. But the moment she heard Miesa whisper hurt, that small broken sound, she realized the truth. Miesa had been suffering too, suffering just as deeply, perhaps even more. And if the princess had lived all those years with her mind intact, aware of every cruelty done to her, then her life had been nothing short of hell. In this palace, neither of them would ever be free, not as long as they breathed. So, Anika made a decision. If this world refused to release them, then she would break the chain herself. She would help Miesa escape this hell, even if the only escape left for them was death. At least then, for the first time, they would finally be free. The clouds above rumbled, heavy and dark, warning of thunder about to break. The noble ladies murmured nervously among themselves. Perhaps they should end the luncheon early and go inside before the sky opened. But before they could decide, Lady Namiera's voice rang out from the entrance. Apologies for the delay. Mistress Cladinae has arrived. She dragged Miesa forward with her. Miesa stumbled as she walked, arms flailing, shouting incoherently like the mad princess everyone believed her to be. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. Yesterday she appeared almost healthier, yet today she seemed far worse. But inside her act, Miesa felt something terribly wrong. Her body burned, her head spun, she couldn't breathe properly. What did Lady Namiera force into my mouth? Her vision blurred. As she staggered forward, her eyes fell on the birds fluttering through the garden. A piercing scream tore from her throat, echoing through the luncheon. The noble ladies rose in fear. The princess was completely out of control. Lady Namiera merely watched, calm and satisfied. After all, this chaos was her doing. Miesa collapsed to the ground, tears spilling as her body trembled uncontrollably. Anika stepped forward. Lady Namiera, she said firmly, please gather the ladies and adjourn the luncheon. Without waiting for a reply, Anika took Miesa's hand. I will take Mistress Cladinae somewhere quiet and calm her down, she declared. Then she lowered her voice gently, looking straight at Miesa. It won't take long. Let's get you up. Miesa lifted her tear-filled eyes. Because of the drug clouding her senses, she didn't see Anika at all. She saw Aerik. His warm, steady face overlapped with Anika's, making her chest ache. There's something I need to tell you, princess, Anika whispered. Let's go somewhere quiet and talk. Hearing Aerik's voice in her haze, Miesa beamed faintly. She tried to call his name, but Anika quickly covered her mouth. No fuss, princess, she murmured, aware that Lady Namiera was still watching. Do you understand? Miesa nodded obediently and let Anika lead her away. As they walked, Miesa struggled to keep up, breath trembling. Aerik, please slow down. Anika finally turned toward her, and Miesa, still thinking she was speaking to her husband, continued anxiously. I'm sorry, Aerik, I didn't mean to complain, but are you still angry with me? The words froze Anika. So it was true. The princess was sane. Miesa looked down, voice quivering. I was so scared. Your eyes looked cold. I was afraid you'd be angry with me forever. Anika listened in silence, telling her to calm down, but inside, her thoughts churned. If the princess was sane, then the House of Cladinae was no refuge. From suffering, from fear, from anything. Perhaps there was no escape for women like them. Only one exit remained, death. Determined, Anika slipped a dagger from her sleeve. If the princess wished for someone to finally end this torment, then she would help her. They would escape this hell together. But then, Miesa's trembling voice halted her. I'm still a member of the House of Cladinae, right? Anika paused. Miesa continued, desperate. You always took care of me, no matter how much I upset you, because I am a member of Cladinae. And you were doing your duty as my husband. That made me happy. Anika stared. Husband. Every time I saw how much you cared. I wanted to stay a member of Cladinae forever. Miesa, pouring her heart out to the man she loved, who wasn't here, reached out and touched Anika's cheek, hand trembling. Coming to the Cladinae mansion, meeting you, it made me dream of a future for the first time in my life. A future where you and I could stay together in that mansion. Forever and ever. Anika stood frozen, wide-eyed, dagger hovering in her hand. But then I grew terrified, Miesa whispered, crying softly. Because with each day, my feelings for you grew stronger. So strong I felt that if I reached out, everything would shatter and disappear completely. She bowed her head, sobbing. That's why I can't stand it anymore. Aerik, I love you. The confession broke from her like a plea torn straight from her heart. Anika slowly hid the dagger behind her, her mind spinning. The princess loved her husband, loved him deeply, loved him enough to endure anything, even this hell. I don't want to be alone anymore, Aerik, Miesa cried. I want to live with you, grow old with you. So please, don't do anything reckless. No matter what the king does, I can bear it, as long as you are there. So please, don't leave me. The dagger slipped from Anika's grasp, clattering to the ground. And Anika stood there, stunned, shattered, realizing everything she believed until now was wrong. On the other side of the palace grounds, Aerik stood face to face with Tilburig. Why are you still here? Tilburig asked, puzzled. The men's luncheon isn't in this direction. I'm looking for my wife, Aerik replied sharply. The head maid disappeared with her. Where is the women's luncheon? Tilburig exhaled calmly. I believe His Majesty decreed the luncheons to be held separately this year. It would be wise to obey his command. Aerik walked past him without hesitation. If you can't give me an answer, then excuse me, Tilburig called out, voice firm but quiet. Lord Cladinae, Aerik stopped. As long as His Majesty finds amusement in your wife, Tilburig said. She has no choice but to endure it. Your interference will only enrage him further. Aerik turned, fury simmering beneath his composed gaze. Tilburig continued, eyes lowering with regret. Please understand, I know how you feel. I too once tried, in an attempt to shield her from the worst. Before he could finish, Aerik seized him by the collar. So that's why you proposed to Miesa? Aerik demanded, voice trembling with anger. I thought you wanted to save her, Aerik hissed. But you're telling me that every time the king sought her out to torment her, you simply accepted it, telling yourself there was no other choice. If that's your advice, then stay out of my way. Unlike you, I have a job to do. Tilburig didn't defend himself. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and offered Aerik his dagger. Take it, he said. The garden behind the main palace. That is the best I can do to help her. Meanwhile, in the garden, Anika collapsed onto the greenhouse floor, still reeling from the truth she had just heard, when Lady Namiera appeared behind Miesa. What are you doing? Lady Namiera asked coldly. I thought you were with the ladies, Anika replied, startled. I was. I sent them back, Lady Namiera said. Her eyes slid toward the princess. But weren't you planning to provide His Majesty with something amusing? Anika's heart pounded. She quickly snatched the fallen dagger. I was only trying to frighten her a little, she said weakly. But since the drug you gave her is affecting her, perhaps we should adjourn and leave the rest for another day? Inside, Anika's thoughts turned wildly. Her plan had been to kill Miesa and then herself, and escape for both of them from this endless suffering. But the princess's desperate desire to live had shattered all of Anika's assumptions. Lady Namiera, however, watched her closely. How strange, she murmured. You headed toward the greenhouse with such determination. Yet now you want to end the proceedings? Very unlike you. It's because of the drug, Anika argued. She used to have seizures at just the sight of birds. If His Majesty is disappointed, you will be held responsible. Lady Namiera picked up a bag of birdseed and tossed it toward her. Then how about this? Scatter them. If she isn't reacting, we'll simply force it out. Thunder rumbled overhead. Miesa's breathing worsened. Her mother's distant voice echoed in her memory. Miesa. Thunder means the goddess is coming down to punish the wicked. Terrified, Miesa lunged toward Anika and clung to her tightly, still seeing Aerik through the haze of the drug. Lady Namiera's brows drew together. Come to think of it, I heard something odd before I came. Could it be, her eyes narrowed, that you actually speak properly? Anika froze, her fear spiked. Lady Namiera suspects the princess is sane. Miesa, drugged and trembling, turned her head as if to speak. Anika's heart jolted. If she talks now, she'll be exposed. In one swift, desperate motion, she grabbed the birdseed and scattered it across the ground. Birds flew in from every direction. Lady Namiera's lips curled with amusement as she pushed Miesa forward by her hair, shoving her into the flock. Miesa screamed, terrified, birds swarming around her from all sides. Anika's eyes widened in horror. She hadn't wanted this. But she had no other choice. Better pain now than the truth being revealed. Then, A figure burst through the spreading chaos. Aerik. He seized Miesa into his arms, shielding her as his dagger sliced cleanly at anything that threatened her. Wings, claws, shadows. Blood spattered the ground. Dead birds fell around them. Lady Nymeria stepped forward, startled. "Lord Cladinae, what are you doing?" But the next instant, the dagger was at her throat. Aerik's voice thundered with rage. "Explain, now." His gaze burned, cold, furious, unrestrained. "If you fail to give me an answer," he growled, "I will cut you down where you stand." Lady Nymeria trembled, unable to breathe under Aerik's blade, until footsteps echoed across the garden. Her expression instantly loosened with relief. Her savior had arrived. It was the king, Bermel. "What is going on here?" he demanded, stepping forward with mock outrage. "I came to see how the ladies' luncheon was proceeding. And what is this mess? And why is Lord Cladinae here?" Then he laughed sharply, eyes glittering. "Could it be that you refused to heed a royal command?" Aerik lowered his weapon slightly as he stood on the garden's lower step, Miesa trembling in his arms. Inside, Bermel laughed. "So, the arrogant young master of Cladinae finally bows his head." Aerik's composed demeanor had always made his insides twist, but the king knew. Aerik was nothing more than a pawn on the grand chessboard he himself controlled. A pawn who would move exactly as he wished. His grin widened. If Aerik treasured his little toy, then let him show some fury. Let him make a mistake. Let him strike out in rage. Give the king the perfect excuse to topple the house of Cladinae. "Come on," Bermel thought eagerly. "Hit me. Kneel. Beg. Do anything humiliating. Let me see that cold face break." Aerik stepped forward, carrying Miesa steadily. Bermel leaned in slightly, hungry to witness the destruction of that serene calm. But Aerik only bowed his head and spoke, voice even. "Your Majesty, I believe you misunderstood. I would never dare go against a royal command, not even in my dreams." Bermel's lips curled in satisfaction. Perfect, he would beg, exactly as Bermel had foreseen. But Aerik continued, his tone respectful, yet sharp enough to cut. "I came only to check on my wife's condition and encountered this scene. Lady Malika once informed me that my wife is terrified of birds, that the mere sight of them triggers convulsions. Yet it was this garden, filled with birds, that the headmaid chose to bring her to. And not only did she disregard that," Aerik went on, "she failed to protect her at all, resulting in my wife nearly sustaining serious injury." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Given that she must have known about my wife's condition, I can only conclude that this was intentional." Bermel's eyes narrowed, and on top of that, Aerik added smoothly, "Though my wife was perfectly fine this morning, she suddenly fell ill. Therefore, I request permission for the House of Cladinae to lead the investigation into this matter. A clean strike. A move the king did not foresee." Lady Nymeria's eyes widened in furious disbelief. What a laughable effort, considering all of this had been carried out by the king's own orders. "You wish to investigate this yourself?" Bermel asked, voice dangerously calm. Aerik replied sharply. "My wife is first and foremost a member of the royal family. Any harm done to her is a grave affront to your Majesty's honor. Therefore, I will ensure this incident is fully investigated, so that your honor suffers no stain." A perfect argument. One the king could not refuse without appearing incompetent. Bermel stared at the sky, jaw tight. This was no fun. Nothing had gone as he wished. Instead of Aerik walking into his trap, he, the king, had been pushed into a corner. Finally, through. Clenched teeth, Bermel spoke. "You are right." He drew his sword and let it drop to the ground with a heavy clang. Lady Nymeria flinched as the sound echoed through the garden. "It is unacceptable," Bermel said slowly, "for a mere lady-in-waiting to dishonor royalty." Lady Nymeria paled. No, this wasn't the plan." He walked toward her. She stumbled backward. "Your Majesty, please, I have been loyal. I only did as ordered." But Bermel's expression had already soured. She had failed him, and failures had no value. With a swift, merciless slash, his sword cut through the air. Lady Nymeria's body dropped to the ground. Anika trembled violently, blood splattering across the stones. But Bermel simply wiped the blade, amused once more. Turning to Aerik, "Is there anyone else who wishes to dishonor the royal authority?" "I thank your Majesty for your swift judgment." Aerik answered. He did not flinch. He did not blink. After that day, Aerik and Miesa finally returned to the House of Cladinae. The moment they entered, Lady Cladinae and Jella rushed into Aerik's bedroom. "What happened?" Lady Cladinae demanded, her face pale. Jella didn't wait. She hurried straight to Miesa, who lay unconscious on the bed. "Why is she suddenly ill?" Lady Cladinae pressed, anxiety rising. "Don't tell me that wretched king did something to her." Aerik clenched his fists, his expression tight with restraint. "We can discuss that later," he said quietly. "Right now, Miesa comes first." Her fever had worsened overnight. Faint purple marks had surfaced across her body, marks none of them recognized. Days passed with no improvement. Finally, after more than a week, Miesa's eyelids fluttered. She blinked slowly, vision hazy, but the room was familiar. She was back in Cladinae Mansion. But where was everyone? Her throat tightened. She tried calling out, but no sound came. Her voice wouldn't come out. The last clear memory she had was Lady Namiera forcing something down her throat. And after that, her eyes flew wide. She remembered clinging to someone warm, someone she desperately needed. Aerik. Panicked, she pushed herself up and stumbled out of the bed, searching for him, wanting to see him to confirm she was really here, that it wasn't a dream. Before she could take another step, a strong hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her into an embrace. Aerik wrapped arm around her, holding her so tightly against his chest that she could barely breathe. His palm pressed firmly on her stomach, as if terrified that if he loosened even slightly, she would vanish again. Miesa slowly turned her head, seeing his face up close. And only then did she realize. She was home. He was real. She was truly back in Cladinae. Her trembling fingers rose, cupping his cheeks gently, apologizing without words for everything he had endured, for the fear, for the pain, for the helplessness. She wasn't even sure what she could possibly say, but she wanted him to know she was sorry. She leaned closer, hesitating, unsure if she was worthy of this moment, of him, until Aerik suddenly grabbed the back of her head, pulling her in and pressing his lips against hers with raw desperation. In that instant, Miesa understood. All she wanted was to stay with him. Later, Aerik sat on the bed with her settled on his lap. His voice trembled as he spoke. "I see your voice still isn't coming out. Is there anything else that's making you uncomfortable?" Tears slid down his cheeks, dampening her shoulder. He had been holding himself together for too long. Miesa shook her head, indicating she was fine otherwise. Aerik pressed his forehead to her shoulder. "I was terrified," he whispered. "Your fever went down days ago, but you didn't wake up for more than a week." He pulled back suddenly and gently turned her body toward him. "I was scared you'd never wake up. And your body..." He paused, hands trembling as he loosened the knot of her robe. The fabric slipped, revealing the faint but still visible purple marks scattered across her skin. "You had these marks everywhere," he said, voice tight. "They're fading now, but..." He swallowed hard. "Miesa, when I lost sight of you, did Lady Namiera force you to drink something?" Miesa nodded slowly. Aerik exhaled shakily. So it was her. She was the only one who would know what that was. All of this, none of it would have happened if only I... He stopped, expression twisting with self-blame. Before he could finish, Miesa hurried to the bedside drawer. After fumbling for a moment, she found a sheet of paper and wrote quickly. "Lady Namiera became suspicious of me being sane." Aerik read it and answered, carefully, "Don't worry, she's dead now. The king killed her. As long as he hasn't found out, it should be fine." Miesa immediately scribbled more and showed it to him. "I am not certain, but I think I spoke to Annika. Maybe she knows the truth, too." "Annika?" Aerik asked. "The king's concubine, the one who stood beside him on Foundation Day?" Miesa nodded. "What did you tell her?" "I'm not sure." I remember her looking shocked. She wrote another line, hesitating before showing it. "Did you think Annika was me at first?" Aerik frowned slightly while reading. So she had hallucinated, likely, because of the drug. An unfamiliar fear rippled through him. What exactly had that poison done to her? And he hadn't been there to protect her. Miesa wrote again, her hands shaking now. "Aerik, what if I made a mistake? What if Bermel finds out about me? What if House of Cladinae falls into danger because of me?" Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Aerik immediately pulled her close, his hands firm and warm on her shoulders. "Don't worry, Miesa. Even if she tells the king, he won't be able to do anything, because admitting that would mean his concubine acted as Namiera's accomplice." He tried to soothe her, but her tears wouldn't stop. Aerik hugged her tightly. "This is my fault," he whispered. "All of this happened because I failed." Then, with a low, steady voice, he vowed, "But I swear, on the name of Cladinae, I will protect you with everything I have." Later that evening, Aerik informed Gela of his plan. "I will be away for a few days," he said quietly. "While I'm gone, take good care of Miesa, and try to find out exactly what poison she was given." Then he turned to Cullen. "Cullen, have you received any reply?" Cullen exhaled with regret. "I'm afraid not, my lord. He said he didn't want any visitors." Aerik closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breath. "Then we will have to meet him in secret." "What is his current schedule?" "He usually wakes up in the afternoon," Cullen replied, "and doesn't sleep until dawn. Then I will leave tomorrow, around sunset." After that, he looked back toward Gela. "Gela, the poison. Find out what drug causes hallucinations, high fever, and purple marks." Gela frowned, thinking deeply. "Yes, sir, I'll research." But the symptoms suggest she was given something that wasn't meant for human use. Gela sought help from her fellow medics, but everyone shook their heads. No one had even heard of such a substance. Then one woman hesitantly suggested, "Why don't you ask your teacher?" Gela stiffened. Her teacher belonged to the House of Crispin, the same house that had once tried to kill Miesa. It felt dangerous, but her teacher was knowledgeable. If there was even a slight chance of finding answers, she had to consider it. Far away in the royal residence, a man lay sprawled on a long sofa, surrounded by empty bottles. His hair was disheveled, his hollow eyes fixed on nothing. "The House of Cladinae sent another letter, Your Grace," the servant said cautiously. "Perhaps consider meeting them just once." The man scoffed and leaned back without lifting his head. "Not interested?" Bring me more liquor. The butler bowed and stepped out. The man, Archduke Hargail, let out a slow, exhausted breath. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger anymore. So what did that young Cladinae heir want from him? Before the thought could settle, the blinds rattled sharply as a cold gust entered the room, revealing someone standing in the darkness. Archduke Hargail turned his head slightly. I didn't even notice when a thief snuck in. The figure stepped forward. I apologize for entering your home this way, Aerik said with composure. But you refused every request. I had no other choice. It is an honor to finally meet you, Archduke Hargail. Before coming here, Aerik had gone to see his mother. He explained the events of the Foundation Day, Lady Namira's betrayal, the king's growing tyranny, and the near death of Miesa. He told her plainly that absorbing the king's abuse and waiting for disaster was no longer an option. I've decided, he said, eyes unwavering. I will draw my sword first. Before Bermel destroys us. Lady Cladinae listened without interrupting. Her brows knitted together. Do you have a plan? Aerik nodded. He explained that the money demanded from House of Crispin, as compensation was deliberately impossible for them to pay. Eventually, they would have no choice but to come and renegotiate with him. And when that day comes, Aerik said, I intend to accept their new terms, in exchange for a small favor. Lady Cladinae's eyes narrowed. A favor? Aerik nodded again and laid out his strategy. After hearing everything, she responded in a low, serious voice. Your plan is sound, but after the rebellion, what then? Archduke Hargail is a broken man now. Even if we use him as a figurehead, ruling a kingdom with someone like that will be difficult. For now, we don't have another choice, Aerik replied. A king's duty is to make decisions, not always to come up with the solutions. But yes, it will be difficult. Most of those in power are Bermel's allies. Have you considered any replacement candidate? Lady Cladinae asked. Aerik thought for a moment. The head of Salakese might be useful. Lady Cladinae didn't seem convinced about Lord Salakese being a worthy candidate, and truthfully, Aerik wasn't either. He could not accurately measure how valuable he would be in the future, and for the future he envisioned, usefulness wasn't enough. To shape the kingdom after Bermel, to legitimize a rebellion. He needed someone irrefutable, someone with royal blood, enough to silence every noble faction at once. And there was only one person alive who fit that description. Archduke Hargail. And so Aerik had come tonight, to the mansion of a shattered man who once stood next in line to the throne. As they sat, Hargail kept staring at the man in front of him. Erik's expression was grave, unwavering, so determined it almost made Hargail tired just looking at him. With a long sigh, he leaned his head back against the sofa. Well, since you've come this far, he muttered, waving a lazy hand, I suppose I can at least listen to your prattle for a few minutes? At his cue, the butler, silent until now, stepped forward and placed a sand clock on the table. Lord Cladinae, his grace cannot maintain conversation for long. Please finish before the sand runs out. Hargail snorted. It's not that I wish to be disagreeable. I simply can't sit still in one place for long. If I do, the horrible memories start drifting back, especially when I'm sober. Aerik nodded, acknowledging the warning, then began immediately. Why did you reject my proposal? Oh? Straight to the point, are we? Hargail replied, reaching, clumsily, for another bottle. You look at me in this state and still think I can cooperate? I barely have the strength to exist, let alone scheme. His hand trembled as he tried to open the cap. Aerik rose and began unsealing it. Hargail eyed him. Thank you, but I was referring to my ability to commit treason, not my ability to open a damn bottle. I understand, Aerik said calmly, but I didn't want to waste any of the little time you're allowing me. Hargail exhaled, sinking deeper. Into his seat. Fine. Let's say I somehow became king. What then? Do you expect me to rule when I can't even hold a sober conversation for more than 10 minutes? Aerik hesitated, then asked quietly. My apologies, but may I ask what happened to you? For a moment, Hargail simply stared up at the ceiling, expression hollow, as if gazing at a memory rather than plaster. You know, he began slowly, I too once dreamed of rebellion. Aerik listened in silence. Hargail continued, voice low and heavy. He explained how he'd been involved in the Gial assassination attempt, something very few knew. At that time, House Cladinae was entirely occupied on the battlefield against Sidate. House Crispin, despite their desperation, was too disorganized to achieve anything on their own, and House Salakese had long since declined. So, Hargail said with a bitter smile, the only thing left was to win over the commander of the Royal Knights. And once that was done, all we needed was timing. They tried 5 times. 5 attempts on Bermel's life. On the last attempt, they made it as far as the king's bedchamber. Hargail's jaw tightened, and then Tilburg betrayed us. Aerik's eyes narrowed, finally understanding why Miesa once called Tilburg a fraud. He told Bermel, Hargail continued, that he only pretended to cooperate with us so he could root out the traitors. But I don't believe that. Not for a moment. He was far too enthusiastic about our cause at the beginning. His voice hardened. I remember it vividly. We were just about to finish everything when Tilburg walked in with his men and told us to halt. Said one of the assassins had already confessed, so we should surrender quietly. Hargale scoffed. A hero's welcome followed, of course. He was greatly honored for saving the king. Then his gaze slid to Aerik, and as a reward for his oh-so-noble service, he asked for that girl. Eric's grip tightened. You mean Miesa? Right, Hargale murmured. Your wife now. I heard the rumor. His eyes softened slightly, tired but curious. So she managed to become the mistress of House Cladinae. Tell me, Lord Cladinae, how is she doing? Seeing the look on Eric's face, Hargale let out a short, humorless laugh. So, you really must care for her. He tipped his chin toward the empty bottle on the table, then added, that girl was far too useful to simply hand over as a reward to a loyal dog. Naturally, the king refused Tilburg's request on the spot. Hargale's eyes slowly lowered, his voice dimming. The king killed everyone who put their trust in me, and through that, I learned something very clearly. There are many ways to kill a person. They were pulverized, mutilated, crushed. The main hall reeked of blood, and always sitting in the corner of that carnage was that girl. Eric's eyes widened at Miesa's mention. Hargale continued, as the woman carrying my child died in agony. That girl giggled with unrestrained delight. It was a revolting sight. I knew she had been driven mad long ago, but still, I couldn't help feeling repulsed. His voice cracked faintly, because the woman she laughed at was the woman who would have become queen if my rebellion had succeeded. The first love of my life, a woman I cherished since childhood. He drew in a shuddering breath. But later, when I learned the king's favorite method of killing people, I finally understood her madness. What she lived through was far more horrific than anything I experienced. Horrific? Aerik asked quietly, bracing himself. Hargale's gaze met his. The king's preferred execution, he said, each word heavy, was to release birds of prey, to let them tear apart his victims. Aerik stiffened. But what does that have to do with Miesa? For a moment, Hargale didn't answer. Then he spoke. Very slowly, because the first people subjected to that method were the residents of Celia Palace, including Miesa's own mother. Aerik felt the blood drain from his face. So that was why her terror at the mere sight of birds, her screams, it all made sense now. But Hargale wasn't finished. He revealed, piece by piece, every cruelty Miesa had endured, how she sat in the corner giggling in madness after witnessing her mother's death, how she survived on things no human should ever eat, how her sanity was chipped away day after day inside that palace. Eric's blood boiled. He shot to his feet, fury twisting across his face. But Hargale was not doing well either. Blood began to drip from his nose. The butler rushed forward, pressing a cloth to his master's face. My lord, please. Perhaps you should rest. Hargale shook his head weakly, then looked at Aerik with an expression strangely lucid. Lord Cladinae, he said, his voice thin but firm, I'll give you a few pieces of information I've gathered over the years. Don't ask why. I don't know myself. I just feel like doing it. Sileth, the court palatine. You must be wary of him. I've heard he's been secretly gathering extra soldiers. Aerik frowned. But everyone knows he played a crucial role in making Burmel king. He's cunning, yes, but why gather forces behind his back? To strengthen the kingdoms. Military power, Hargale scoffed. That is the surface reason. But something about it feels different this time, as if he's planning something else entirely. Are you suggesting, Aerik asked, that he intends to go against the king? Hargale, still holding the cloth to his nose, nodded slowly. As he controls the military, it is entirely possible. One day, he may aim to seize the throne himself. Aerik leaned back, thinking hard. What you say is not unreasonable, but he isn't of royal blood. He has little chance of becoming king. Hargale's grip on the cloth tightened. There is another member of the royal family who could inherit the throne besides me. The implication struck immediately. Eric's hand slammed against the table, rage erupting across his face. I don't know what you mean by that, but I will not let her be dragged into such schemes. He was already determined to send Miesa far away from danger. The idea of using her royal blood for political maneuvering made him sick. Calm down, Hargale said wearily. Let me finish. After a breath, he continued. Back when Miesa's mother was alive, that filthy court palatine lusted after her. I prayed my suspicions were wrong. But now, I fear they aren't. Eric's expression darkened. He has recently been asking many questions about Miesa, too many. And she's no longer a child. She resembles her mother strongly. Hargale exhaled slowly. He is building a private force to crush the House of Cladinae. Once he has enough power, he will take Miesa for himself, make her queen, and become her consort. After that, he looked Aerik dead in the eye. He will use her inability to rule to slowly take control of the crown's authority. In the end, he will claim the throne for himself, exactly as he always desired. Back at the House of Cladinae, in Eric's absence, Lady Cladinae personally took care of Miesa. She sat beside her, gently reading aloud from a book about the kingdom's history, while Miesa lay quietly, absent-mindedly nibbling on the edge of the bedsheet. After a while, Lady Cladinae closed the book. Miesa, she called softly. When I heard what happened at the palace, for a moment I felt as if my heart had stopped beating. She paused, her voice steady but heavy. You are not only my son's wife, you are a member of the House of Cladinae. I can no longer stand back and watch them abuse you. She looked at her with quiet resolve. So you too must learn to cherish yourself. Her gaze softened. When I look at you, I am often reminded of my sweet daughter, Rosier. She stood and walked toward the window, her reflection faintly visible in the glass. After I gave birth to her, I fell ill, and by the time I recovered, she was already 6 years old, no longer an infant but a young girl. She was very timid around me. She never came close, only peeking at me from afar, and if our eyes ever met, she would run away. A faint, bittersweet smile crossed her face, and yet, whenever I spoke, she would prick up her ears and listen carefully, never missing a single word, but she never came closer, and it broke my heart. She let out a quiet breath. She would follow me everywhere, silently just watching, and I did the same. Her voice dropped, and one day, that innocent child was killed by a drunken knight. A long silence followed. So it is no wonder that I lost my mind for a time. She looked at her reflection again. Since then, I developed a rather unpleasant habit, using glass, mirrors, anything reflective, to observe people without being noticed. Her eyes shifted, locking directly onto Miesa's through the reflection. Miesa flinched, caught. Lady Cladinae turned to face her fully. Miesa, are you happy with your life? Miesa continued laughing, trying to maintain her act. You lost everything, Lady Cladinae continued gently. And even though you have escaped that terrible place, you are still trapped behind that mask, unable to live as your true self. She took a step closer. Don't you think that's unfair? Miesa kept laughing, but her eyes trembled. Then suddenly, Lady Cladinae stepped forward and pulled her into a firm embrace. Miesa, I cannot even begin to imagine what you went through. Her voice softened. But my dear, if you keep running, keep hiding, you will never be able to protect anything. She held her tighter. If only I had found the courage to be brave back then, things might have been different. She pulled back slightly, looking into Miesa's eyes. So don't repeat my mistake. You are no longer chained to Burmel. You can break free from him. Her voice turned firm, unwavering. Yes, there will be moments when you feel afraid, moments when you will want to give up. But when those moments come, she placed a hand over Miesa's. Remember this, no matter who you are, the House of Cladinae will stand with you until the very end. We will always be your ally. And this house will always be your home. So please, Miesa, find the courage to be brave. There was silence. Then, Lady Cladinae, Miesa spoke. Her voice was soft, hesitant, but real. I want to escape from Burmel, she swallowed. And I want to protect the House of Cladinae. I don't know if there is anything I can do, but I still want to try. Lady Cladinae's expression softened with warmth. I was wondering what your voice would sound like, she said with a faint smile. I'm delighted to finally hear it. You have a beautiful voice, she continued gently. Physical strength is not everything, Miesa. Sometimes a single person's intellect can save many lives. Miesa hesitated. But I don't know much. I will teach you everything I can, Lady Cladinae assured her calmly. Miesa thought for a moment. I do know some things. I've learned from reading Aerik's documents. She hesitated again, then looked slightly shy. But Lady Cladinae, could you also teach me the hand signals of the Cladinae Knights? Her fingers fidgeted slightly. So I can surprise Aerik, Lady Cladinae laughed softly. Well, surprising Aerik won't be easy. After a few days, Aerik finally returned to the House of Cladinae. Where is my wife? He asked the moment he stepped inside. She is upstairs, my lord. I'm happy to report that she has greatly recovered, the attendant informed him. Aerik let out a quiet sigh of relief and immediately made his way upstairs. Young master, Gela's voice rang from above. Aerik looked up, and there, standing behind Gela, was Miesa. Miesa slowly raised her hand. Then, using the knight's hand signals she had learned from Lady Cladinae, she gestured. Welcome back, Aerik. I missed you. Aerik's eyes widened in surprise. Later, the two of them walked quietly through the garden. Mother taught you how to use the hand signals? Aerik asked. Miesa turned back toward him, smiling brightly. Yes, she did. Lady Cladinae said I'm a fast learner. She also taught me how different organizations are structured, and said that if I want to gain allies, I need to learn how to read people, she continued. A little more animated now, she said every person requires a different approach if you want them to follow you. Aerik listened, then asked carefully, But Miesa, what I meant was, why would Mother be teaching you all of this? Miesa paused, then answered honestly. It turns out, Lady Cladinae has known I was sane for a very long time. Oh, she has? Aerik said, surprised. I never knew that, Miesa nodded. At first, I thought she was testing me, but after hearing her, I felt more courageous. She lowered her gaze slightly. Until now, I only cared about surviving, because I only had myself to protect, but now, she looked back at him. Now there is so much I want to protect, and to do that, I need strength. I can't just stand by and do nothing anymore. Aerik fell silent. He couldn't help but be amazed. The king had forced her to live like a pet, crushed her, broke her, stripped her of everything. Even Archduke Hargail, who once tried to overthrow the king, had lost all hope and drowned himself in alcohol after facing that same terror. And yet, this small, fragile woman still stood before him, saying she wanted to protect what she loved. Aerik stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. "Thank you, Miesa, for holding on," he said quietly. "And I'm sorry. I was too harsh on you. I should have been more considerate." Miesa slowly looked up at him. "Then you don't hate me anymore?" Aerik let out a soft laugh. "Of course not, as if I could ever hate you." Miesa smiled, relieved. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, Aerik, where were you?" "I went to meet Archduke Hargail," he replied. "Now that we've decided to take down the king, we need to plan everything carefully." He paused for a moment, then looked at her. "Miesa, this is just a thought, but would you be interested in sitting on the throne?" Later, Miesa sat quietly, chewing on her cake, as she told Gela everything she had learned from Aerik. Gela's face darkened, her anger rising. "That old man," she muttered through clenched teeth. Miesa nodded slowly. "Aerik told me he wants to use me to become the next king." Her thoughts drifted. When she was younger, Count Palatine used to visit her mother often. Was it because he wanted to take me even back then? She wondered silently. "My lady," Gela said, her voice filled with disgust, "he is a twisted, sick man. Even if you are the prettiest girl in the whole kingdom, you are still like a child. How could he even think something like that?" Miesa blinked. "Am I pretty?" "Of course you are, my lady," Gela answered immediately. Miesa hesitated. "Then, can you explain how exactly I am pretty? The only people who have ever told me that. Are you and the maids?" Gela paused, then turned toward her in disbelief. "Wait, are you telling me that the young master has never told you that you are pretty?" Miesa flinched slightly. "Why? Do most married couples say that?" "Well," Gela hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "Not everyone, but couples who get along well usually act more affectionate. I know the young master can be a bit stiff, but I thought he would soften around you." Miesa tried to lift her spirits. "Aerik once told me I was cute, when I spoke in the Kazan accent." "Just once?" Gela blinked in surprise. "I'm honestly shocked the young master is still so reserved even with you." She stopped mid-sentence. Miesa's gaze had dropped, her eyes trembling, as if she might cry at any moment. Gela panicked. No, don't cry, Mistress Cladinae. He's just shy. You know how much he cares about you." On the other side, Aerik received a letter from the House of Crispin, more specifically from Lekain Crispin. Back in the room, Gela opened the window, letting in fresh air. Then she turned back. "Are you still feeling down?" she asked softly. Miesa lay quietly on the sofa, staring blankly. Gela walked over and crouched beside her. "You know how much he loves you," she said gently. "It shows in everything he does. You don't have to worry." Miesa pouted slightly. "It's not love." Gela blinked. "He's just good to me. Because I'm his family." Gela waved her hand dismissively. "Of course that's not true. I know how passionate you two are as husband and wife." Miesa sat up, confused. "Passionate as husband and wife? What does that mean?" Gela hesitated, then awkwardly explained. Miesa's face flushed red instantly. "What? A couple's love is measured by how often they sleep together?" Gela quickly gestured. "Mistress Cladinae, not so loud. And no, that's not the only way to measure love." Miesa hesitated, then spoke softly, "But lately, Aerik has barely touched me at all. Even when we consummated our marriage, I had to beg him for a long time." "It's all right," Gela reassured her gently. "I'm sure the young master is just being careful. Especially after what happened," she continued, her tone turning serious. "Your condition became unstable after you were drugged. I've been researching the substance you were given, and there's a high possibility it was a mixture of different drugs. I'm worried there might be side effects." She glanced at Miesa's hands. "But since your skin has been itching, it seems the poison is slowly leaving your system." Miesa fell silent for a moment. Then she spoke again, quieter this time. "But Gela, what about the drugs I was forced to take before?" Gela looked at her sharply. "Remember when I told you? Back at the palace I was often drugged?" Miesa continued. "Namiera had an entire collection of strange drugs. Sometimes they made me bleed. Sometimes I felt dizzy. Once, I was unconscious for 2 days." She paused. "And before the wedding, they made me drink 2 bottles of sedative." "What?" Gela shouted in shock. "Are they insane? That amount could knock out a full-grown horse." Her hands trembled with anger. "They're unbelievable." She quickly pulled Miesa into a tight embrace. "My poor little miss, I'm so sorry for everything you went through." Miesa gently shook her head. "No, Gela. What matters is that I survived. So you don't need to feel sorry for me. Please don't cry." On the other side, Aerik sat across from the vice-captain of the House of Crispin. The man had arrived on behalf of the Crispin family to offer compensation, but something about it felt off. Instead of sending a family member, they had chosen a mere vice-captain. Aerik found that strange. The man placed several gold bars on the table, along with a written memorandum. The House of Cladinae will not be charged for the use of the port of Nias for the next 50 years, he stated. Aerik picked up the memorandum and read it carefully, then his gaze shifted back to the vice-captain. This man held only minor influence within the Crispin family, and yet he had been sent as their representative. Does that mean Lecain Crispin is now the one holding all the power? Aerik thought. I am concerned, Aerik said calmly, about how the House of Crispin intends to provide the remaining compensation, when there are only 3 years left. His tone sharpened slightly. I hope they are not planning to gloss over it. The knight quickly raised his hand. Of course not, my lord. The amount we brought today is small only because it had to be prepared on short notice. He hesitated briefly, then added, Lady Lecain also sent me with a private message. Aerik's eyes narrowed slightly. She wishes to negotiate with you, if you are willing to reduce the compensation. We are prepared to agree to whatever you demand. Aerik leaned back slightly, letting out a quiet sigh. The people of Cladinae have been quite restless lately. The war has ended, and the soldiers have returned. But the harvest has been poor. His gaze remained steady. That means many people in our estate urgently need new ways to make a living. The vice-captain listened, carefully, tension building in his expression. So, Aerik continued, if they seek new work and new places to live, I imagine the port of Nias would inevitably be filled with many young men from our estate. And since all they know is how to wield a sword, I suppose they would be carrying some basic armor and weapons with them. Silence fell. The implication was clear. The port of Nias was only a day's ride from the capital. A large group of armed men passing through would normally be reported to the crown. What Aerik was asking was for the House of Crispin to turn a blind eye. The vice-captain swallowed hard. Understood, my lord. Aerik nodded slightly. And one more thing. The current doctor of the House of Crispin is Hafendel. Correct? Somewhere in the palace, Margrave Cladinae confronted Lady Cladinae. He had been growing suspicious lately. After all, she had been arranging meetings with other noble ladies more often than usual. Why do you insist on protecting the princess, he demanded, his voice rising with anger, who is treated as nothing more than an animal in this palace? His eyes narrowed. Don't tell me, you are planning to go against the king? Lady Cladinae looked at her husband calmly. Lately, he had been getting on her nerves more and more. Perhaps I should just get rid of him. The thought crossed her mind naturally. But no. If she were to harm him and get caught, Aerik's legitimacy as the successor to his father's title could be thrown into doubt. She took a slow breath, steadying herself. Of course not, dear, she replied smoothly. Going against the king? As if I would ever do something so dangerous. Until Aerik's succession was finalized, they needed to remain a faithful couple, at least on the surface. Her expression softened instantly, and more importantly, she added gently, shifting her tone, would you like to have dinner with me today? She looked every bit the lovely, docile wife. Margrave Cladinae blinked, clearly surprised. Then he coughed lightly, almost embarrassed. I was merely surprised, he admitted. You've been siding with our son, treating me like a hindrance. He paused, then turned slightly. Then, how about we eat outside? Lady Cladinae smiled without hesitation. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Then let us go to that restaurant you always liked, the Margrave suggested. For a brief moment, Lady Cladinae's gaze sharpened as she looked at him. When is the next royal event? That would be the perfect time to execute her plan. She already wanted to avoid seeing the king anyway, and surely, no one would blame her if she declined an invitation under the excuse of mourning. At the royal palace, Salath knelt before the king. He lowered his head respectfully as he began reporting. Your Majesty, there have been rumors spreading among the public, he said calmly. There is a shortage of food in the capital, and prices are rising rapidly. Because of that, people have started saying that the scarcity is due to you going against the goddess's will and incurring her wrath. The king scoffed immediately. How dare they attempt to slander their own king with such ridiculous nonsense? Silath's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. I have yet to confirm it, he continued, but I have heard that there has been a rather unusual increase in gatherings among the nobles. He paused, then added meaningfully, I believe someone is intentionally organizing these gatherings, with some kind of purpose in mind. Bermel's expression hardened. Silath lowered his gaze further. To restore your Majesty's rightful honor, allow me to find the source of these rumors. By the time Aerik finished his meeting and returned to take Miesa with him, she was already asleep in Lady Cladinae's lap. Aerik gently lifted Miesa into his arms. As he did, Lady Cladinae spoke. By the way, the meeting of the house's vassals will be held next week. Aerik paused slightly. And if we are to prevent any legitimacy issues from arising with your succession, she continued, it would be best if your father is the one to call the meeting. Aerik blinked in surprise. Father? Then you must have... Lady Cladinae rubbed her temple lightly. Yes, she said with a sigh. It took some effort to appease him. She waved her hand slightly. So let's call it a night. I am tired as well. Aerik nodded. Good night. With that, he turned and began walking toward his room. Suddenly, Miesa stirred in his arms and lifted her head. Why were you so late in coming to get me, she asked, pouting. Aerik looked down at her, surprised. I hadn't realized you were awake, he said. I had some renegotiations for compensation with the House of Crispin. Miesa's pout deepened. Then, does that mean you were with Lady Lacan all this time? Aerik blinked. No, he answered calmly. Only the vice-captain visited today. As he continued walking, he explained further. I think that since Lady Crispin sent the vice-captain with her message, it means she is now the one holding power. He paused slightly. After all, she wishes to become the head of the house. Aerik sat on the bed. Miesa pouted slightly, then nodded. I see. Well, I am glad that it will be good for us to get the help of the House of Crispin. She averted her gaze as she spoke. Aerik noticed it immediately. He reached out and gently patted her cheek. You don't look glad, he said softly. Did something happen today? It seems you are unusually cold. Miesa pushed his hand away. I am not cold. Then why are you avoiding looking at me? Aerik asked, leaning a little closer. Miesa bit her lips, then suddenly shoved him away. I am going to sleep. She didn't want to seem petty. They had decided to take Bermel down together, so how could she behave like a sulking child? But before she could get away, 2 arms wrapped around her, pulling her back. She fell onto the bed on her back. I believe we agreed that there would be no more secrets between us, Aerik said, meeting her eyes, so I would appreciate it if you would tell me why you are acting like this again. Miesa quickly covered her face with her arms, embarrassed. Why are you questioning me like this? She muttered in a low voice. Aerik watched her quietly, then spoke again. You see, I came to realize that having doubts between husband and wife is more painful than I imagined. He leaned a little closer. So from now on, if there is something I want to know, I plan to ask you about it. Very, very persistently. He paused. So what has upset you? I can't tell you. It's too embarrassing, Miesa whispered. Aerik looked at her for a moment, then slowly reached out. Then I have no other choice, he said calmly. I'll just have to tickle you until you answer me. Miesa immediately burst into laughter as he tickled her. Wait, that tickles, she protested, trying to pull away. But Aerik didn't stop. In a hurry, she grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. He paused. Their faces were suddenly close. Aerik looked straight into her eyes. Miesa couldn't bear his gaze. She turned her eyes away, her voice soft and hesitant. I wanted to ask you something. She swallowed, then finally said it. Why won't you sleep with me anymore? Aerik just stared at her, as if he had heard something he never expected. Pardon me? He asked. Miesa flushed instantly. Stop pretending that you don't understand what I mean, she burst out, embarrassed. I know now that couples sleeping together isn't just to consummate their marriage. It's also a way to measure their love for each other. Aerik blinked, listening, then started to respond. Miesa, who on earth told you such? But before he could finish, Miesa grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. You are always so kind to me, Aerik, she said softly, almost trembling. But you never seem to desire me. You never do something like this. And before he could react, she leaned forward, pressing her lips against his chin in desperation. Aerik froze for a moment, clearly surprised. Then he let out a low groan, trying to steady himself. Miesa, he called, attempting to explain. But she didn't stop. Her lips brushed along his neck, restless, searching, as if trying to find something he hadn't shown her. Aerik finally caught her gaze, leaning closer. Miesa, why are you suddenly acting like this? He asked. He sighed, then spoke carefully. Engaging in physical contact and sharing a bed aren't reliable ways of measuring affection. Many people indulge in such things without feeling even a shred of emotion for each other. Tears welled up in Miesa's eyes. But you never even tell me I am pretty, she said, her voice breaking slightly. Aerik froze. Am I nothing more than a family member to you? She continued softly. Am I the only one who wants more? The only one who gets nervous around you? Even now, I'm the only one. Her fist pressed lightly against his chest. And then, unexpectedly, Aerik collapsed forward slightly, laughing. Miesa blinked, confused. Why are you laughing? She asked. Can't you see I'm being serious here? Before she could finish, his hand gently cupped her face, and he kissed her, softly. You are beautiful, Miesa, he murmured between breaths. He pulled back just enough to look straight into her eyes. There are no jewels, no art, no landscapes as breathtaking as your smile. His voice softened. You have no idea how even the smallest glimpse of it makes my heart flutter, or how every day I have to force myself to suppress the urge to just pull you into my arms. He paused, his gaze steady. But Miesa, you haven't fully recovered yet, so when you regain your health... Before he could finish, Miesa wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. But Aerik, she whispered softly, I want you to hold me right now. Aerik looked at her for a long moment, then swallowed. He leaned close to her ear. Miesa, he whispered, then tell me what you want to do. What Miesa wanted was not just his gentle, careful touch. She wanted more. She wanted him to desire her, just as fiercely as she desired him. That look in his eyes, that heat beneath his skin, the intensity she had never seen before, it made her dizzy, filled with a strange, thrilling warmth. And finally, Miesa felt it, the affection she had been longing for. She turned her face toward him. I love you, Aerik, she whispered. Aerik silenced her with another kiss. I love you, Miesa, he murmured quietly, the words echoing softly in his heart. After an affectionate night, as they lay in bed, Aerik pressed light kisses against Miesa's skin. Aerik, she called. Yes, he whispered back, his voice low and hoarse. Miesa swallowed, then spoke hesitantly. About Lady Kenh. You said she now holds the power of her house, right? But you also told me that it is very difficult for a woman to become the head of a house. Aerik opened his eyes slightly. Yes, he replied, especially since until now there has been no precedent of a female head. Each house already has a son who is meant to inherit. He paused, then added, so if a woman becomes the head, it means there will be twice as many opponents to fight against. Naturally, they are reluctant to create such a precedent. Miesa nodded slowly. I see. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. But if a powerful family like Cladinae were to support Kenh, that would put her in a position of great advantage, right? Aerik listened quietly. So instead of suggesting that she lower the amount of compensation, Miesa went on, if you emphasize that you would help Kenh become the head, you might also be able to align yourself with her supporters. She looked at him. And through Kenh, you would be able to wield the name of Crispin as well. Aerik remained silent, listening to every word. The House of Cladinae is powerful, Miesa added softly, but it cannot take down the king on its own, right? That's right, Aerik replied gently, lifting her hand and pressing a kiss to it. I will make sure to remember your suggestion, and act upon it. The House of Crispin was one of the 3 pillars of the kingdom. If it were to be ruled by a female head, then maybe one day, Miesa herself could become queen. And perhaps someday, the people would accept her more easily. But Aerik still couldn't shake his doubts. Was it right to lead her down a path filled with such danger? The next week, Margrave Cladinae held a meeting. Standing before the gathered vassals, he spoke solemnly. Thank you all for coming. He paused, his voice steady but tired. My body has long grown frail, and I am no longer the man I once was. A brief silence filled the room. So I intend to pass on my title and step down. He lifted his head slightly. Let us begin the succession immediately. Inside the room, Gela arrived carrying a dress for Miesa, but she froze the moment she saw her. Her eyes widened in shock. Miesa immediately spoke, a little flustered. It's not what you're thinking. I asked him to do it and Aerik obliged. Gela blinked, then shook her head. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Miesa quickly added, don't worry, I made sure I wouldn't get pregnant. After getting ready, Miesa and Gela stepped toward the door and opened it, only to flinch when they saw someone standing there. It was the head maid, Edel. May I ask what brings you here? Gela asked, her tone cautious. Edel hesitated for a moment, then replied, Lady Cladinae asked me to bring a book to read to Mistress Cladinae, but it seems I forgot it and left it behind. Without waiting, she turned and walked away. Hey, wait, are you going to leave? Gela called after her, but Edel didn't respond. She simply continued walking, disappearing down the corridor. At the vassal meeting, the succession began immediately after the announcement. Margrave Cladinae stepped forward and spoke clearly. From this moment on, Aerik shall bear the name of the House of Cladinae. His voice echoed through the room. All who are gathered here today, stand and pledge your alliance to the new head of the house. One by one, many stood up, acknowledging Aerik as their new lord. But not all. Some remained seated, their silence a clear sign of disapproval. Aerik stepped forward. You have sworn your alliance to me in trust and loyalty, he said firmly, and I will return that faith by vowing here and now, in the name of Cladinae, that I will devote my life to protecting this house. A scoff broke the silence. It came from one of the men still seated, Aerik Cladinae, Aerek's father, who had wanted his own son to become the head. Aerik's gaze shifted toward them. I assume those who remain seated do not welcome me as the head of the house, he said calmly. But the House of Cladinae cannot harbor those who refuse to follow its head. Khalid stood up abruptly. Why were we not informed about the succession beforehand? He demanded, his voice filled with irritation. His gaze swept across the room. Do none of you feel even the slightest doubt about this? A tense silence followed, but Aerik answered without hesitation. I am the son of the previous head, he said firmly. So it is only natural that I inherit the title, as I possess no major disqualifying issues. His eyes settled on Khalid. And you are aware of this, uncle, that if something happens to the current head, the title automatically passes to his heir. Khalid's expression darkened. He couldn't argue that. Fine, he said at last. Let's say you are the proper heir. His tone shifted. Then let me ask you, what do you intend to do about your wife? He used Miesa as his weapon. Though she will be the commanding lady of the house, she is unable to fulfill her role. Aerik had expected this. He remained calm. As I recall, he said evenly, you were the one who suggested my father create an alliance with the House of Crispin through marriage, for the sole purpose of committing treason. The room froze. Several people swallowed nervously. Aerik continued, May I remind you what became of that attempt? His voice remained steady, but sharp. Not only did the House of Crispin become swayed by the king's manipulation, ruining the entire plan, but they even schemed together with the ladies-in-waiting of the royal palace. They kidnapped our medic, and even attempted to besmirch my name. Khalid's expression wavered, but he still refused to back down. That may be true, he snapped, but that does not give you the right to force us to serve a lady who is not of sound mind. Aerik did not react. I am not asking you to, he replied calmly. Miesa will simply exist as the wife of the head of the house, enjoying comfort. He paused. Meanwhile, the lady who handles the affairs of the House of Cladinae will be chosen from among our relatives. The room stirred, eyes widened in shock at first, but then quickly shifted. As soon as they realized what he meant, voices began to rise. Suggestions came one after another. My daughter, my sister would be suitable. Aerik clenched his hand quietly. He did not want this, but he had no choice. Then raising his voice, he spoke firmly. If there are any among you who cannot trust my decision and judgment, then return to your territories. The room fell silent again. I assure you, he continued, aside from no longer being recognized as our vassals, you will face no punishment. His gaze hardened. And even if all of you leave, I and my knights will remain and fight for our land. He paused. So I ask you to consider only one thing. His voice dropped, cold and absolute. Those who return to their territories now will be remembered forever as pathetic, whether we succeed or fail. They will remain cowardly traitors. Khalid clenched his teeth. This time, he had no argument left to make. Later, Aerik returned to Miesa and Lady Cladinae and informed them how the succession had gone. It went as we expected, he said. Khalid opposed with everything he had, but in the end, everything was handled. He paused, then added, and since we cannot reveal Miesa's secret, I told them that I would choose the lady of the house from among our relatives. Miesa blinked, confused. The lady of the house? What is that? Lady Cladinae turned toward her and explained calmly. The lady of the house is responsible for managing the estate, entertaining guests, and attending social gatherings. Social gatherings? Miesa repeated softly. So it mainly involves dealing with other people? Lady Cladinae nodded. Are you interested in that? She asked. Now that I think about it, you have never made an official debut in high society. Miesa shook her head. No, I never have. Her expression dimmed slightly. Now that Aerik is the head of the house, and yet there is nothing I can do for him. She lowered her gaze. If only I could become the lady of the house, and at least stand before others as a sane woman. Her voice softened. Then I could proudly stand by Aerik's side at official events and assist him in any way I can. Aerik and Lady Cladinae listened to her quietly. Then suddenly, Lady Cladinae spoke. Miesa, don't feel pressured. Take things one step at a time. Her tone was gentle but firm. We all know you are far more capable than simply becoming the noble lady of the house. She paused, thinking, but it is a shame that your opportunities to interact with others are so limited. A faint smile appeared on her lips. I have rather an interesting idea. Both of them looked at her. How about this? She continued. If we disguise Miesa and let her attend a social gathering with me? Aerik blinked in disbelief. You are joking, right? He asked. Lady Cladinae's eyes sharpened slightly. No, she replied calmly. I am actually quite serious. Later, Aerik argued with Lady Cladinae. What you are suggesting is too risky, he said, his voice tense. Lady Cladinae, however, remained calm. To prepare Miesa, it is important that she stands in front of others, she replied evenly. We can teach her many things, but some things can only be learned by meeting different people. Aerik let out a quiet sigh. I understand that, but the truth is, I am still not sure if this is the right choice. She will merely be attending a party in disguise, Lady Cladinae said. And more importantly, Aerik, this is Miesa's decision to make. Her gaze sharpened slightly. Do you think, after everything she has gone through, she made this decision lightly? Of course not, Aerik murmured, knowing she was right. Before he could say anything further, the door opened. Jella stepped inside, bringing Miesa out with her. Aerik froze. Miesa stood there, completely transformed. Her hair was a different color, styled differently, and her clothes gave her an entirely new presence. I tried my best with what I could do, Jella said. Lady Cladinae smiled warmly. You look pretty, Miesa. Eric's eyes remained fixed on her. Really? Miesa asked shyly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Yes, Lady Cladinae nodded. You look good even with black hair. Keep your back straight and your posture upright, Jella added, adjusting her slightly. Thank you, Lady Cladinae. And Jella, Miesa said softly. Then she turned to Aerik. Aerik, what do you think? Aerik smiled gently. Yes. You look beautiful, Miesa. He understood her decision now, and how could he stop her? See? I told you he thinks you are beautiful too, Jella whispered playfully into Miesa's ear. Miesa's cheeks flushed even deeper. Lady Cladinae, she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. I wanted to go into the city like this first, and practice talking with strangers before I go to the party. She hesitated slightly, then added, and I also want to go to a store and buy things myself. But Aerik's expression immediately changed. Absolutely not, he said firmly. I cannot be there with you, and people will recognize me. Lady Cladinae sighed softly. Was he even listening earlier, she thought? Miesa's expression fell. She lowered her gaze. You mean, I can't go outside, she whispered, her voice small. And you won't even let me go to the party. She sniffed quietly. Aerik's face paled. How could he say anything to that face? Guilt washed over him instantly. Gela and Lady Cladinae immediately stepped in, patting Miesa gently. "Oh, poor thing," Lady Cladinae murmured. "How horrible of you, Aerik, to forbid her from stepping out even for one day." I didn't mean it like that," Aerik tried to explain, but it was too late. The two women had already cornered him. "I suppose this is a little better," Aerik said, gazing at his wife. Behind him, Gela nodded. "But to be honest," Aerik added under his breath, "I would rather cover your face entirely with black paint." He had already tried to hide Miesa behind a veil, and still wasn't satisfied. "Or perhaps I should just go with you," he added. "That would only raise unnecessary suspicion," Gela replied calmly. "Why don't you let Sir Cullen act as her bodyguard? He's not the type to blab, even if he finds out she is Mistress Cladinae." 3 days later, Aerik finally allowed Miesa to go to the city. "But not without conditions. Only go to the stores I approved," he said seriously, "and do not remain in any store for more than an hour." Miesa couldn't help but laugh at how worried he looked. "Okay, Aerik," she replied lightly. Aerik sighed. "Does that make you that happy?" he asked. Behind them, Lady Cladinae crossed her arms. "Only 1 hour in a dressmaker's shop?" she said. "Normally I would have scoffed, but given the current situation, I suppose it's enough." Aerik turned back to Miesa. "Before I forget, Mother has already made a reservation. When you are there, choose the dress you like for the party." Miesa glanced at Lady Cladinae. Lady Cladinae nodded with a soft smile. Miesa's face lit up. "Thank you, Mother. I mean, Lady Cladinae," she corrected herself quickly. Lady Cladinae's heart softened at the sight. It felt as if she was sending off her own daughter. Aerik handed over a bag filled with gold coins. "If you need more, ask Cullen," he said. Then he stepped closer, gently cupping Miesa's face in his hands. "Miesa," he whispered, "let me remind you again. If there is even the slightest sign of danger, you must turn back immediately. Do you understand? And don't follow strangers." "Okay, Aerik," Miesa replied softly. Gela blinked, watching him. He was treating Miesa exactly like a child. Soon, Cullen arrived with the carriage. His master had told him only one thing, that he was to accompany a lady to the city market. But he was never told who she was. Naturally, Cullen assumed it must be Mistress Cladinae. After all, there was no other woman his master cared about. But the woman standing before him? He hesitated. Her frame and figure resembled Mistress Cladinae, but her appearance, her presence, her posture, it was completely different. Her soft features, the porcelain-like skin beneath the veil, her slender build, yes, they reminded him of Mistress Cladinae. But the way she carried herself, her head held high with quiet poise, her movements flowing with effortless grace, each step measured, elegant, precise, every gesture smooth and refined, she was nothing like the Mistress Cladinae he knew. Cullen stood there, momentarily mesmerized. Who is she, he wondered, and then, had she just smiled at him? Gela noticed his expression and blinked, but quickly relaxed. The plan was working. "Don't worry," Gela said confidently. "Cullen and I will bring her back safe and sound." Then she turned to Miesa, who was already beaming with excitement. "Well then, we'll be going." The carriage doors closed, and slowly, it began to move. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and share your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed this and want to be part of our growing community, hit join to support the channel. Take care and see you soon.